Meet Isla, your AI receptionist who never takes a break. Isla answers every call, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Handles frequently asked questions using your business knowledge. Takes bookings and appointment requests accurately. Captures messages and routes urgent calls to the right person. While Isla handles the calls, you handle what you do best. The best part? Isla works with your existing phone system and can be set up in under 48 hours. Request your free demo today. Isla, because if you're missing calls, you're missing business.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Everyday pleasures.
Well, a few minutes yet before the start, but maybe just about ready, we think. Just confirming once again that Sussex have won the toss and have elected to bat first when we get underway at 10:30. And we have a time limit of 3 hours, 10 minutes for each innings. And at the end of the Sussex innings, we will take a 30-minute lunch break before we start the Middlesex innings. So my first pleasure of the day is to welcome our umpires for this Metro Bank 50 Over Cup match, and welcome to Mel Juniper and Rayma Chandaria. And provided they stay as they are, Mel will be coming to the park end and Rayma to the castle end. You see a flag flying above the top of the trees, and it's actually on the castle. And your scorers for today's match, Rod Cole and Lewis Cox. And your scoreboard's been operated today by John Betts and Trevor Drake, as normal. And Saskia Hawley leading the Middlesex team to the field. Just confirming for the Middlesex, Saskia Hawley at number 1 is the captain, and number 4, Scarlett Hughes, is the wicketkeeper. So to open the batting for Sussex, Izzy Collis at number 3, wearing 10, who will take strike, and Molly Adams at number 1, wearing number 2, who is the non-striker. And his first over being bowled from the castle end by number 6 on the Middlesex card, Saya Nanavati. Just to confirm that we are in the first power play, and that's for the first 10 overs. And for that 10 overs, a maximum of 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-metre fielding circles. And to open the bowling from the park end, at number 5 on the Middlesex card, and wearing 55, Layla Judge.
Nice one. It's not my fault. Hello and welcome to Arundel for a delayed entrance to this commentary stint. We had a few technical difficulties with the commentary setup. One being I forgot to press the on button. So here we are. I'll just run through the lineups for you quickly. Middlesex playing 11. We've got Pippa Sprouse, Scarlett Hughes, Reva Pindoria, Saskia Hawley, Artemis Downer, Izzy Routledge, Abby Wybrow, Sonali Patel, Hannah Davis, Zia Nandavati, with Layla Judge, who's currently bowling at the moment, making up the 11. Sussex are from, let me just get the team up for us. Sussex opening with Molly Adams and Izzy Collis, obviously, as you can see them on your screen. And then the rest of the batting lineup is Phoebe Wilkinson, Shishi Patel, Kiara Green, Nancy Harmon, Arabella Johnson, Poppy Tullock, Tal Stanley, Anna Buckle, and Callie-Anne Doherty. I'll apologise to Arabella Johnson now because she goes by Bella, so that's Bella Johnson if you know her by that. We're currently 5 without loss, 6 without loss after the first 2 overs. Nanavati took the first over, she went for 3 runs, and Layla Judge has gone for 3 in her first over as well. And it's a lovely day at Arundel in this game, this week actually, that's been sponsored by Harvey's Brewery. Very thankful for their support and nice to get a plug in there quickly before it gets a bit too frantic. But we've got Nanavati here bowling to Izzy Collis for the 3rd over. And it must be the commentator's curse because my first ball live, we've seen a wicket where Collis has nicked Nanavati off, and you can tell I'm not too excited, obviously being Sussex head, and I will make no apologies for that. I do want Sussex to win, so by all means come into the chat and have some banter with me because we're hoping for a Sussex win, no doubt. But Collis has nicked off there and Sussex are 6 for 1. Just a bit of a way shape from Nanavati. Collis followed it with her hands and nicked off to the keeper. Some would say she might be able to leave that, but I guess early on in your innings you want to feel bat on ball. It was a 4th fist stump line and the shape away from her took it slightly wider. But
wearing number 50, shown at number 13 on the Sussex card.
She's nicked it and she's going to be replaced by Phoebe Wilkinson, who's had a good competition this year. We'll get some numbers up for you because I think she has had a decent year. She's the 2nd top scorer in the competition, averaging 50.20. She's got 251 runs in 5 innings, so she comes into the competition in pretty good 50 over form, and no doubt she'll be looking to extend that and take her time to get in and really make the most of this Arundel surface, which is paired with lightning outfield really, so it's cut really nicely. Obviously we've had a lot of sun, so it's very dry, but it has been quick over the week where we've seen a high scoring men's game and a couple of disability games, which have been pretty good games of cricket. I've been there this is my 4th day at Arundel this week, so it's been a great week so far. Hopefully to top it off today as Wilkinson starts lovely with a drive. And that's gone to, I can't quite see, I think it's gone to deep point and she's got off the mark straight away. All 3 batters that have batted today have got off the mark first ball, so not often you see that, but very proactive from the Sussex batters as Nanavati at the top of her mark runs in and bowls. And she plays and misses. It's that similar ball to the ball that got Collis, one that kind of left the batter. Not sure if it's seam or swing. Looking on the replay now, it's kind of swing out the hand, and then as it pitches, it might nip. Molly Adams just again following it with her hands, but it's early in her innings. You're expecting her to want to get bat on ball. Nanavati comes in again, a bit shorter and cut by Molly Adams. Just wide of third, who gets round and throws it in. She gets one run as well. So proactive start from Sussex. Not the boundary as yet, but they have been trying to score. As Nanavati comes in, she's been blocked to point. Nanavati in, bowls to Wilkinson. It's been quite a nice start from Sussex. Obviously, they lost a wicket, but you'd say they've turned the score over. They get another 3 off that over, and they're 9 for 1. Middlesex bowled nicely. Pretty even start, I'd say. The early wicket maybe slightly putting it in Middlesex's favour. Judge to bowl her second over then. Wilkinson facing her for the first time. Just confirming the wicketkeeper Scarlett Hughes, who caught Izzy Collis for the first wicket off Nanavati. That was the start of the last over. And it's Layla Judge to bowl her second over now. As she bowls, Wilkinson rocks back, misses the cut, and Hughes gathers behind the stumps. It's been an interesting week at Arundel, as I mentioned, a lot of cricket here, and I'll just run you through kind of what happened Wednesday, where Sussex chased down 320 against Essex with runs for majority of the batting lineup. Actually, I think every batter got double figures in that, as Judge comes in and bowls, and it's a bit fuller, and Wilkinson blocks it back to her, where you got 50s for Charlie Tier, Jack Leaning, Jack Carson, who scored the bulk of the runs and saw Sussex home. That was in reply to a Noah Thane 100, and I think since then, if I'm not mistaken, he scored 100 on Friday as well, so he's gone back-to-back hundreds, his first being at Arundel on Wednesday. Wesley also getting 81, Critchley 64, so a good day for the batters in that game. As Layla comes in and bowls Layla Judge to Wilkinson, who hits it to cover, and I guess the batters today would have looked at that and thought maybe there's something in it for us as well. So that was what happened on Wednesday, and then it's been a pretty good couple of days since then, because the Sussex disability teams had a few games where there was a 100 ball competition on Thursday, which involved Sussex, Hampshire and Yorkshire, as Judge comes in and bowls now. And Yorkshire ended up being the victors in that, winning against both Hampshire and Sussex. In the race for second place, Sussex beat Hampshire, and they managed to finish second in the group, but Yorkshire went home with the trophy. And then on Friday there was a Sussex Disability first team game against the Disability Premier League Select 11, which was a very good day. 50 for Alfie Parl in that, but they lost by 9 wickets to a very good DPL Select 11. It must be said, it was probably the best of the lot in terms of playing personnel. And we saw a great stand of cricket there. So the ladies here today trying to round off an excellent week at Arundel. And it's great to be back, really. You know, cricket came back last year after a long time since pre-COVID, and it seemed to go really well. It went so well that I remember from memory the beer tents ran out of beer, so that's how well it was received. And this year they were well stocked. As Judge again bowls into the kind of mid-drift of Wilkinson, and she plays it into kind of backward square, and that's a maiden over for Layla Judge. So yeah, been a great week at Arundel. Great to be here, and hopefully we'll get some co-commentators in to help us out, and so you don't have to listen to my dulcet tones all day. No doubt I'll transcend into speaking some nonsense, but yeah, as I said before, you'll get very Sussex biased commentary here, seeing that I am a Sussex fan, Sussex employee, and I make no apologies for that. So sorry about that. And she's found the edge of Molly Adams, and that's the first boundary of the day. Not how Sussex would have thought they would have got it, but they found the edge of Molly Adams, and that was a good ball from Pindoro. Bit similar to the ball that got Collis out, just left her slightly, but this time luck was on Molly Adams' side. It didn't go straight to the keeper, and it's gone for 4. So Nanavati starting her third over with a boundary as she runs into Adams now and bowls. And Adams drives to mid-off. Nanavati bowls to Adams, and that's blocked into the mid-off. Maybe more cover, I'd say. We're just sitting next to the analysts here, and Izzy Collis has come over to watch her dismissal back. Maybe try and tempt her to get on commentary actually for a few overs and talk us through the game. Seeing that she's been out there, got some first-hand experience. We have got a spare headset there for you if you want to have a chat. No pressure at all. As Nanavati, she's gone since the boundary 3 dots, so good response to being edge behind. You could say that maybe she's unlucky not to get a wicket, but she's got one already. She comes into Molly Adams again. That's a nice shot from Molly Adams. Beats the inside of mid-off, and that's gone for 4. And that was a lovely shot from Molly Adams on the front foot, full face of the bat, and just beating mid-off. So Adams moves on to 10 off 9 balls. Wilkinson with her 2 off 9. As she runs in and bowls again. It's a bit fuller, and that's played off her legs into square leg. And that's the end of the over, and it's 17 for 1. Judge for her third over now. That's a nice shot from Wilkinson straight to cover. Bit of fuller length. Judging again now, bowls to Wilkinson. It's a wide ball. Wilkinson just let that go past, and the umpire Mel Juniper signalled wide. It's been an interesting season for Middlesex. They sit second in the Metro Bank 50 over. Didn't qualify for finals day of the T20, which was a shock, I think, around Tier 2. I think a lot of people would have expected them to qualify, which was a surprise, and they'll be looking to bounce back now by topping the group today if results go their way. They've also got a game in hand, so they will look to be winning that as Phoebe Wilkinson hits it out to deep point and takes one. Yeah, and I think they'll come with a point to prove, especially after that disappointment with the T20. Sussex, with 3 wins, could qualify for the semi-final as well. They sit third. It was a great win against Glamorgan last week, where they chased down 240 at Neath. So they've gone from outground to outground. Obviously, Arundel being a lovely outground. Not back at Hove again this season, so Judge comes in and bowls a bit fuller, and Molly Adams hits it to mid-wicket. It's quite a gentle start to the game, just a 1 wicket. Not a lot of boundaries, but not a lot of opportunities either, other than the nick. And we're waiting for the game to kind of burst into life. Judge comes in and bowls to Adams. Straight to cover. That was a nice shot though. Looked like if she beat her either side, it would have been runs. Judge 4 balls into her over. As she comes in and bowls to Molly Adams. That's a lovely shot as well. Covered by mid-off. It beat cover on the inside, and mid-off came round and tidied up, and they run 1. So 20 for 1. 5 balls of the 6th over gone. We had a wide, so we've actually bowled 6, and let's see what happens with the extra ball from Layla Judge. Left arm getting decent shape, back into the right-hander, and bowling it full enough to give it a chance as well, as she comes in and bowls again. And that was wider of the off stump. So Sussex 20 for 1 off 6 as we change over Nanavati to continue by the looks of it. Nanavati, quite new to the Middlesex team. I think this is her maybe a second game. We'll just check that. Yeah, I believe this is a second game. So she played last week and then this week. So new addition to the Middlesex lineup. And she starts with a dot. 4th over. She picked up the wicket to full today, but she has conceded 14 runs compared to Layla Judge's 6, so she's been the more expensive out of the opening pair. As Molly Adams blocks that into the leg side, and there's a dot ball. Molly Adams takes strike again, and Navati comes in and bowls. And that's down the leg side. Must have flicked something because it's not been given a wide. Molly Adams looks a bit bemused. She's not too happy with that decision from the umpire, but the umpire must have judged that it flicked something. No appeal from the keeper, so nowhere near bat, but must have flicked the pad according to the umpire, and it was a dot ball. So now Navati comes in and bowls again. And Molly Adams is on the front foot and defending it back to the bowler. 4 dots so far in this over. And then she comes again to Molly Adams. And that's an edge as well. And that's gone for 4 as well. So Izzy Collis can count herself unlucky that the nick went to the keeper, seeing that Molly Adams has nicked 2 wide of the keeper. But Molly coming from good form in the T20s where she was, I want to say off memory, top run scorer, but she was definitely near the top. And when you're in good form, sometimes luck's on your side, and it has been on her side today. I'm hoping she can make the most of it. As the last ball, the over bowled by Nanavati. And that's hit to mid-on. And the pressure from Molly Adams caused a misfield. Wilkinson didn't look too aware. Molly Adams not too happy that there was no opportunity for 3. In fairness, Wilkinson wasn't aware of the second run, so she took off late and maybe did cost Molly Adams an extra run. And you can understand Molly's frustration there, especially batters love getting their runs, don't they? So, and it would have kept the strike. So 2 off the last ball, 6 off the over. Wilkinson is on strike. No doubt in the middle there, they would have been talking about the running between the wickets as Judge gets ready to bowl her 4th over. And she's bowled 3 overs so far, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wickets, but she's bowled quite a threatening line, full wish, trying to get it back, swinging back into the right-hander. As I said earlier, left arm isn't a common bowling type in Tier 2 women's cricket, so something new for the Sussex batters to face as she comes in and bowls, and that was wide of off stump. Wilkinson not quite getting the contact she wanted on it, and it went into the ground and straight to cover. Wilkinson, as I mentioned before, top run scorer in the competition, 251 runs at 50.20. So she's had a very good competition. Didn't have so much success in the T20 where she was a bit lower down the order, but 50 over probably her kind of game, as that ball's edged to third, who throws it into the keeper, and Wilkinson gets 1 run. So she moves on to 4 of 14 balls. Adams, who's just come on to strike, 17 off 19 balls. And we're looking at Wasp here, which is saying 264. I think the pass score put in was 270, so just slightly below, but obviously a lot of time to go. Sussex won't be too worried about this start. It's a good solid start and one that they can kick on from. Middlesex would love another wicket within this first power play, no doubt, as Judge comes in and bowls to Molly Adams, and that's wide or off stump, and it's given a wide by Mel Juniper, the umpire. It's quite ambient here at Arundel, not too loud here. You can hear nicely the Middlesex players encouraging each other. The crowd quite small, hopefully gather up through the day as Judge comes in and bowls again to Molly Adams, and that's a nice shot straight to cover, and it's a dot ball. We've got in the tent with us today producer Jack, who's bringing you the stream on YouTube. He's very much behind the man behind the stream, and he was looking. He wasn't actually looking for commentators. It's when I said my dream was to be a Radio 1 DJ, was when I got the nod. So here I am living the dream. Maybe mixing in some tunes later as Judge comes in and bowls. That's it. We've also got in the tent Finley Jack, the man with two first names, and he's on the analysis. He said he was going to put the mic on, but maybe he's just getting through the first. He's just settling in. And then we have opening batter Izzy Collis here, who's come to watch some footage back and maybe just hang out with us because we're just all round good guys. Tried to coax her on to get some insight, but don't think I've been successful. Maybe the next person, maybe she'll go back and put in some good words for us with the rest of the team. And that was a quick single taken by Adams. Not a great throw. Wilkinson and Adams had a bit of a conflict the last ball of the over, and that run successful in the end, but a better throw might have been in trouble. Judge at the top, she's just moving her field. I think she's just trying to get a third a bit finer, maybe based off the edges that have gone behind, but those are from Molly Adams, so not relevant to Phoebe Wilkinson as yet. No slip in play, which is interesting as well. As Judge comes in and she does bowl that fourth stump line, and Wilkinson plays and misses, and that's the end of the over, and it's 29 for 1 after 8. As we watch the replay there, it was Layla Judge has kind of a slingy action, not one that you'd normally think swings the ball back in, but she has been getting shape out her hand. So a bit of natural swing out the hand, but a bit more of a slingy action that goes across the batter, and Wilkinson playing a miss in there. We have Nanavati coming again, so this will be her 5th over. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 20 so far, counting for 20 out of the 29 runs from her end. Layla Judge been a bit more frugal with the bowling. She's only conceded 9 runs from her 4 overs. As Molly Adams gets ready to face the first ball of this over. And then she comes and bowls. And that was a lovely shot from Molly Adams, straight to cover again. She's hit a few nice drives to cover, Molly Adams, but what you can say is she's been quite positive in her feet movement, getting into the ball, and if she can beat the fielder, you will think on this outfield she would get full reward for her runs. As Izzy Collis just leaves us, I'm not really sure what she just said, but everyone else laughs, so it must have been something funny. As Molly Adams hits it through cover, and there's now cover back, so she gets 1, and Wilkinson comes on to strike. I've just been told that I sound like I'm playing Xbox at midnight, so I'm going to try and speak a bit louder. Again, I'm learning on the job, but living my dream as a Radio 1 DJ. As Nanavati comes in and bowls to Wilkinson, that's in the air and wide of cover point. Wide of point. Third comes round. That was Layla Judge that came in and tidied up. It was wide of Pindoria. Not sure if she would have got there. It was in the air momentarily, but they get 1 and... No, they get 2, sorry. My mistake. They get 2 and Wilkinson moves on to 6 off 16. Then comes Nanavati again, bowls to Wilkinson. That's straight to cover. Pretty even start, you'd say. Sussex haven't really got away. Middlesex would want probably 1 or 2 more wickets to say they've had a good start. So pretty even at the moment. At this point in play, as Wilkinson plays and misses, and that's through to the keeper, Scarlett Hughes. Nandavati, 1 more ball left in the over. Wilkinson on strike, 6 off 18. Molly Adams been a bit more proactive, 19 off 24. But as I say, solid start for Sussex, looking to form a foundation to then launch from later on in the innings, I'd imagine. And Nandavati beats the outside edge again. So a good set from her. She's 5 overs, 1 for 23. Sussex 32 for 1. As we finish the 9th over. So 1 more over left of the power play. It'll be bowled by Layla Judge. I wonder if that's the end of Nandavati and if we'll see a change in the bowling, whether it be they go to the seamer in Patel, or whether it is that they bring on Hawley, who's taken 11 wickets this year. She's Middlesex top wicket taker. They've also got Hannah Davies, the leg spinner, and they've got Izzy Routledge, who also bowls some off spin. So lots of options for Saskia Hawley, the captain, who has led a pretty successful Middlesex side since the start of last season and the inception of the tier 1s and 2 of women's cricket. Middlesex, you'd probably say, have been the team to beat over the last period of time. But as I mentioned, they had a disappointing T20 campaign and they're looking to come back here as Layla Judge comes in and bowls. And short and pulled away by Molly Adams. She kind of took that from 4th stump and pulled it through backward square leg, and she picks up 4. She's in great form at the moment. I hope I haven't just cursed her like I cursed Izzy Collis with her firstborn commentary. But yeah, she started very well. Should Sussex Men should have started by now, which is also of interest. And Derbyshire won without loss after 1.5 balls or overs really. Robinson, Maiden, Toby Munt from the other end. He's gone for 5 of his first 5 balls. So a day of Sussex cricket. Middlesex also playing. They're 9 without loss against Yorkshire. They started at 11 obviously, as Molly Adams hits that straight 2 point and it's fielded and it's a dot ball. So yeah, both teams men's side are playing today. Obviously the women playing each other here. This picturesque ground at Arundel, quite quiet as I mentioned. Not as lively I'd say as Wednesday, but it's a lovely kind of vibe here. If you're in the area, if you want to come down and see some cricket, come down because it's a lovely place to be. As Adams plays that into the leg side, she kind of clipped that, got across onto middle and off stump and clipped that for 1. The Middlesex players encouraging their bowler by saying, "Yes, Judgy, come on, Judgy," which I assume is Layla Judge's nickname. Don't need to be an expert to work that out, as Judge comes in and bowls left arm. That's a nice shot from Phoebe Wilkinson, but straight to mid-off, who fumbles it slightly but doesn't cause a run, and it's a dot ball. So wonder if Izzy Collis has gone back into the tent and drummed up some business for us. That is the hope. Otherwise, you're going to have to listen to me for maybe a maximum of 100 overs, which I know a lot of people would say that's their idea of hell. So sorry to subject you for that, but I am, as I said, living my dream of being on the radio. As Layla Judge comes in and bowls. That's a lovely shot as well. It's beaten both cover and extra cover, and it's gone for 4. It's a lovely shot from Phoebe Wilkinson. That could get her up and running as well. That's the first boundary. She's been at the crease for about half an hour now, and that's her first kind of shot that's beaten the fielder. She's hit a lot to the fielders, but nice for her to get up and running. And Sussex 41 for 1 with 1 ball of the power play left, and you'd say it's a good start from the Sharks, who also like to be known as the Prawns. A very good start. Judge comes in and bowls last ball of the power play then. And that's pulled as well. And they'll get one. Square leg came round to around about backwards square, slid and stopped. It was a great stop actually, good bit of fielding. And the score moves on to 42 for 1. Power play over then. You'd have to say Sussex after the early wicket would be the happier of the two teams. I think Middlesex after the early wicket would have wanted to take at least one more wicket, but Sussex have rebuilt nicely. Partnership is 35 between between Adams and Wilkinson, and we've got someone else on the mic here. Hello, Jack Finley. Finley Jack. Yes. Well, it's good to be here, Arundel. I'm really happy to be here. We've had a good week here, haven't we?
It's been a great week. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Bit of men's cricket, bit of cricket, and then here today the women.
Yeah, as that first ball was a dot ball. I was told before we came on air that obviously we use the images to help us. I can't help but describe what's going on because I've been listening to a lot of Adrian Harms in preparation to this, and he obviously primarily works for the radio, so he describes everything that happens. And I don't necessarily need to describe with the stream, but it's just habit here. As Nanavati again, and they take one. I'll tell you one thing with the running here. I'm not sure whether it's through the judgment or whether it's plain aggressive running, but they have ran and put pressure on the fielders a lot.
Yeah, they've done well. They're really pushing us hard.
I think caused one misfield definitely at mid-on where Molly Adams got 2. She was looking for 3, and that caused a bit of a grumpy from Molly Adams, but that's not a grumpy shot, that's a brilliant shot, and she gets 4 for it. She's just clipped it over mid-off, full face of the bat. She knew as soon as she hit it that it's gone over the fielder. From our point, it was a bit heart and mouth moment, but in response to that, Scarlett Hughes is going to come up to the stump, so they must be wanting to keep Molly Adams in her crease and pin her to the crease with the hope of either getting her to, I guess, get out LBW or miss one and be bowled. It's just a bit of psyche play from Middlesex. But Molly Adams plays that one comfortably straight to extra cover. So as I say, we're here with Finn Jack. He's the man with 2 first names. We're the analysis team here at Sussex, so we've ended up on comms today while we're doing our stats. Finn's on an internship with us, but he plays his cricket for Little Common Ramblers. Do you want to give them a shout out, Finn?
Yeah, I'll always give the Ramblers a shout out. Good win for the first team yesterday. The second team didn't quite get over the line, but really do a good day for the club.
Whereabouts is Little Common?
East Sussex, so a bit of a trek to get to Arundel, but a nice journey today.
Yeah, Finn's journeys this week have varied from between 2 hours and I think it was 1 hour and 10 today, so nice journey for you today, but hasn't been great in the week with the traffic going around. But you did do well probably to get it in decent time, as it is Pride weekend in Brighton, isn't it? So there would have been a bit of traffic around.
Yeah, I think just about left early enough this morning to miss any traffic.
Well, that's the end of the over, and I've just looked in the chat, and thank you to JC0439 for saying he's a big fan of the SMR commentary. I was getting whether that's sarcastic or not, I'll take it, because I was saying, as I said earlier, I got told it was as if I was playing Xbox at midnight. I don't even have an Xbox, I'm a PlayStation man, so wasn't happy with that at all. The C40ian said, wake up Wilco. I guess that was to do with the running, maybe. And Banana Brooks wanted Izzy Collis on comms. Yeah, so did we. But I didn't know to offer a cornetto. I thought it might have been a bit disrespectful if I did that as well. So probably best I didn't do that. It's changing bowling now as Sonali Patel comes into bowl. And she's bowling to Wilkinson, who's 12 off 24. Adams 28 off 31, and the score is 47 for 1. As Patel comes in and bowls, first ball, and it's a wide, leg side wide to Wilkinson. Patel usually takes the new ball, but I guess with the addition with Nanavati, they gave her the new ball, and originally it looked like it paid off with the wicket. Layla Judge, pretty regular with the new ball when she plays, but Sonali Patel coming in on first change as she comes in and bowls her second ball. And Wilkinson leaves this. Finn, you've obviously watched a lot of the Sussex Women this year. What's been your take on the season so far?
Yeah, I think there's been some really good points. Most recent win in Nice, I thought was really good showing, especially against a good Northern side. There's been some games where I feel the girls may have been a bit disappointed, but yeah, there's been some real positives to take this year. We've got a really good bunch of girls, and hopefully next year push on.
Well, obviously still a lot to play for this year. When you think about the potential of qualifying for a semi-final, that's something. When Sussex lost to Norfolk in the kind of the FA T20 Cup, we call it the FA Cup because it's Giant Killing Central, but the T20 Knockout Cup, you'd never have really thought that Sussex could have been in this position, but they've really turned it around since that game, and you'd say now they'll be look to win every game, but if you can win 2 out of the last 3, you probably would say they're definitely going to get into that semi-final and then hopefully make the final that's at Bristol at the back end of the season.
And apparently I have not had my mic on either, so it's been a really good start from me and done this today. I am Finny Jack. I am the intern alongside Luke at Sussex in the analysis department, and clearly we don't have to turn on mics, but as Luke has said, this is our first time, so we are learning on the job.
We also have to point out, I did praise him earlier, but we do have a producer here. And surely
There are buttons there that all you need to do is press the button.
right, there's now a slight Barney happening in there. I don't really want to get too involved with it. But the 50's just come up for Sussex. 11.4 overs to take it. It's a good start from Sussex. This really happy with it. As Wilkinson again hits it, she kind of hit it into the offside, stood and looked at it, and then ran. And now they're looking at overthrows. The second run was on, I would say, but Wilkinson not aware. Adams desperate for it, as you could probably see on the stream, gesticulating. She is very animated with her hands, Molly Adams, so she was letting Wilkinson know there was a second run, but Wilkinson had her back to her, so couldn't see that she wanted it. But here we are for the last ball of the over as Patel runs in and bowls to Adams. Yeah, so hopefully now no kind of technical difficulties with the mic. We've got producer Jack on it. We've got the guy who set up the camera, Kieran's on it as well. He was the one who came and told us actually. So producer Jack, I'm not really sure what he's up to back there. He will come up with the excuse that he's covering two games today. His mate Isaac is in the Bahamas, so he won't be helping us with work. And then I'm not sure where Harry is. Harry was here as well on Wednesday, so yeah, they're men down, and it's all turning. Yeah, and they seem to be turning on each other, and we're in the crossfire. So that's very unfortunate. Anyway, change of bowling here. The captain Saskia Hawley setting her field. as I mentioned before, hopefully my microphone was on at this point. If not, I'll repeat myself. She's got 11 wickets this year. Middlesex's top wicket taker. Probably one of the standout players in Tier 2 league overall, as she comes in and bowls her first ball. And a bit of assistance on there from the wicket for her. There's a bit of a turn as Wilkinson works it into the leg side for 1. Saskia Hawley, born in New South Wales, she's Aussie. I think she played a couple games for the Sydney Thunder before relocating, I think initially to Scotland. She's played for Scotland, I know that. I don't know if she came to England and she just happened to have Scottish heritage, but she has represented Scotland in the past. I'll have to do my research on that, but she comes in and bowls a second ball. But she's had quite a career up to this point. One that you'd say is quite surprising she hasn't got an opportunity in Tier 1. But her first 2 balls here have gone for 2. Wilkinson and Adams exchanging runs. So Hawley comes in and bowls again to Wilkinson. Again, I don't think our mic was on for this point as well, but there has been quite aggressive running from these two, whether it be judgment or kind of a tactic where they put pressure on the field, and they caused a few misfields. There was a little misfield there. There was one earlier in the game as well, and that's a dot ball. Molly Adams patting it back to Saskia Hawley. Yeah, so as you've heard from Finn Jack, Sussex really getting a great win last time out against Glamorgan at Neath, as that evades the fielder at mid wicket, and they run 2. There's a misfield from the square fielder that came round. She fumbled it and they took full advantage, so it's a 50-run partnership as well. So good rebuild from the early wicket, and the score goes to 56 for 1. But you'd have to say on another day there might have been a run out, but from Sussex perspective, it's good aggressive running, isn't it, really?
Yep, agreed.
It's a bit shorter into the wicket. Adams again plays it into kind of a cow corner. I've not really seen a lot of cow corners this year, but there is a fielder position there, and she kind of clipped it on the kind of to the left of the mid wicket, and the cow came round and fielded that. So end of the over, 57 for 1 after 13. Our Wasp predictor, as you can see, is predicting 281. I think it initially started at 270, so good start from Sussex. And as we mentioned in the over, 50 partnership. As you can see, the best of Sussex, Harvey's Brewery, UK Brewer of the Year. Very fortunate to have their support for this week at Arundel, and we're very grateful at Sussex for their support. As Patel looks ready to start her second over. As I said, she usually takes a new ball. Not really played much limited overs cricket. I wonder how much of a difference there is between kind of opening bowler and first change, whether mentally it's something as that was almost brilliant. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but kind of got stuck in the pitch. Adams playing across it, and Patel got there. You'd have to say she got there. We'll see it now from front on. Oh no, not quite. I've done her a disservice. It's actually a great effort. And in the end, it's a great effort that she didn't get hit, I guess, in the face by it as well. So well done all round to everyone. Patel in again. That's come on a bit more, but it's a wide ball. It's down the leg side. The kind of opportunity there kind of stopped on Adams. She looked like she was going to try and work it into the leg side, but ended up trying to play it with a full face, and that's what created the kind of leading edge. Back to Patel. As she comes in and bowls again. Nicely played into the leg side by Molly Adams, who is 33 off 39 balls. She's looked pretty positive. She started off with 2 boundaries that were edges just wide the keeper, but since then you'd have to say she's been pretty confident. Phoebe Wilkinson starting at I'd say her usual pace, getting herself in 16 off 30, but she's now got the platform to kick on as well. It's been a good start by the Sussex batters after the loss of Izzy Collis, as that ball's played into cover by Molly Adams. Molly obviously part of the Sussex family. Dad Chris Adams, who was a Sussex legend, captain, the most successful captain in the club's history, you'd have to say. And obviously Georgia Adams, who plays for Hampshire now. She was also a very successful member of the Sussex women's team. Captain for a number of years as well, as that's another wide. And you'd have to say the Adams family contribution to Sussex cricket has been very, very fruitful for the club. And hopefully Molly can continue that today and further.
I actually had Georgia as a coach when I was younger. She was doing some coaching for the MCC. I went to the MCC hub, the local one in our area, and she was one of our coaches.
I think we'll come back to that point because we've just jinxed Molly Adams and she's been bowled by Patel. So not having a great day with the commentator's curse, if I'm honest. So I'll probably stop praising them. But that ball seemed to seam back in. Went quite a bit actually.
Yeah, it's just clipped the top of leg stump.
It's clipped the top of leg stump. It seemed an absolute mile. Some delivery from Patel. I'm not sure much Molly Adams could have done about that really. When the ball moves that much, she's played that. I don't know. I wouldn't like to play that. Let's put it that way. But she goes for 33 or 41 balls, 5 fours. Nancy Harmon, the new batter, plays her cricket at Hampshire. She's on loan to Sussex from them at the moment. She's been around the counties this year. She's also been on loan at Essex, so had a lot of experience and probably someone you want in this position going into bat. She joins Phoebe Wilkinson, who's on 16 of 30, but it was a good innings from Molly Adams. She set the foundation. She'd be disappointed not to go on, but very positive in her positions on the crease and her running between the wickets.
I have also got some great news. Izzy Collis has just walked past and has said that she will join us at 15 overs.
Wow, that will be some great insight as well on the pitch. That's having someone who's already been out there, as Harmon plays and misses at her first ball. That seamed in as well, not as much as obviously the Adams ball, but there was a bit of seam on that. Harmon playing down the original line and it kind of coming inside of her. As Patel bowls, hits Harmon on the pad, but well down the leg side. Again, a bit of seam movement. As Patel finishes that over, went for 2 wides, got the wicket of Molly Adams, more importantly. Sussex 59 for 2 after 14. Saskia Hawley getting ready to bowl her second over. You'd have to say she's probably one of the main threats of this Middlesex attack, but as we've seen, Patel up there as well. In terms of the strong bowlers that Middlesex possess, it's a good Middlesex team, one that's had success recently in Tier 2 as Hawley comes in and bowls, and that's a wide down the leg side. Some chase on for the fielder, but the ball has won and that will be 5 wides to Sussex, so bit of turn as well. Interesting that there's a bit of seam and turn. When it seems, it usually spins. That's the rule, I guess, that I go by anyway. So, bit of lateral movement off the deck. So Hawley comes in. Wilkinson is back and hits it to point. Hawley in and bowls again. And Wilkinson hits it to point. Sorry, just been a bit distracted as Izzy Collis makes herself at home in the commentary hut. She's trying to work out how to get into the sun at the moment. We've not really got the longest give on our mics. And we're under a blue gazebo as Hawley, I think she beat Wilkinson. It's very close to the off stump. Oh, it's a lot happening. Close to the edge, close to the stump. Hawley couldn't believe it, but she Wilkinson gets off strike there with a 1. Harmon gets ready to face Hawley for the first time in this innings, and this will be an interesting matchup. You probably say Nancy Harmon's one of the key wickets for Sussex, and Hawley obviously a strike bowler, so the battle will be interesting between these two. As Hawley comes into Harmon and beats her on the outside. And last ball of the over here, Hawley to Harmon. And Harmon blocks it back to her. So that's the end of the 15th over. 65 for 2. And it's the 15th over.
So I'll hand over.
Because you spoke so much.
Yeah, that is true. Finn saying he's handing over because he spoke so much. But here we are. We've got Izzy Collis with us. How are you, Izzy?
I'm very well, thank you, Luke. How are you?
Yeah, good. All the better for being here at this picturesque ground at Arundel. It only took me 15 minutes to get in today, actually, so a lot better than kind of the 40 minutes to get to Hove. So
That's basically the dream for you, isn't it?
yeah, brilliant. So we were just talking about, well, I say we've mentioned Sussex this season, kind of speaking about how good the win was last week and how now we have a chance to reach the semi-finals with I said if we win 2 out of 3 we'd probably be in the mix, I reckon, for the semi-final. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think this is quite a crucial game for us. Obviously Middlesex, I believe, are just ahead of us on the table, so if we were to beat them, I think that puts us in a good position heading into the last 2 games. If we were to lose today, then it definitely puts more pressure to win the next 2.
Yeah.
But obviously not giving Middlesex the points aids us extra than if it were to give them the points, and then you've definitely got to win the last 2 games.
Yeah, and you'd have to say, we've spoken about it as well, Middlesex having a point to prove after the T20 campaign. That we weren't naive in saying that would have been a shock around the different counties that they didn't qualify for finals day.
No, definitely, and I think they expected to get to finals day, and I think although they beat us, they didn't do so in the fashion they wanted to, which obviously hindered them getting to finals day. And then, an extra run there. Look at that, Phoebe's awake. Yeah, it hindered them not getting to finals day. It definitely bothered them deeply because I'll be honest, when we played them, even though they won, they had a longer debrief than we did.
Yeah.
Which has definitely hit them hard. For
those that wouldn't follow the kind of point structures, you get a bonus point, don't you, if you win by a certain amount? I'm not quite sure on the rules, but
yeah,
that's what they would have been looking for against Sussex, was the bonus point win to then qualify.
Yeah.
So that's why the win wasn't enough. But yeah, I guess that's the telling from the opposition then, isn't it? When the debrief is longer than yours, I bet you're happy to get out first. I guess when you know the opposition having a bit more of a longer debrief, you're thinking, I'm glad that's not us.
Yeah, no, definitely. Half of us had already left by the time they appeared from the changing rooms. But yeah, no, I think we got better in the T20 campaign. It wasn't our best T20 campaign, and I think we'll all hold our hands up, and at different points some of us didn't fire and we didn't all seem to fire together, and then we got near the back end of the T20 campaign, we got close to winning, but we just lost it on the last over or the last few balls. But there were several results that could have easily been the other way had we have maybe just taken our chances better, either with the bat or with the ball or even in the field. So yeah, it was challenging, but I think by the end we were getting in the right direction. Obviously they got away from us a bit, in Middlesex did in that T20 match, and put a big total on the board. But to get to where we did, I think we're all quite happy with, and pushed them in the way that we did.
Yeah, we looked on course, kind of to come. It was a great start, wasn't it, in the power play there? We just kind of lost the way through. It was, I guess, you could go through many games. You could go through Glamorgan at Hove, Leicester at Hove, which was unfortunate. But that's, I guess you'd say that's cricket, isn't it? Those moments go 50-50, and unfortunately Sussex came out the wrong side of it. But you would also have to say that, given the kind of start of the season where it was a bit of an indifferent start, to be in this position now, you must be happy with the resilience shown by the girls as well. Yeah,
definitely. I think given, we didn't have the greatest start to the season, to bounce back and actually now be in a potential position to make semi-finals is excellent. Although I actually would say you learn more from losing than you do from winning, and I think that's probably been very apparent over the last few games, and those games against Glamorgan and Leicestershire hurt a lot, because we know we should have got over the line with them. To the point that obviously when we didn't get over the line with Middlesex, we knew exactly what we needed to do and then take it into the 50 over campaign, which is what happened last week against Glamorgan, which is the first time we've actually beaten Glamorgan, even in the darkest depths of Wales.
Yeah, it was a great win. It was last year we ended up playing them about 4 times in kind of like 2 months, didn't we? And a lot of away travel there. But obviously you've been with Sussex for a long period of time. Can you just remind us how long you've been with the club?
I feel like you're outing me for my age here, Luke. I'm feeling a bit sensitive, actually. When did I join? When I was 13, so I was at Berkshire before, and then myself and my family moved down south to the seaside. So since I've been 13, so coming up to 17 years.
Wow.
Yeah, we don't talk about that though.
Wow.
Sensitive topic.
So it's fair to say that you, Kiara Green, obviously the captain, and Nancy Armand, the mainstays from probably the pre-professional era, you would say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Is there any players you'd recommend us looking out for in the Sussex team at the moment? Anyone that you think's got the potential to really kick on and go into Tier 1 and beyond?
I think you've probably seen them a bit over the last few years, but obviously Evo, who's actually away in the 100 at the moment, which is a phenomenal achievement for her and a great experience. She, as a leg spinner, dips it, changes it, and literally loves cricket, is one of the biggest badgers there are out there. So watching her develop over the last few years has been fantastic. Even actually looking at Molly, if you look at Molly from 2 years ago, to how she plays now, she understands her game so much better. She understands sort of how the team works, what she needs to do for the team, understanding her role, which actually, they're all similar ages. They've all just got a better understanding of what's required in certain situations, and actually they've started to take on the responsibility a bit more, which is fantastic to see, because 2-3 years ago, you're right, it was Kiara, Nancy and I sort of holding everyone's hands a bit, whereas now actually those younger players have started to step up, which is fantastic.
Have you kind of seen that firsthand with Molly, obviously opening the batting with her? I guess you would have really seen that close up in terms of how she plays the game, because you're out there with her, I guess, for you must have spent a lot of time out there batting together. That must be, I guess, quite rewarding for you in a way to see her develop as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think a big sort of turning moment was actually last year at Worcestershire, when she did score her 100, but I didn't actually open that day, went in a bit later. But you could tell from the sideline she was sort of getting panicked. She was getting in her head because she wasn't scoring the runs she wanted to score, or the balls she wanted to hit weren't there. And then I ended up going in. It was just a simple chat, actually, of, well, you just need to calm down. Your runs will happen. You will play your shots. And she did get to the 100 landmark, which was quite a big moment, obviously, for her, and it was great to see it. But at that moment in time, she needed to understand that actually it will be okay and not overthink the last 6 balls and actually just focus on the fact that there's still 20 overs to play. Whereas now, I think you can probably see she's got a clearer mindset of, I can score my runs here. It's okay if I face a couple of dots here, because I know I can catch up later on. And she's built that understanding, which has been fantastic to see.
Would you say that was present in the T20 campaign? I think she was the top run scorer for Sussex, wasn't she? But she didn't open last year, did she? She was batting 5 or 6 in the T20 last year. So then to be able to move that into the top of the order in T20 must have been quite rewarding for her as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think at the beginning of our T20 campaign, obviously you've gone from 50 over to T20, which is always a bit challenging anyway. So potentially started off as if it was a bit of a 50 over block, so we didn't get out the blocks in the power play, for example. But actually, after a couple of games, you saw sort of the switch in Molly and go, actually, no, I know I can hit this ball back over the bowler's head. I know I can hit this ball here, here, and here, and I can get the runs. And actually, seeing her, she's clearly worked on it over the winter, going down the wicket, hitting over the top. See her put that into practice, and actually it was paying off. Like, she scored 450s, I think, in the T20 campaign, and that all came from actually, you know what, I'm going to hit this ball as hard as I can, and I'm going to hit it into the gaps. I'm going to hit it over their head. Like, there's only 2 out in the power play in a T20, so actually giving her the license to do that has actually been fantastic to see.
Yeah, I think going back to when we played Middlesex in T20, that's when you really saw it, isn't it? Because that's probably the first time you'd say we went at quite a big rate, because we obviously had to chase a big score, and that was when I would say we first kind of saw obviously accumulate runs through the competition, but for her to go at the strike rate there for T20 was quite impressive.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it was a case of, we're chasing such a big total here. We knew it was a quick outfield. We knew runs, if you wanted them, could come quite easily, and actually if you did just throw your hands at it, you got the reward for it. And you literally could see the mindset shift in Molly to go, do you know what, this is my day, I'm just going to charge at everything, I'm going to play my shots, and I'm going to back myself. And it's the belief in herself that obviously helped her in that situation.
Yeah. So Molly, part of the Vipers Academy. We've obviously mentioned Eve O'Neill there at the top. You've got Tal Stanley from the Vipers Academy, and we've got Shrishti Patel. So we've got a nice contingent there, haven't we, of, I guess, southern-based cricketers.
Yeah, exactly.
For those, I guess, that don't know much about Shrishti, she looks a talent as well, doesn't she?
Yeah, no, so Shrishti's obviously joined us this year. Her batting, she hits in areas that people just don't expect to, and I guess also she's got a bit of license in the sense that not everyone knows her, so they won't have the statistics on her that they potentially have on like myself or Nancy or Kiara, because we've been playing for 300 years. But so she hits in different areas. She plays shots that some people will only actually dream about, having played the game for years, and she does back herself. She gets annoyed when she gets out, as you would expect, but I think she's a very exciting potential talent to come through. She also bowls leg spin, which you haven't seen much playing for Sussex, but I think if that develops along with her batting, in 5 years' time, she could be a right force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, very exciting times. We just do a score update. We just started the 18th over. It's 85 for 2. Since we've been speaking, Hannah Davis came on last over. She went for 9 runs. Saskia Hawley's still bowling at this end, which is, I believe, the castle end.
That is where the castle is, Luke, so it might be a bit of a giveaway that that's the castle end.
I think I've got it right, which is a good start. Anyway, Harmon has moved on to 8 off 14 balls, Wilkinson 27 off 45. It's been a good start to the partnership. But going back to the players that people might not know about, we've also had, I called her Arabella Johnson, but obviously she goes by Bella, doesn't he? I've had to apologise for that, but she's done very well since she's come in on loan from Essex.
Yeah, definitely. Bella's been a fantastic addition. I think she just offers us a bit more depth in our batting and is perfect for sort of that 5, 6, 7 role. Knocks it around, but can also hit a long ball, as I'm sure you've seen throughout the season, and then also offers us an extra option for the spinners with her off spin, which has been pretty effective actually, and taken wickets at crucial times.
Would you say as well, she's probably one of the better fielders in Tier 2, would you say?
Yeah.
If not the best.
No, she is. She's definitely up there. It's like a gazelle across the pitch. Doesn't drop many things either, which is great to see. But yeah, she also is the type of player that will raise other people's standards. So just by having Bella here, and she's offered a bit more like senior leadership, which potentially we might have been not lacking, but there's like you say, Nancy, Kiara and I, and then the age gap is quite a lot lower.
Yeah.
So Bella's sort of come in and offered her expertise and offered her thoughts, which has been fantastic to have. And also sometimes it's not even a case of asking for an opinion, it's a case of just getting the reassurance that you're doing the correct thing, which she has offered. So that's been great to have Bella, and she's fitting well with the team. I think this year the team's got on obviously very, very well. We all enjoy doing things outside of cricket, which I think is also quite nice, and that sort of shows the strength that the team's in at the moment.
Yeah, that's obviously an important part of cricket. I think that's kind of Sussex as a whole, isn't it? The men are quite similar as well. They get on like pretty well. I think. How have you found it then to kind of change? Because obviously you see a lot of our not former players are still associated. They've just gone on to Tier 1, become professional. How have you found the transition there, where we've obviously lost quite a few players into that Tier 1 sector, and then obviously the rebuild, and you've been here, as you said, for the period of time, I won't say the number, but for the period of time you have, how have you found the kind of transition into the divide between Tier 1 and 2 from where the women's game was?
Yeah, I think, like you say, we've lost players, and I guess it's sort of given probably myself and Kiara more responsibility, and we've had to step up maybe a bit more. It's obviously all changed as well, because obviously you had the Super League era before where it was like regionalised, and now it's gone back to counties. And obviously when it was regionalised for a bit as well, it was only like a 4 or 5 week competition, so then everyone was still sort of playing for their counties at the same time alongside it. So there's been lots of different, I guess, niches to how women's cricket has developed over the last sort of 10 years, whereas now this is obviously the second year of the tier system. Seems to work quite well. Obviously we're lucky we get Nancy back, and where those players have come through the pathway, like your Daisy Gibbs, Georgia Adams, etc., they're always sort of you're always sort of following them. You're always like seeing how they're doing, etc., and you want them to do well. And then obviously someone like Nancy can also still come back and play for us, which is fantastic and a big bonus to the sort of tier system, especially with the 100 on at the moment. It's released obviously a couple of other players which are now available. For example, obviously at Glamorgan the other day we saw Abby Freeborn, who we haven't seen in a few years and has come through the Sussex pathway before she obviously went to Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So there's still so many players that used to play age group with that are still around on the circuit, and it's nice to see them. But obviously overall transition, you still get to see them, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's quite cool. You talk about that. You've obviously got the Taylor twins, you've got Freeborn, you've got Schofield, you've got people, all obviously Georgia Adams, all these players that are around the circuit. There's no doubt we've forgotten about
There's
3 or 4. There's loads of them, isn't there? But as you say, would you say Sussex has been quite consistent in terms of developing female talent then through the years you've obviously been involved? You've obviously must have seen a lot of players come through or seen it firsthand.
I think there was a time, obviously you had the Sarah Taylor, Holly Colvin era beforehand, but there was a period of probably 5 or 6 years of such strong age group talent coming through Sussex. And if you look at who played then and now who's playing professional cricket, or potentially some others went in different career options, but there's a lot who played that level. And sorry, Phoebe Wilkinson's just been bowled there. Got distracted.
Yeah, Phoebe Wilkinson's been bowled by Saskia Hawley. We said that she was probably the key bowler. that's her 12th wicket of the season now. Wilkinson looking to sweep her through the leg side. She's missed the ball and been bowled. And she goes for 29 off of 52 balls. So we'll probably see now Kiara come out. So
the Queen is in.
Yeah, so the captain, Kiara Green,
she's only 22, if you ask her.
Yeah, not sure. We hopefully won't have the pleasure of having commentary today. Hopefully she'll bat the whole time. But you'd say after probably the first 10 overs, you'd say went in Sussex's favour. What were we on?
42.
Well done. We were 42 for 1.
God, I'm good.
And 90 for 2 after 20, and then on the first ball of the 20th over, we lose the wicket. So you'd say it's now back in the balance, 90 for 3. Sussex had a decent kind of springboard, and they still have a decent springboard, but you'd say this is a pretty important partnership between Green and Harmon now.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think this is probably your difference between can you make 300 or are you going to fall more on the 200 types of score. So yeah, hopefully if these two can bat 20 overs, we'll be in a really good position for the last 10, and that's when the likes of your Bellows come in and your Talisker Stanleys, who can throw their hands at it with a bit of a license and clear the boundary.
Was there much talk of kind of pass score pre or after the first couple overs? Was there any talk of what you reckon pass score might be?
No, I'll be honest. Molly and I don't really talk about cricket.
Oh yeah.
And then I didn't last much longer than that anyway. But yeah, no, Molly and I are very much okay. If it's moving first up, we'll talk about it, and we'll just say, oh, it's moving away. But then I think both of us probably are better when we're sort of in our own little bubble, not thinking about a lot.
What do you end up talking about then? This will be the content the viewers want.
This will be content that's probably not appropriate. Let's just say, well, the conversation varies on whoever I'm batting with.
Yeah.
So someone like a Kiara, that's probably, you couldn't mic that up.
Yeah.
Whereas if I was in with Shristi, who's obviously under 18, it's very much keep going, Shristi.
Yeah.
You've got this, back yourself. But yeah, you can't really assume that we're always talking cricket in the middle, because I think for quite a few people, you play your best game when you're not too in the moment. Like, we've all played enough cricket to know where we're going at this run rate, we need to sort of probably be at this. You don't need to discuss it. You kind of just know. And obviously, if you're chasing, you know what the run rate is. You don't need to go and discuss it for 5 minutes in the middle between overs.
Yeah. I guess the intensity of the game, you need to switch off in between overs as well, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly. It is quite a nice switch off time. Little catch up in the middle, then head back to your end and crack on. Like, you know the job at hand. It's nothing. It's not going to be. You're not going to say anything that's going to set your world on light.
I guess that, and obviously no names, but I guess there are people when they walk out to bat, you're thinking, oh no, not them again, because I guess they're intense.
Yeah.
I guess there's some people when they walk out to bat, you're thinking, oh great, they'll just be in their own bubble, as you say, which aligns with you.
Yeah, exactly.
But there must be some people that are like quite intense and wanting to talk cricket all the time, and you're thinking.
I can assure you that conversation just there was Nancy telling Kiara exactly what to do to every single ball. So yeah. Whereas if that was a conversation with me, I just go, yeah, okay, Nancy. But yeah, no, there are some that love it and will analyse every single ball, and there are others that will just switch off between balls, and that's sort of their downtime.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, for me, sort of my lock-in moment is as the bowler probably gets to probably about a metre before the umpire, and that's when it's like, okay, I don't know if you notice it, but I'll hit my bat on the floor, and that's sort of when I lift that up, that is okay, I'm sort of locked into that ball type thing, whereas before then I'm completely sort of switched off.
I guess the batting routine is really important there as well, like having the same one every ball. That's what coaches say, don't they, that you need to have the same routine.
But it's pre-game as well. Obviously we get our nets, we have a hit beforehand. Tays obviously side arms at us and throws some spin as well. But I've always, since probably the age of 15, faced 6 balls before I go out to bat. and they will be 3 underarm full tosses and 3 underarm sort of on the bounce.
Yeah.
And even if I completely miss every single one of them, I will still only have 6, unless Taze absolutely loses it with her underarm throwing and chops me one on the head or something. That's the only time that it will change. But I've always done that since I was 15. Pretty set in my way with it. Don't really like change.
And obviously, well, not obviously, because I know this, but you do a bit of coaching, don't you? Does that come into your coaching a bit?
What, being set in my way?
Well, just in terms of, I guess, being more relaxed, not as intense around.
Yeah.
Around, I guess, the personnel you're dealing with, you can't be too intense anyway in terms of the age groups you're working with. But
yeah, definitely, I would probably say you have some coaches that will be the most intense. Oh no. Oh dear.
As we go, that's Hannah Davis, who's got Kiara out. So Kiara's gone for an 8-ball duck, and she's just hit it aerially to extra cover, who's come round and taken the catch. We're just waiting to see who got the catch.
8-ball duck. Luke, you know when I like, that's kind of like, 8-ball duck.
I'm just telling the.
Just the facts.
I'm just telling the facts.
Okay.
That's my job.
Yeah.
You
could have just gone, Kiara was out.
Well, hopefully the guy on the PA doesn't come out and say she's got an 8-ball duck. That'll be.
Yeah,
pretty,
as you walk off the pitch.
That'd be worse.
I think I'd be quite annoyed as a batter then.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the catcher.
Artemis, Downer.
So Downer caught the ball. Shrishti Patel's just made her way to the middle, and as we said, that was a key partnership. This is a really big partnership now.
Yeah, I think because obviously that partnership didn't kick on, this partnership becomes even more important. And hopefully you'll get to see Shrishti. Shrishti loves a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
And not everyone knows that about her. So actually, who did we play? We played Worcestershire the other day. Took out their short third man. I went, that ball's going there straight away. Where did it go? Short third man.
Well, she'll have a lot of spin to deal with here because obviously you have Davis bowling at the moment. Hawley still has 5 overs to go, and then Izzy Routledge will bowl her off spin, you imagine. So there's quite a lot of spin still to come.
They're pretty spin heavy actually, aren't they, today?
Yeah, they've gone 3 seamers and 3 spinners by my calculations. Obviously the 3 seamers are bowled, and then just waiting for Izzy Routledge to get the ball in hand. If that
there
happens.
You go, there's a sweep.
That's a great start from Shrishti Patel. She gets 1.
Yeah.
She's quite proactive, isn't she? She's, in terms of, you say about sweeps, she also uses her feet quite a bit, which you don't see a lot in Tier 2. The players coming down the wickets to the spinner a lot. They play a lot from the crease, we found.
Yeah, I think that comes with confidence.
Yeah.
I think so many people have this thought of, if I come down the wicket, I'm going to miss it and get stumped, or I'm just going to swipe across it and get bowled. So I think that is more of a confidence thing. And again, so many players you see them in the nets, they do come down to it and they hit over the top straight and they hit it really nicely.
Yeah.
But then putting that into a game situation is completely different.
Yeah.
And if you've done it once or twice in a game and you've got out both times, you're probably then just going to back yourself to stick with your sweeps, etc., which tend to be quite a strong point, I'd say, in Tier 2. I think there's a lot of people that sweep quite well.
Yeah. Hawley bowls to Patel, first ball of the over. You'd have to say as well, it's different, isn't it, out there, pressure compared to nets. You'd probably say that with Kiara's dismissal there. It's quite an uncharacteristic shot, isn't it, to hit the ball in the offside in the air. She's usually pretty much over the ball, but I guess the accumulation of the dot balls, she felt she needed this to get some runs.
Yeah.
And it was just the build-up of pressure over that period of time she was in.
Definitely. It looked like it was bouncing quite a bit for the leggy as well.
Yeah.
So then also to throw your hands through it becomes a lot harder anyway. But you're right. How many times do you just bat in a net just for the sake of batting in a net? There's no consequences to if you were to get out, etc. And that's where you kind of need to balance it in the nets, especially this time of year in the nets. Like you do just want to face lots of balls. Ooh, is that going to be 4? That's raced away.
Sweep for 4 from Shrishti Patel. And it's probably a thing that people don't realise with the Tier 2 structure. Obviously, you're not professional, so you don't necessarily train as much as people would expect, do you? Because obviously when you think about county cricket as a whole, you'd think obviously professional area, that's all they have to do is train, isn't it? But you guys obviously balancing your jobs with training, games, etc. Do you feel you get enough practice in terms of, I guess, implementing these things in terms of, getting the confidence to run down the pitch, or I guess bowling, try different variations? I guess it's at max one session a week, maybe two at a push, but you're having to balance other phases of life, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I think it is a challenge, and obviously quite a few of us do have jobs, we all have sort of different jobs. I'm fortunate in the fact that I work in a school, so obviously this time of year I'm completely free.
Yeah.
So I could, as long as there's facilities, staff, etc. around, can train sort of as much as I want. Whereas, however, when it's in term time, it becomes so compact, and it's obviously work alone is quite full on, especially in a boarding school where you work Saturdays as well. So you'd be doing a whole day on Saturday, finishing at sort of 7:30, 8 p.m, and then you're having to drive to Worcestershire. It's a long day, and I don't think, obviously, people wouldn't understand that, and they don't necessarily know that. No one knows. They just see that you're on the team sheet against Worcestershire.
Yeah.
They don't know that potentially you got there at midnight because you've had a whole day of work and then you have to drive there. So yeah, term time's challenging, but this time of year it's obviously a lot easier.
Yeah.
And then quite a few of us do work in schools, so we all sort of have the same sort of schedule. Whereas others are sort of doing a gap year. Some, like Shristi's obviously still only in school.
Yeah.
So she's living her best life at the moment. I'm not entirely sure how much she attended school.
Yeah.
But obviously her academics are fine and she's thriving, which is the most important thing. But yeah, like Shristi, Molly, Evo, they've just been playing cricket all year round. Evo did actually sit her A levels, so we look forward to results day for her.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be a big celebration. Well, she might be in Birmingham for that. So
yeah. We will see. Big day for Evo. She actually, one of the T20s, she sat an exam in the morning and then joined us in the afternoon to play a T20 at Hove, having sat the exam only a couple of hours earlier. So then again, for someone like her, like it's quite a lot to process in a day. I sat in exam hall this morning and now I've got to go and bowl 4 overs and take wickets and lock in from that point of view.
Yeah, I guess as well it's different to like your recreational or your club cricket, isn't it, where you rock up the performance. When you're, I guess, representing a county, you're wanting to obviously put in your best performance, and it's the commitment levels that shown at Tier 2, which is quite impressive. I think, obviously, it's not circumstances are the circumstances, aren't they? But you obviously all get on with it and produce I don't think there's many bad games in the division, is there really?
No, I don't think. I think Shristi's gone on a wonder. No, I think. And I think also that's the other part of it. I think we all know that when we do get here, we all try our best. We all put in a shift. Whatever's happened in the week has happened in the week. And you turn up, and then if it doesn't go to plan here, like you don't hold on to that. You don't resent that. You still want to be here. You still want to be playing and giving your all for everyone else. Like my batting innings today didn't go as I'd have wanted it to go. But I'm still going to enjoy the fielding innings, still want to get the win, still want to make finals day.
Yeah.
That doesn't change, and if I've had a busy week, it doesn't mean I'm going to be grumpy, and it's like, why have I spent my whole day here? Because I could have easily had a day off type thing.
Yeah.
This is the change you asked for, Dunners.
Well, I thought Saskia Hawley might save herself some overs for the back end of the innings.
Well, she got 4 left.
She's got 4 left, and you'd imagine they're going to be in around the power play 3.
Yeah.
Izzy Routledge, pretty solid off spinner. I feel she's kind of profiled as a batter that bowls a bit, but I think she could argue she's a genuine all-rounder, couldn't you?
Yeah, no, definitely. She definitely puts in more of a shift for the ball than probably those that are batters who sort of throw their arm over. I guess Middlesex quite fortunate in that they've obviously Finty's not playing today, but she also could be the same. She hasn't bowled this season, but previously she obviously used to do sort of similar job as well.
Yep.
So Middlesex are quite fortunate with that type of player. And I guess, she can bat. She can bat pretty well, and she's a good person to be able to get out early. But she's also offering Middlesex here quite some useful overs at sort of a key moment in the game, which is always helpful, because obviously with 6 bowlers, if someone's having an off day, you're then set with just your 5, and then it doesn't offer you as much opportunity or mix it up as much as potentially you want to. And obviously Arundel is known for being a bit of a batter's paradise, as we just hit our 100 runs.
Yep.
So to have extra bowling options is quite useful.
You say, and it's interesting you talk about Finty Trussler not playing, and when you look at the kind of Middlesex statistics in terms of the amount of players they have play, how, as an opposition, how difficult is it to prepare for that when you know there's so many potential options that could play? They must have used at least 16, 17 players this year. Yeah,
it is quite hard, and you sort of prepare as a batter, for example, against certain bowlers. Like, you'll read the packs that you so kindly do for us, but then obviously they brought a brand new opening bowler in the last, she played last game, and then and I found out actually she's from their pathway. They brought her in which we wouldn't really be expecting, other than maybe looking at clips from the Kent game. There's obviously not loads of data on her. You don't know as much about her, whereas that very rarely they probably have maybe like a core 4 or 5, and then the rest it's sort of picked out of a hat, really, isn't it? Who's playing? So it is challenging. Whereas I think we're probably a bit more set in stone. We obviously have used different players at different stages of the competition. Part of that comes down to also sort of tier 1 availability, and obviously, like we said before, people have jobs, people have lots of other things going on. Faye Mullins ran a marathon, so obviously wasn't available that weekend. Like, there's stuff going on which impacts availability, which then impacts the team. But I'd say as a whole, we're probably pretty set on like sort of a 14-man type squad. Whereas for them, the last 5 players, it's you don't really know until you get here, and even when you get here, you don't know who's missing out of their team for the last 2. It's an interesting proposition. When I guess the other teams as well kind of more set as well. The Middlesex have a lot of talent in their team. As you can see, there's drinks now. As I only noticed when producer Jack walked out the tent, and I thought, where's he going? A bit of a panic there. But it is drinks. Sussex 104 for 4 after 25 overs. You'd have to say Middlesex slightly be happy with the 4 wickets. When you obviously the runs for Sussex you'd be happy with, but you would have liked to maybe lose 2 less wickets, ideally. Yeah, I think in this situation, 4 down, maybe you'd want to be more on sort of a 150. And then you'd be feeling okay about it. But to be on 100 for 4 halfway, you're probably a bit like, we probably are a bit on the back foot right now. But you've still got Nancy in, you've still got Tristy in. They can bat, touch wood, they can bat all day. And then you've got that firepower of your Bella and your Tao to come in. You'd have to say it's a deeper batting lineup than Sussex have had from the start of the competition. When you've got Bella Johnson coming at 7, she was probably around about 5, wasn't she, in the middle, at the start of the comp? She might have even come in at 4 at some point. So we have definitely, and adding Nancy to that has made a big difference. She's been good for us, and it's been nice to have Nancy back in a Sussex shirt. Like, we grew up playing age group together. She's obviously been at Hampshire for a couple of years, but having her come back, it is a real, and I think for like someone like Tristy in this moment, she can learn a lot from Nancy. And they both love cricket, so you spoke about before having the conversation. That conversation will be the most cricket conversation you have ever heard. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they bat together. I can't recall watching them back together yet this season, but you're right. If Nancy Harmon and Shristi Patel can set it up, you've got Bella Johnson there as kind of an insurance policy. Whenever she comes in, I'm sure she'll be fine as in terms of
getting on with the job. And then you're not too sad if you see Poppy Tulloch and Tal Stanley coming with about 5-6 overs to go, because they do have the potential to hit boundaries, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think you've seen Poppy hit quite a few big shots for us this season. Tal has the capability to do it as well, and obviously Tal brings the added bonus of being left-handed when she bats.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, 5-6 overs to go with those two coming in, actually you'd be pretty happy. And hopefully they'd fire as you'd expect. But yeah, this partnership here is quite big. If they can bat to sort of 40 overs, touch wood, done as touch wood, then yeah, they're set a really nice base. I think that's what happened last year against Leicestershire. We got off to a sort of slowish start, but then we ended up being able to create a platform for the lower end. I think it was actually Nancy that came in at the end who managed to score a quick fire sort of 50 to get us over. I can't remember what we ended up on, but got us to a really good position at the halfway stage.
Well, I'm not going to say too much because there's been a few commentators. You've missed. Well, you would have missed. We came on comms. First ball was your dismissal, so that was the first commentator's curse.
Brilliant.
And then I was just talking about the how much the Adams family has contributed to Sussex cricket, and then Molly got out. So
right, so you're actually banned from talking, is what I'm hearing.
I'm not going to talk about Nancy until her innings is over, which is hopefully in 25 overs.
I touch with then.
Yeah, touch with. But yeah, you'd have to say this is a key partnership, and it would be interesting to see Shishi get a decent score. She's got a few 20s, 30s, haven't she? Like really nice 20s, 30s. But if she can get a score of substance, you'd say she would have arrived on the tier 2, I'd say, stage. It's a bit dramatic, but you know what I mean.
It's a stage. We're at a castle. It's a stage. Definitely. Yeah, she, like you say, she's made a couple of 20-30s, and they'd be really nice, good 20-30s. But it would be, and that is maybe actually where Nancy can be really good for Shristi. And when she gets to that point, and just say to her, just keep going, doing what you're doing. You don't need to take it to the next level. We just want you to keep pushing on with how you've been going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been an interesting first 26 overs. We just go around the grounds because obviously Sussex playing Derbyshire today. Yeah. Derbyshire 96 for 2. Wickets for Henry Crocombe and for Freddie Price. Freddie Price has literally just taken a wicket. So 96 for 2 at Derby. Middlesex also playing, if anyone's rocked up from Middlesex expecting a high quality stream, apologies for that, but they're 97 for 3 against Yorkshire, who are going pretty well at the moment actually, but De Caires, Fernandez and Sawant are the men out. Coming back to this game now then, you talk about, obviously we've spoken a lot about Shistri. I want to talk about Tal Stanley just because she's maybe not been on the scorecards as much this year. She was injured, wasn't she? But she played quite a big part for Sussex last year, and in kind of key moments in terms of, I guess, the death overs, Kiara Green does turn to her quite a bit. She's been quite a big player for Sussex over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Tal's bowling, she just sort of bowls stump to stump because she's not the tallest, so it can be a bit skiddy. It can be really hard to get away.
Yeah.
And I think actually you saw that she's on her way back from injury, so only bowled 4 overs last week. But those 4 overs built so much pressure for us that then caused wickets on the back end of that. It's a shame she couldn't bowl more, but obviously got them on to her as she comes back. But yeah, she bowls in those key areas, and 9 times out of 10 will do the job that's asked out of her. And whenever you ask her, like if Kiara turns around to her in the second over of the day and says, "Can you bowl this for me? Can you bowl now for me?" She'll just be like, "Yep." The most like nonchalant person ever. Or like even if it's the last over, how many times has Tal bowled the last over for us in a T20 and nearly pulled out an absolute worldie when we were way behind where we should have been? Tal's sort of been the go-to from that perspective. But yeah, no, she's a good person to have in the dressing room. She doesn't always say a lot. She's sort of a silent assassin, smiles at you every now and again, and you don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. I guess for people that follow the team, she's one you might have forgotten about just because she hasn't been present in front. We've obviously need to speak about Anna Buckle.
This is her home.
Yeah.
This is basically might as well be named the Anna Buckle Castle.
I mean, she knows Arundel very well, but she's on the back of obviously some great success at Surrey.
Yeah.
What's that like then as a teammate when you see someone she's obviously come through the system and almost kind of like deemed, I guess in a way, good enough by another county to then take an opportunity, and you'd say, this is no disrespect to the players that play at Hampshire, but you'd say Sussex probably have more influence at Hampshire in terms of talking about their players. So for a player to get picked up by, well, we obviously got a few at Warwickshire, Surrey, that's a great effort from the player, isn't it, to get spotted by those counties?
I think for Buckle, she obviously just loves cricket and she always wants to do well. And always wants to perform, and she is quite harsh on herself, I'd say, at sometimes. Lovely shot from Nancy before. She is quite harsh on herself sometimes, like even if she misses her length or something by literally a couple of centimetres, she'll get frustrated by that, and she also expects high standards of sort of everyone else. So for her to, like this winter, she was away in Oz, I think.
Yeah,
she was away in Oz, and I think actually it was probably a bit the making of her.
Yeah.
She got to bowl as much as she wanted to. She's come back and she sort of obviously learnt from that experience. And she's always worked extremely hard. Always wants to do an extra training session. Always wants to bowl more. And for Surrey to sort of notice that, and also they actually picked her up on the back of, she obviously got injured in one of our matches and hurt her thumb, and then coming straight back from the injury, back playing, etc. Surrey picked her up. So they've seen how hard she works, they've seen how much she wants it, and she's just been consistent, I think, throughout the last few years, which is all anyone really wants, is just a bit of consistency. And if you can have a bowler who can put it in the same spot and move it at the beginning, it's always a bonus to have in your side. So yeah, it's great to see, and obviously we're all very proud of her and for all she's done. But obviously also we're happy to have her around at the moment as well.
Well, I guess that's where the 100 really kind of helps out the tier 2 counties, because obviously there's no county cricket happening at this time. I imagine there's a lot of players in Anna Buckle's situation, same with Nancy Armand, where they don't have a county game. Like in the men's game, there's obviously county cricket going on, but there's probably the professional counties aren't playing at all, are they? So there must be a lot of players there sitting wondering what to do with themselves, because there's only so many spots in the tier 2 game, plus loyalty to players that have been playing as well. So you're not ever going to bring in a team full of low knees, are you? That would just be a bizarre way of running a team. But
exactly. I think obviously Buckle's sort of Sussex through and through.
Yeah.
Nancy played pathway, and like they played at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So it's not a case of sort of bringing, like, they feel like our own anyway. So we're not bringing in a load of low knees from that perspective.
Well, if it was club cricket, you'd say ringers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you call them ringers. So from that perspective, it doesn't feel any different, like they feel part of our team. But you're right, there will be a lot of tier 1 players who potentially didn't play for a tier 2 side at the beginning of the season because they were getting opportunities, more opportunities for their tier 1 side, or so they potentially aren't playing that much cricket at the moment. But there's academy games, there's second 11 games. So I know for someone like a Molly and a Tao, they're all over the country at the moment, travelling left, right and centre to play in loads of academy stuff. But obviously if you're a bit older, or not on that you've sort of grown out of the academy system, there is potential you can go 3 weeks without actually playing any cricket. And because the tier 1 one day stuff won't start again until after the 100. Whereas for Nancy this is perfect, get back into 50 over cricket ahead of going back into it with Hampshire in 4 weeks' time.
Well, she's had a time of it, really, Nancy, isn't she? Because she's obviously been with us, been with Hampshire. She went on loan to Essex, so she's on her way to completing the southern
the southern counties.
All she needs is Surrey and Kent, and she would have had a right time of it.
But I think that's where tier 2 is really good. So someone like Nancy is still getting cricket in. She's still being able to play whilst potentially not getting the opportunities with her tier 1 side.
And it's been interesting. You'd say, kind of going back to Nancy, the kind of development of her. I remember her starting. It was about a leg spin, wasn't it? And now she's really developed into a great batter.
Yeah.
So again, that maybe that was slightly in what you were saying about the like the era before the professional stand. The Kia Super League.
Yeah.
That kind of that competition kind of made her batting, and then she's obviously taken it up another level with the tier 1 and 2.
Yeah. And they just can dedicate so much more time to it. Like, she has grown so much as a batter, and her understanding of what she can do and what she's capable of, where are her strong shots. But yeah, no, I went to school with Nancy. She was a year below me.
Yeah.
But yeah, like growing up then, you wouldn't have said she was a batter at all. But here we are, and now she's, touch wood, going through with the batting.
Just for reference, every time we talk, we say something positively, she panics me because she says touch wood, and then I think I need to touch wood. So I'm desperately looking for my head, but I've got a hat on, I've got my mic on, I'm really struggling to find my head. So
there's a lot of wood in that head.
Yeah.
I think you're all right.
Yeah. We got producer Jack back, so that's good. We were talking, Jack, about when the drinks break came. There was a slight panic in the tent because you'd left.
Doing the lunch orders.
Yeah.
We can't possibly go on without you, Jack.
Wow. Kieran stepped in.
Yeah, so this is Layla Judge now back. She's got 5 overs left. She's currently on figures of 5 overs, none for 19. And we were speaking earlier about the left armour in tier 2. There's not a lot of them, are there?
No, there's not at all. She decided to change the angle up a bit.
Yeah, she's come around the wicket.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she goes, actually, because obviously up top she got a bit of movement, although I think she struggled a bit for the first few overs.
Yeah.
In terms of where she was actually trying to pitch it, but she sort of built into sort of the last 3 overs a bit better, a bit more consistent. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how she goes with the change of angle.
Well, I was talking to myself, but we were. I was mentioning that it isn't necessarily. It's not like a classical left arm action. She's a bit slingier.
Yeah.
And the swing's more out of the hand. Obviously, you faced her. It looked like the swing was more out of the hand than kind of later movement.
Yeah.
And she was looking to swing it back into the right-hander.
Yeah, it was definitely more from the action, I'd say, rather than what she was necessarily doing with the ball.
Because then towards the end, when I guess the ball was less new, the ball was going across more Molly Adams then.
Yeah. For left armers when they get it right, I think they're very, very hard to play, but their room for error is probably quite a bit smaller, because the moment they get it wrong, I feel it's outside the off stump, and it just lets you open up a bit more and play with a bit more freedom. But when they do sort of bowl stump to stump, it can be a lot harder to face.
Yeah.
And like you say, we don't face many left armers. We don't have any left-handers, I don't think. No, even in the pathway, I'm not sure there's loads of left-handers.
Well, the other thing that seems to be a hot topic in women's cricket is left-arm spin, and again, left-arm spin in the professional game seems like gold dust. You don't see a lot of left-arm spinners in tier 2. That's because I reckon they're all hoovered up by the tier 1.
Yeah, anyone sees a left-arm spinner, they get sort of booted up to the top. I guess also with left-arm spin, like if you look at the England squad, you have 2 very different left-arm spinners, and Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith.
Yeah.
And they're 2 left-arm spinners, and you put them in the same squad, but they're 2 very different left-arm spinners. Yeah. So it's effectively like having 2 different actions anyway.
Well, they've now added Tilly, Courtney and Coleman, haven't they? So they've now got 3 left-arm spinners in there, which is quite a lot, really. Seeing that I can't remember seeing one. I know Middlesex have one on their staff, but she's not here today. I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce the name off memory without reading it. But yeah, they definitely have a left-arm spinner. It's not made the squad.
Take it. Take all the runs, Dunners. It's like quick outfield, but it's not going necessarily.
No. It was lightning quick earlier in the week. Even we covered some disability cricket. Even that, it raced across the surface. I think
Yeah.
interesting in terms of you see the colour of the grass. The sun's obviously scorched it. They've done well really to.
There's a bit more green than I thought there would be.
Yeah,
actually.
they have done really well.
Yeah. A long conversation with the umpire there. I wonder
Yeah.
what that was about. I reckon she's running right down the middle, would be my guess. But that is the thing though with the left armour. To not run down the middle must be pretty tricky.
It's not her run down the middle of the wicket isn't the worst thing for Sussex when they've got to bowl on it.
Yeah. She can scuff it up all she likes.
So
continue.
I'm sure Saskia Hawley will be
that's
hoping.
4. See, that's quick. That flew.
And that's 4 to Harman. She's moved on to 37 off 40. Patel supporting her with 14 off 27. The partnership is 41 off 48. So
stats, man.
So pretty good so far. Touch wood. I'll touch some wood again.
Touch wood. Thank you, Nick.
And we've got Wasp. I'm not sure what qualifies Wasp, but Wasp was telling us is Sussex are on to get 248. You'd want probably about 20 more than that, wouldn't you? About 270.
Yeah, I think if you got to that from here, you'd be like, okay, fair enough. I think it all sort of depends how long these two bat for as to what that could be. But yeah, I think you want at least 270 on here.
Well, we've just got to 30 overs and the score is 132 for 4. And you usually say double at 30, don't you? So
yeah, that's probably where Wasp might have. Although Wasp's still off then, isn't it?
268. So you'd be, I think, what Sussex got last year was about 271, wasn't it? And then they managed to defend it quite comfortably against Leicester. But no disrespect to Leicester, you'd say Middlesex would probably have a better fist of chasing 270 this year than Leicester did last year.
Yeah, I think they've got quite a strong batting lineup. But I would say here at Arundel, it does tend to be batter friendly, but then suddenly when the rate sort of kicks up, it can be quite. You feel like you're chasing the game a bit. Wickets do tend to fall.
Yeah.
It just tends to be one of those types of pitches. Like you're fine if you're up on the rate, etc. But the moment you have to start sort of chasing a game, wickets do tend to come with that.
And Sussex have come in today with. They've picked the 4-seamers in Tulloch, Buckle, Stanley, and Doherty, and then Johnson and the captain Green as the spin options. We've obviously got Shishri Patel and Nancy Arman with their leggies. You obviously bowled a few balls this year as well, so
yeah, we're not going to talk about that, Luke.
So we've got a lot of bowling options there.
No, yeah, there's definitely a lot of options, and potentially, like, it can be quite easy just to bat for the sake of batting.
Yeah.
So switching up, etc., might be a good way to go in the second innings.
Be interesting to see what Middlesex think they can chase. Sussex will obviously want as many runs as they can get.
Also, they lost to Kent last week, and that would have hit them pretty hard. They're not used to losing, so I think they feel like they've got a point to prove as well. So
quite a high scoring game at Kent last week, wasn't it? It was 316, I think Middlesex got. Kent led by Rachel King, who obviously was at Sussex last year. She got 100 as Kent chased that. Well, that's it. Canterbury. That's actually a point as well. What's the difference been, do you find, when you play at the county grounds compared to, say, out grounds? You've obviously the 4 games in this block are all at out grounds, so you've had quite a few games at Hove this year. Is there much difference playing at the county ground than to the out grounds?
I think it depends on where and what the out grounds are. So I think we're quite fortunate. Obviously, we have Arundel, which is a very good out ground, whereas potentially some of the other counties, their out grounds aren't as good, and it is a different day. The whole day has a different feel to it. It feels like you're more, you're playing for Sussex and you're playing for your county, but sometimes it's literally just a club ground and they've tried to make it a bit more ramped up type thing, but the whole day itself just doesn't feel the same. Whereas like here, the setup's very good. The pitch is obviously very good, and we get the support from all of you guys, which is great. But yeah, I think it does matter massively where the outground is. Whereas I think coming up we're going to Gloucestershire and it's at Cheltenham, which is where we played the T20 double header with the men last year.
Yeah.
And actually, it's quite because they turn that into sort of a proper pitch, a proper atmosphere, and I think it's part of their sort of cricket festival. It doesn't feel much different from that point of view. I think it depends how much effort and what type of outground it is, as to how much difference it makes.
That was Shristi Patel kind of ended up, I wouldn't say in the middle, but she did end up quite a bit
a way
far
down
down the ground. Nancy Harmon sent her back.
I'm not convinced how much Shristi always calls, or if she does call, it's not always the loudest.
Well, it was interesting actually. We were speaking earlier, me and Finn, about the running between the wickets between Molly Adams and Phoebe Wilkinson, and there was quite a few times which we said whether it looked aggressive running, but whether it was the judgment or whether there was actually a kind of conscious effort to be aggressive in the running. But
yeah, I think, and that all comes with time. Like Nancy and Shristi probably haven't batted together before. I think we mentioned it earlier. It was like Molly and I have batted together for a long time now. You sort of you also know when they're gonna run. Like you know when they sort of play certain shots that they're gonna, unless there's some rogue field sort of going on. You do have this understanding of knowing that. Like Molly will know sometimes I tuck it in and there's normally a run there.
Yeah.
Whereas actually if that's someone I've not batted with before, they might not know that, so might sort of be on the back foot anyway.
Yeah, it was interesting to tell because Molly is quite emotive with her hands, and I think a couple of times the hands went up when Phoebe didn't. I don't think Phoebe was even looking. I think they ran a two on a misfit. Well, were going to run one. They got the second on the misfield. There probably was a three there, but Phoebe was
looking the other way. Yeah.
And Molly arms up. So that's when I thought maybe it wasn't.
It was.
maybe it wasn't by design.
Yeah. Ooh, tight. That could be out. Ooh. That was close. Direct hit. I think that might have been close.
It's a 50-run partnership as well. 50 runs off 59 balls. It's been a decent rebuild, and again, I'll touch wood for that because we're hoping that this can continue. The partnership between Harmon and Patel came at a time when Sussex probably couldn't really afford to lose another one. It's off the back of a 50 partnership between Molly Adams and Phoebe Wilkinson after the loss of the early wicket, which was very good as well. So two important partnerships here. We just hope that this one can go on a bit longer. Yeah,
definitely. I think if these two can get to 40, that'll be big. I think also because of the ground at the moment. Oh, Shristi's going. She's going in easy two in the end. Nancy's quite quick as well. I think I've nearly been lapsed by Nancy before, I'm not going to lie. But I think because also the ground's so hard, it is bobbling a bit to fielders, so you can probably maybe take a bit more risky runs because the likelihood of potentially as clean a pickup as they would have liked isn't 100%.
Yeah.
Which is actually what you saw in that.
Yeah, I think it is interesting the different runners you get, isn't it? But I guess that matches what you were saying about Nancy in terms of her talking about cricket, the intensity she plays with. So yeah, I think here we go. We're watching now Freddie Price get a... Wow.
What a take.
So Derby now 130 for 3 off 21 overs. I think, is that a run out of stumping, would you say?
I don't think he looked to run, did he? Did he look to run?
I'm going to wonder. I wonder.
Yeah, go again.
I'm going to cheat.
Go, Jack, go. Dunners is cheating.
Yeah,
he's getting the other stream up. Jack hit us. Ooh. No, that's stumping. He didn't want to run.
Well, it's
He
great.
panicked.
Well, Freddie Price will be thrilled that it's a stumping, won't it? It's another wicket for him. So he's got 2 wickets now to go with Henry Crocom's. I think Henry Crocombe got the breakthrough. So interesting game there. So 130 for 3 at Derby, and Middlesex 118 for 4 at Lords, playing against Yorkshire.
That's a quick turnaround for the ground staff at Lords.
Yeah.
Because they had the 100 there last night. Low scoring thriller.
Yeah. And, London Spirit having a lot of Sussex affiliation. They obviously had James Coles there, Henry Crocombe there, Tamal Mills there as well, and Andy Flower's head coach, brother of the batting coach at Sussex, Grant Flower. So a lot of Sussex interest in that team. But yeah, as you say, a quick turnaround, and fair play to the ground staff for getting that done. As Izzy Routledge, she's kind of sped through into her 5th over, wasn't it? Maybe because we've just been talking through the time. But yeah, the spinners kind of bowling spells of 6. Well, Hannah Davies and Saskia Hawley both bowled 6 over spells. So I wonder if Izzy Routledge will have one more and she'll finish at 6.
I guess they need to work out. They've got 6 bowlers, and they've obviously used 6 bowlers now.
Yeah.
Are they going to bring back their opener?
Well, they've obviously brought back Layla Judge. I wonder who's bowling now, but I wonder if they'll just leave her to.
Here we go. You got change again.
I was really confused there, right? Because what happened was, Izzy Routledge bowled the ball. Nancy Harmon missed the cut. Keeper took it and ran as if she was celebrating. And then the next thing I saw was Nancy Harmon with the helmet off, and I was thinking, have I missed a wicket? But they're just getting drinks, thankfully, and Nancy Harmon's still at the crease. Otherwise, I would have just been very confused. That would have been the most nonchalant wicket of all time. But there is a change in the bowling, as Izzy said. Sonali Patel back, and she bowled pretty well, I thought, with her 3 overs. Seemed to get the most kind of seam movement out of the 3 seamers. The ball that got Molly Adams was a very good delivery, one that cut her in half, really. It pitched around about 4th stump line, ended up hitting leg stump, so not sure much Molly could have done about that delivery. As she bowls the first ball to
It's a bit of movement still through the air there. I'm surprised she didn't bowl 3.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't bowl but more,
Well,
given she took out Molly.
We're talking as well about she usually takes the new ball, and we're wondering how different that would have been for her coming on first change. It didn't really seem to phase her, but obviously Nanavati took the new ball instead of Patel, and well, I guess they both got wickets, so you would say both were success, really, but interesting.
Oh, Shisty's down and out there.
She wonder if there was 2, or maybe the slip was fortunate in a way where it might have been a tight. Second run.
Slip saved her.
Not sure a point got a hand on that and kind of tipped it closer to 3rd, but there was a dive there from point. Again, talk about it's been quite a fascinating innings. One where maybe the ambience of the ground there hasn't really been too stressful in terms of any kamikaze cricket, in terms of big shots, or the game hasn't got away from either side.
It's still just pretty in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't say anyone's massively on top.
You don't get a sense of that either. But as I said, I was trying to work out whether it's because we're at a pleasant, picturesque venue and not that intense, or whether it's because of the situation of the game. As the 150 comes up in the 34th over.
150 runs for Sussex.
I beat the PA announcer to it this time, so that's good news.
Well done, Dunners. That's your win of the day.
Yeah, I'll go and let him know about it as well. No doubt. As Patel comes in and bowls to Patel.
Lovely shot for one.
And this partnership keeps moving on.
Touch Touchwood, Dunners. God, look.
I do keep forgetting to touch wood, but you have to say it's now a position here where Bella Johnson would be happy coming with about 12, 15 overs to go, and you set up the innings then for, as we said, Poppy Tulloch, some big shots, Tao Stanley hitting it in strange areas, but obviously you want these two batting for as long as possible, especially Nancy Harmon, who has the capability of clearing the ropes, so can be quite destructive at the back end of an innings. I remember her 100 against Kent last year, where she got 100.
Oh, I can't remember. That was ages ago.
Well, she got 100. She got 100, and I think the back end she really accelerated. So we're hoping to see that today.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if these two can get to hopefully sort of a 200, and then by sort of 40-ish overs, and then you let the likes of your Bella, your Poppy Tulloch, and Tao Stanley to come in, that would be definitely a good base to go from. I think with those three coming in, you could back yourselves if you've got the 200 base to get to that sort of 280, 300 mark.
Will the dressing room be quite calm in this position, do you think? Well, must be much calmer than it was at 91 for 4.
It is looking vastly better than it was earlier. Yeah, I think I don't know if we do get like we get frustrated when we're not doing well. But I think though we always go out, whether we've got a big total on the board or a smaller total on the board, you still go out with the sort of thought process of you can do this, no matter what the total is. So yeah, you just got to back your bowlers a bit, and go from there. You never know what's going to happen, do you?
No, never. That's why we love it. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
I guess that's what we were thinking when Sussex last played Middlesex in that T20. People must have thought half-time foregone conclusion, but for Sussex to get that close just proved anything could happen. Middlesex obviously got the job done.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I think we had them pretty tied down, and they were a lot run short. And then sort of come the sort of 17th over, one of their girls just sort of caused havoc. And I think off the last sort of 2-3 overs, they scored more runs than they did potentially in sort of 10 overs before that.
Yeah.
And I think to us actually, okay, we've been hit around a bit for those last few overs, but it also showed that if you back yourself and you trust your shots, you could score runs.
Yeah.
So in a way, although it gave Middlesex the upper hand, it also gave you sort of the belief that you can play your shots, and you can clear the rope and you can score those runs.
Did you feel, obviously after that game, we've spoken about that game, but do you feel, obviously Middlesex and the season they've had, do you think they're obviously held on a pedestal being, and rightly so, the standout team in Tier 2, but do you think now teams are thinking that it's more of a reality that they can be beaten rather than obviously the fear they put into teams last year with their performances?
Yeah, I think even last year, I think we knew we could beat them, but maybe we spoke about it, the 50%ers, more of them had to go your way.
Yeah.
But I think every game you go into, you think, actually, no, we can beat this team. We have the skill sets to beat this team. We just need to put it all together on a match day, which potentially is what we haven't done against teams like Middlesex, Glamorgan, Kent, etc. But it is starting to sort of tick away, and we are starting to put those extra 1%ers are going our way, whereas perhaps previously they've not. But yeah, no, there's definitely belief that you can beat the likes of Middlesex. We took them pretty far. As Finty Tressler walks past with a massive grin on her face. We've previously seen them dominate, and they've smashed everyone during Tier 2. But actually they didn't even get to finals day for the T20 competition, so it proves that they're not this invincible team that potentially they were last year. But I also think that comes with the standard of Tier 2 this year has also stepped up again.
Yeah.
I think last year, with it being the first year, no one really knew what it looked like, every team was doing sort of something different.
Yeah.
Whereas this year teams have trained so much harder throughout the winter. They've come into the summer with a completely different attitude that everyone's sort of beating everyone. There's no guarantee. Whereas I think previously it was like, well, they're bottom of the table, you should sort of beat them quite easily. They're top of the table, that's going to be a tough game. Whereas now I think it is a bit more open.
Yeah. Do you feel many of the teams look at Yorkshire. Yorkshire obviously in Tier 2 last year, went into Tier 1 this year, and they have competed. Do you think people get more confidence from that in terms of, obviously it's a raising standard going to Tier 1, but the standard, is it felt now, because Yorkshire competes so well, that the standard's not as wide as you initially thought it was?
I think it's tough to maybe take a full-on look at it from that point of view.
Yeah.
Just because Yorkshire, although they were in Tier 2 last year, they were all fully contracted and professional cricketers.
Yeah.
So they already sort of had the base in place for a year. So they weren't going in with a team that had been sort of completely domestic into Tier 1. They were still professional, having been in Tier 2. So it's probably not a fair comparison, but at the same time, you're right. They've competed. They've actually done quite well in Tier 1. Probably better than potentially some people thought, as Nancy brings up her 50.
Yeah, it's been a great 50, hasn't it? 51 or 58 balls, 5 fours. You'd have to say it's been important innings, and Sussex will be wanting her to kick on. It's been a great partnership. The partnership's now up to 68 off 82 balls, so touch wood. Another couple, well, not couple, a huge amount of runs.
Yeah, no, definitely. And they definitely can. We've got more of a platform, especially when we were on 90 before. We've got the base, and hopefully you can keep going with the base till 40 odd overs and then really push on from there.
Well, the great thing with Nancy Harmon, obviously, as we've mentioned before, is she can go through the gears. And obviously we've not seen it as much, her going through the gears, but she is naturally positive, isn't she? So this situation coming towards the back end maybe suits them both in terms of the way they play.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is perfect for Nancy in this situation. She's got to her 50 now, which I think she'll be obviously very happy with, but she'll want more. So we'll see how she goes through the gears, and they can carry on knocking it around like they have done for the next 4 or 5 overs, and then really explode after that.
Well, Wasp is now telling us 260, and yeah, you'd think. We've said 270. We thought through, so that's just based off the one game last year, though. So I reckon Sussex would be happy around 270 if they can get anywhere near that. You'd probably say that's a good total on the board. Anything kind of north of that, and you're saying they've got a fantastic chance.
Yeah, I also just think in women's cricket, runs on the board make such a big difference. I feel like as a batting team coming in second, if you faced a couple of quiet overs and that run rate suddenly jumps up, you do feel the pressure potentially a bit more.
Do you think that's where the men's game and the women's game is different? Obviously, I think
that is a sensational
a top shot from Nancy Harmon. 4 straight down the ground. It was off the back foot. It's kind of punched.
Yeah.
It looked a bit innocuous, didn't it? But it beat the mid-off fielder on the inside. It's very straight, much straighter than it looked. Kind of.
It also absolutely flew.
A great shot. But going back to the point where you feel the men can get out of trouble a lot because of their power, I guess the genetics in terms of hitting sixes and stuff. I guess the ladies have to be a bit more smarter in terms of accumulation of runs where they're going to hit the boundaries, because they don't necessarily have the genetics and the power to then clear the road to get themselves out of trouble. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I do agree with you, and I think you're starting to see it more and more at the sort of top end of the women's game, that actually teams are backing themselves to go at 10s for 10 overs, whereas 3 years ago, that would never have been that sort of game over in the women's game. Whereas, top end, you are actually seeing teams look at the Australian women's cricket team, that I'd imagine they back themselves to do that for a period of time, and they probably would. I think Tier 2 potentially isn't quite there yet. Everyone knows you can play. I also think sometimes people think, oh my goodness, I need a big shot here. So then suddenly they run down the wicket and they've swung at it. And actually, whereas if they'd have actually just trust themselves to play a proper shot, they'd have probably got the boundary. So it's actually probably more that mindset than necessarily going, I can't actually hit a 6. It's not the case. Loads of people hit 6. Like some of the smallest people in the game will hit 6. Shristi can hit a 6.
Yeah.
Whereas you'd look at her, and probably 5 years ago you'd have gone, "There's no way Shristi's hitting it off the square."
But you probably look at it as well from a perspective of executing your skill under pressure. You know, when you need, let's say, 8 or 9 over, and you need to find the boundary, actually executing the skill is a lot different to when you're in the net. So that's another kind of factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of the game, of executing your skill under pressure, and that's why it's so impressive watching, or anyone out there in a kind of decent level is executing the skill under pressure, and being able to repeat that is so important.
No, definitely. It is. Everyone's got the skills to be able to do it.
Yeah.
It's actually, can you do it in a situation that has the pressure? And then I think actually tier 2, maybe we're not always there at that. Is the execution that potentially lets you down. Like we go about the things and we try and do the right thing, but at the last minute the execution's not quite there.
Yeah.
Tier 1, obviously, I think it gets more likely that they do execute it, and then obviously at the international level, the execution's there more often than it's not.
But that just relates back as well to a point we were making earlier on about practice and being able to practice on, when you practice every day, the repetition of the skill, and then understanding under pressure how to execute the skill is very different to if you're training once or twice a week, isn't it?
No, definitely. Also, even, I don't know, as a batter, the volume of balls you face is completely different from a tier 2 batter to a tier 1 batter to an international batter.
Yeah.
Like within a week, the numbers will be completely different. And obviously, was it 10,000 hours of practice and you master a skill? You're going to get to that a lot quicker if you're practicing 6 days a week compared to if you practice once a week.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I think obviously Saskia Hawley brought herself back on. I was right with the spinners. They took Izzy Routledge off after 6 overs. Saskia Hawley bowled the last over. And it looks like it's Patel to continue, but just interesting how she's juggling her bowlers now. Be interesting to see if she uses Hannah Davis again. We spoke about when Kiara got out, it seemed like the ball bounced a bit more, so I wonder if she's an option to bring back.
It looked quite difficult to play, like not easy to throw your hands at. I don't think the surface has changed ridiculously. So I'd imagine, it will still pop a little bit with her bowling, which will be, difficult to face, especially when you want to go at it hard, which is what Sussex will want to do over the next sort of few overs.
Yeah, they've got overs to play with all their bowlers. I think Layla Judge and Saskia Hawley have bowled the most at 7 overs, so they've got 3 left. All the other bowlers have more than 3 left, so she's got plenty of options to go around.
Ooh.
And as we've mentioned, the game hasn't really gone either way in terms of no teams really wrestled control yet, which has made for an interesting spectacle, really. We thought it might go that way when Sussex were 91 for 4, but an 80-run partnership between Nancy Harman and Shristi Patel has balanced it out again. But you wouldn't say Sussex are firmly on top, would you? You'd say they're just edging closer and closer to getting on top. Middlesex will be desperate to break the partnership.
Yeah, I think if Middlesex took a wicket now, I feel like they'd be right back in. They think they'd be right back in the game.
Yeah.
So I think it's important these two keep going for another couple of overs. Just keep hitting the gaps. Hopefully you can get ideally 6 and over if possible. Obviously she's faced a couple of dots. But she's not far off. She's just hitting the fielder at sort of extra cover. Whereas, there you go. There's a 4. It's like she knew.
4 straight over middle wicket. It was a shorter ball from Patel. She pulled it over mid wicket. I think
didn't bounce very much, though, did it?
It didn't.
No.
That might be why the keeper's up there. Must think there's not a lot of pace in the wicket.
And Shristi's not the tallest.
I think when we talk about experience, Nancy Harman's experience will be key in this moment as well. We talked about her talking Shristi Patel through her innings potentially, and she's in the kind of 20 to 30s phase that she's been getting in throughout the season. But even in terms of managing through the innings, you'd say she's key in terms of the experience of her being there before and getting the job done.
Yeah, exactly. I think the conversations with Shristi and Nancy at the moment will be really important. I think ideally you can say to Shristi maybe she's got a bit more of a license in sort of 2 overs time and say make those shots, do what you can, look for the boundary, and leave Nancy to keep sort of ticking on by. Because ideally you want Nancy there on the sort of 44th over for her then to go through the gears. That will be another 4, that. And maybe, I reckon Nancy's told her. I think I've predicted this and Nancy's already done it.
Maybe. The wisdom of Nancy Harmon. But as you said, there's 300 years of Sussex cricket between you, Kiara, and Nancy. So
yeah, thank you, Luke.
So,
thank you. That's hit deep.
That's I'm just repeating what you said.
Well, it feels like 300 years.
You'd say, yeah, Shrishti Patel might be the ones that take the risk. Wouldn't say those 2 shots she played in that over were risky though. Like they were just hitting strong shots into the gaps.
I think that's the thing for Shrishti. I don't think she is necessarily a risky player. It's actually just backing herself to do her skills, and for her through that offside and is a really strong area. And she's hit it a few times, but she's hit the fielder. So actually, it's saying to her, let's get on the back. Are you playing it a little bit later, or do you need to play it a little bit earlier to find that gap, which is what she suddenly did, having probably nailed point about 3 times before that. So this is interesting. I thought potentially Hawley was just going to bowl 1 and be done and save herself for a bit more of the back end, but it would appear not.
You'd have to say with 12 wickets, top Middlesex wicket taker, she must back herself to be the one to break this stand. She's so important to them, isn't she, in terms of the all-round package she brings in terms of her batting, bowling and the captaincy.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely sort of the backbone of this team. She bats, she bowls, and she obviously captains them as well. So yeah, without her they're missing sort of a key top end batter, and also you're missing 10 overs because she'll bowl 10 overs here, I have no doubt.
Yeah,
she's gone for the least runs, I think, out of everyone.
Yeah, that's correct. Best economy.
Yeah,
not quite the least runs, but the best economy. But yeah, you'd have to say that must be the thinking, is that she's thinking, especially if she can get Nancy Harmon out, and that is the battle, isn't it?
Yeah,
Saskia Hawley versus Nancy Harmon. If whoever wins this kind of mini battle between bat and ball, you'd probably say gives their team a major advantage going into the sector. You'd say after Saskia Hawley finishes her spell, which is 2.5, best part of 2.2 overs to go.
Yeah.
But as you said, you thought she'd bowl 1 and come off. Wonder if she'll just go through desperate to get the wicket of Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Nancy will know though that she'd be key, and that's why. Interesting.
Well, as we said, Shrishti Patel, she's come down the pitch, played kind of across it, and she's been bowled by Saskia Hawley, which is, as we said, the momentum swinging. It's like it's a really interesting innings. The momentum now kind of going back towards Middlesex's way, but Sussex would have said after that partnership, which was 91 off 102 balls, that the momentum was coming their way. So
I think if that was probably Nancy's wicket, they probably would have celebrated a lot more. Whereas obviously Shrishti's done amazingly. We've rebuilt, which is exactly what we wanted. And actually, this is prime time for Bella to come in and play her game. She's still got time to get herself in a bit, but just also support and back Nancy and get on. And Nancy will. It will be interesting now. Will Saskia take herself off because they've broken the partnership, or will she continue and maybe try and get the 2 wickets and really get on top of it?
Well, you'd have to say, ideally for Sussex, this partnership can take them to about the 45th over minimum, and then it gives you time to get Tulloch, Stanley in for the last kind of 4 overs. But no doubt Nancy Harmon will be out there speaking her words of wisdom to Bella Johnson. Bella Johnson is an intelligent cricketer as well, a good cricketing brain. She's captained Essex second team a number of times, so she'll know what the situation requires as well. And it's not the worst kind of player to be coming in at this period, really.
No, not at all. Yeah, Bella can sell herself in and then play her game. I think we'll be all good.
And this is where you'd say Sussex have a deeper batting lineup, and it's no disrespect to the other players that have batted at 7, but you would class Bella Johnson as a real batter, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You would say that on the kind of face of it, 7 potentially is low for her. So to have a proper batter coming in at 7 is a real bonus for Sussex.
No, definitely. Like previously, we've had out and out bowlers coming in at 7. So to have the likes of Bella, who's hit some match winning innings for us, coming in at 7 is definitely a massive positive. And she's still got 11 overs to make her mark, and she can do a lot of damage in 11 overs.
Yeah.
The whole of Middlesex contingent brains trust are having a conversation about what to do.
Well, you got Finty Trustler, she's not in the 11.
No.
She's in discussion, so she's obviously come as a sub fielder. Izzy Routledge there with Saskia Hawley. Obviously discussing
all the plans.
Well, the keepers come back on now, so the keeper was off the pitch. That was the delay. Scarlett Hughes. So
that does look quite an in-depth conversation, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I wonder what Trustler's relaying a message from the bench. Or will all be revealed. But the key thing for Bella Johnson is to get through this ball. And then Sussex will have 11 overs to see where they can get to.
Touch wood, Luke.
Touch wood.
Come on, Luke. Luke.
Well,
that would have been on you.
She's just hit it. There's kind of a short cover in. She's just hit it wide of it. You'd say it was a chance. She didn't quite get
that was a lot closer than potentially.
We haven't got a moving camera, but you'll have to take our word for it. That was close to the short cover fielder.
That was a touchy first ball from Bella, I'm not going to lie.
But she's still there, and that's all that matters.
Exactly.
And
they're going with Patel again. That's interesting.
So they've got this options there. They've got 4 overs left from Nanavati. They've got 3 left from Judge. And Patel has 4 overs left. There's obviously 11 overs left in the innings. So there will be spare. As Izzy Collis said, you'd bank a lot of money on Saskia Hawley finishing her spell. So that's probably 9 overs they've got to play with, haven't they, in terms of who's going to bowl. I'm very surprised Hannah Davies hasn't bowled more. She did look a threat off the pitch, but she's obviously bowled her 6 and come off. So we'll just wait and see if she's brought back in. But
I wonder if Patel bowls maybe a couple more, and then when Hawley comes off, maybe Hannah Davies will come on. Maybe they just don't want to spin at both ends as the option. I don't know. But you're right. The bounce looked quite tough to play against Hannah.
She did bowl from the end that Patel's bowling from now, so it would be a change of ends for her. Izzy Routledge, obviously, sometimes captains prefer finger spinners, don't they, in the kind of death overs? But I guess it depends what they're looking for. If it's defending the score, you probably look at the finger spinner, but I guess it depends how crucial they see the wicket of Harman to see if maybe Hannah Davies is the option. But I think Saskia Hawley will back herself.
Ooh.
Well,
that looked quite close.
That did look close, and the reason it became close was the fielder at mid-off got a great bounce, didn't they? Like Nancy Harman hit it into the ground, and it was a perfect. But was it Saskia Hawley?
Saskia Hawley.
And
that is the perfect bounce to the fielder.
Like she's hit it, and I reckon about halfway down she thinks, "Oh no."
That was long gone. She
didn't. Yeah, she didn't even try. She did well actually not to get the skates on and take the umpire out, because if she did try and get in, that would have been a collision.
Maybe though that's how you keep the in. If you take the umpire out, they can't see.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not a run, but it's quite a nice shot from Bella there.
Yeah. Nice shot, hit straight to a point. We saw that a lot at the start of the innings. Molly Adams especially hitting the fielder.
I think that's probably the one area. That is an area that potentially we could have been a lot better on. I think we've placed a lot of dot balls that a metre either side of a fielder is either 4 or it's definitely a single.
Yeah.
And because, like we said, the outfield's been quite quick, so especially in that point region, that probably is a 4 that we've missed out on, just where we've nailed it straight at point. Point's done really well, though. Hand's made some really good stops, but there's definitely been probably 5 or 10 that potentially could have gone.
Yeah, it's always interesting that you think about the placement of the ball and how vital it is, just like centimetres either side, and it can be runs, can't it? So
Yeah.
just a bit more precision needed from the Sussex batters. But saying that, they've got a good launch pad here to hopefully push on. Bella Johnson just quietly playing the ball into the covers, and she's going to take her time to get in, I think, and then maybe, well, we'll just leave it up to Nancy Arm to see how she manages through the innings. But you'd say, I guess Bella Johnson will take a few balls to get herself in, and then she'll be the one probably taking higher risk until the back end.
I think as a pitch, like, it takes a couple of balls to get used to.
Yeah.
It potentially doesn't bounce in the way that you think it might bounce, and the odd bit maybe keeps a bit low, but then the other bit maybe carries through a bit better. So yeah, Bella taking her time's not a bad thing at all, because as you've seen by Nancy and Shristi, once they're in, they're actually done quite well.
Yeah, and obviously Nancy's out there who's faced 67 balls for a 62 runs, so she'll have a pretty good kind of idea of what the pitch as well, and hopefully relaying that to Bella Johnson now. It looks like there's going to be a change in the bowling.
There's also a change in the keeper, I believe.
Be interesting this with Scarlett Hughes, because she would be down to open the batting normally for Middlesex.
Yeah.
She did so during the T20 campaign. And it looks like...
I mean, Pippa Sproul will take the gloves, so you've not lost anything from that. You've got a pretty good keeper stepping in as your second option. I don't know who that would be for us. I have a feeling it might be me, and that's not going as well as it would be for Pippa Sproul.
Yeah. Well, Pippa Sproul, she's Hampshire, isn't she? She plays for Hampshire.
And she plays for Scotland
as well. Quite well, 2 Scottish international. I don't know how much Saskia Hawley's played in the last few years. I know she was a Scotland international. I don't think she's played for a couple of years now for Scotland, so a bit of a Scottish contingent here. But she's also replaced herself with Izzy Routledge. So
she has. She just wanted the wicket, didn't she?
So she'll take a break, and I guess Izzy Routledge will bowl a couple overs, and maybe Saskia Hawley will come back on after her. Wouldn't be surprised to see Saskia Hawley bowl right at the death, to be honest. Seen that a few times in the games I've kind of researched, that she's bowled the real death overs, so we'll see if that happens. But Pippa Sproul with the gloves. Just wonder how hard, obviously a decent keeper, but I just wonder how hard it is, or if you're buzzing because you've only got to do it for 10 overs or what. Like, depends how much you love keeping, I guess. But.
Yeah, to go from fielding to keeping, it's quite different, isn't it? I think also she was potentially on the boundary. I could be completely wrong with that, but that is very different to being quite behind stumps.
And I guess, well, you obviously know this is an opening batter, but what point do you start thinking as well as a pure batter? You're thinking about your batting innings as well. So hopefully she hadn't tuned out of her fielding, and then she was suddenly told, no, you're keeping, because she's obviously going to open the batting.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting, as I say, to see if Scarlett Hughes does open the batting herself and what that means for the Middlesex lineup.
I guess also Scarlett Hughes is left-hander.
Yeah.
So it's quite useful opening partnership for right and a left-hander.
Yeah.
Just to mix it up and get the angles a bit different from the off.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the rules in terms of how many overs you can be off before you have to start moving down, all that kind of stuff as well.
It's a bit more complicated when you're batting, isn't it? It's quite obvious when you're bowling. It's just like, oh, here, have a couple of overs. But as a batter, it's like, is it time? Is it... Because if you lose your first few wickets quite quickly, you might end up really low down.
Yeah, well, we did see that in the game on Wednesday, where Finn Hudson-Prentice was off injured after the first 4 overs, so he missed 46 overs of the innings, and he couldn't bat higher than 7. So worked out well for Sussex in the end, that, because Jack Carson got 50 and he batted at 6. Finn Hudson-Prentice came in at the end, he got about 30 off 18 balls, so it worked out well for them in the end. But
it's tactical.
So be interesting to see obviously not as long as 46 overs. They've only got 10 overs left, but to see if that does amount to anything.
I guess also you've got the lunch break as well.
Yeah.
If that comes into play.
Just wonder what type of injury. Well, it must have. She didn't look like she was limping or anything, so I wonder if it was kind of like a hand injury.
She is diabetic, so I don't know if that might have. And it is obviously quite a hot day, so I don't know if that would have played a part in it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll hope that she's okay to bat.
Hopefully, it's just precautionary and she's all good.
Yeah.
Right, 9 overs to go.
Yeah, 9 overs to go, 186 for 5. Wasp telling us 253. If they keep going at this rate, it'd be 240. They'll want a lot. I'd say 30 more runs than that. I'm still going with 270, but what would that be? That would be 84 runs in 9 overs. So
it's doable.
Doable.
Especially, I think, if you don't hit the, if you can get either side of the fielders, especially that point area that we've spoken about before, sort of a guaranteed 4.
Yeah.
So it's just hitting that.
And it's now a double change. So Hannah Davies back on from the end she was bowling at, which is the park end. And I think it's a good move in terms of trying to take the wicket of Nancy Harmon. The only other thing, though, it's obviously a good move for Middlesex in terms of the wicket, and if you're thinking about it positively, it's also a great opportunity for Sussex to potentially score some runs. While she bowled well for her first 6 overs, you say the leg spinner naturally can have some drag downs, full tosses, and Sussex will be hoping for some bad deliveries.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the hardest things to do, isn't it?
Yeah, the hardest skill, definitely.
So you will probably get the odd. In an over, you probably expect one of the odd balls to not go as they anticipated. So then it's hopefully then we can sort of pounce on that and get the boundary from that ball.
Well, you and me both hoping for that. I made no apologies that I wanted Sussex to win at the start of this comment. So any Middlesex fans tuning in, sorry about that. I think most home streams are biased. They're just too professional. They don't say they're biased. But
at least I think if you own it from the beginning, it's okay.
Yeah, I think so. They know exactly where we stand.
Yeah.
Not that we've gone overboard with any of the stuff we said about Middlesex. I think we've been pretty fair in our commentary. Even said that maybe when we were saying the momentum was even, we had the Middlesex fans shouting, "No, we're on top." But it hasn't felt like at the ground. It hasn't felt like either team are on top.
Even now, as they'll say, it's pretty balanced. It depends a lot, I think, on these last few overs.
Yeah, and you'd say the momentum. If any team can get momentum from the end of this bowling innings, it has the potential to creep into the second innings as well.
Yeah, exactly.
If Sussex can.
Surely.
Oh, hang on, this Nancy hits it.
No, it's 4.
Hits it for 4 into the kind of. It's kind of in the. I'd say the mid-wicket pocket, otherwise known as cow corner, but into the mid-wicket pocket. She hasn't slogged it.
Does she not want to say cow corner?
She's come down the pitch and placed it really well, hasn't she? I wouldn't
it's
say.
like perfectly sort of dissected, long on, and you're sort of deep mid-wicket as well.
But yeah, you'd say if Sussex can gain momentum going into the back end of this innings, it gives the opening bowlers a massive chance.
That is 200 as well, Dunners.
200 up, and that's what we were saying about Hannah Davies. A great option for wickets, but the over has gone for 14. And it'll be interesting to see what Middlesex do here, because you could be brave and say, we think she can take a wicket for us, which is why you brought her on. Or 14 runs might be, too many runs to have conceded. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting, because also, like the first ball that Nancy faced, she didn't exactly hit it as smoothly as she would have wanted to.
Yeah.
So then you do think, okay, maybe this is a wicket taking option.
Well, you would say that the second boundary was a product potentially of the first, where Nancy came down. It was in a drag down, wasn't it? Maybe potentially expecting it again.
Yeah. Now Bella's in the game as well. Here, look at that.
Well, they've got mid on up, and Bella Johnson's clipped it over, and they'll run to. These two pretty good runners between the wickets, aren't they? I think they're pretty good in terms of the speed between the wickets, definitely.
Definitely, I think they're both pretty quick. They're nippy, and also they know they'll always be looking for that two. Even if to some of us it looks like just a one, they will always look for the two, which is obviously massive in this last part. And actually, if they run well and if they score 2 a ball, suddenly overs are going for 12.
Yeah.
She's done it again. Fielder probably going to cut round. Nancy's in. Ooh. Yeah, like that's 12 and over without them just running hard, and that's quite frustrating as a fielding side that they're getting twos when potentially they shouldn't be getting twos.
It is something, I guess, you don't always understand so much because the game's gone the way where, excuse me, the game's gone the way where, as Bella Johnson hits that to mid-wicket, where we've seen a lot of power come into the game, sometimes strong shots in gaps can make raise the run rate, can't it? And sometimes it's just as good hitting the ball along the ground or over fielders into pockets and running hard, rather than hitting a 6 and then dotting up afterwards.
No, definitely.
Especially dotting up trying to hit a 6, another 6.
I think the key bit here is to reduce the amount of dot balls.
Yeah.
If they can get at least a 1 every single ball, suddenly that sort of 8, 9 and over we were talking about earlier is really doable. Yeah. Especially with their running between the wickets. Obviously, Saskia will bring herself back on, so she'll be 2 of these sort of last few overs. So good shot out to cover. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they go for the others.
Yeah, 7 runs off the over so far, and you wouldn't say they've really taken a high risk.
No, they played pretty sensibly. They know where the gaps are.
See, from our angle there, Nancy Harmon, she's come down the pitch, kind of got a bottom hand involved. It looked like from here that was going straight to the mid wicket, but it was well over in the end. No risk at all, even though the mis-execution of the shot. And there's 8 off the over, 208 for 5. Predictors telling us 266, which would be a pretty good score, I think. 270, I've said consistently.
270 is probably what you want. So 62 off 7, so just under 9.
Yeah.
See that quick maths.
That's why you work in the school.
Wild quick maths. I can safely say I don't teach maths.
It's been a good start to the partnership. 26 off 25 balls, so pretty proactive start.
And that's with Bella sort of taking a couple of balls to get herself in.
Yeah.
I think with her, she's always going to catch it up. Yeah. So you're not too worried and you're happy for her to take those balls.
Yeah.
And because of when she came in, she had the time to do that as well.
Yeah. I think the other interesting aspect is they're going to bring Sonali Patel back now. She's got 3 overs left. But I guess Nanavati straight out the pathway. Do you trust her in this situation?
Yeah, I guess it can go one of... Oh, that's flown. That is 4.
So 4 more to Nancy Harmon.
That you trust? Do you trust her? And obviously also the ball's not moving.
Yeah.
Which is she had quite a nice little away swingers opening up.
Yeah.
Which obviously I fell victim to. But with the ball not moving, if she was still, does she have the awareness, I guess, to bowl a new line and get that right?
Also the skill set does she possess? Which I won't pretend I know what her best skills are, because I've not seen a lot of her footage, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend that. But if she has a skill set for death bowling, is it useful, or is she just... Did she bowl the long spell up top because that's her strength?
Yeah.
And, she's reliant on the new ball. It'll be interesting to see.
Which may also be why they've gone with maybe 6 bowlers.
Yeah.
Because they know they won't bring her back, so they need a bit of wiggle room from that point of view.
Yeah. So an interesting point of the game. 6.4 overs to go. Sussex 212 for 5. Nancy Harmon 80 off 76 balls. Bella Johnson supporting her on 11 off 16. Sonali Patel bowling. So Harmon plays that into the leg side.
It's probably going to be 4. There is no one out there.
4 runs. It kind of went between the short fine and the square leg. And there was no one back there on the boundary. So Harmon picks up another 4. And it's interesting, Sonali Patel, she's going over 6 and over. I don't really recall seeing her concede this volume of runs before. Not that I am an avid watcher of Middlesex Women, but I think her economy is usually pretty good.
In pastime.
Yeah.
I
No, my
actually
team's
feel...
actually Middlesex, not Sussex.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right. The door's over there, Luke.
Yeah.
You can walk out the gazebo. I actually feel like she's bowled some really good balls, and then for her, unfortunately, those ones that potentially aren't quite as good in length, etc., have been hit for 4.
Yeah.
Whereas other bowlers have seemed to got away with it, and it's only gone for the single.
Yeah.
Which is why I'd imagine, actually, if you looked at maybe her dot ball percentage, it's probably higher than potentially some others.
Yeah.
However, her loose ball's gone for 4.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the ball she got Molly Adams with was a brilliant delivery. I think you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter there. I'm not sure there's much she could have done with that. The movement on it was amazing. But it's another 4. Now Bella Johnson getting going.
It'd be interesting now, because obviously this over's gone for 13 already.
Well, you'd say then, if Saskia Hawley has to bowl before the final 4 overs, because obviously she'd bowl 2 of the final 4, that would be a mini win for Sussex in terms of getting her overs out the way before the real death overs, and then it would be high. You could play as much risk cricket as you want,
and it will be, because I can't imagine. Oh no! Finger down. Good
job. A big appeal. Hands on heads out there.
They seem pretty convinced.
Pippa Sproul's got her glove over her grill, which often means she thinks it's a mistake. There's also a kind of double appeal. I mean, Pippa Sproul's pretty animated.
Pippa Sproul looks adamant that was out, but the rest of the appeal felt like it was, they're appealing, so our appeal. It didn't feel like a whole team actual appeal.
Well, Pippa Sproul double appealed, and then she hit the ground in appeal. So about 3 appeals there. Saskia Hawley does bring herself back in, and you'd say these 2 overs are pretty key to the innings.
Yeah. If you can get 6, I think, off of this over, you'll be pretty happy.
Yeah. Agree with that, definitely. But Bella Johnson's still there, and that's quite important for Sussex. And it's what we said, if this partnership could get to about 45th, 46th over and provide a launch pad for either one of these 2, Poppy Tulloch, Tal Stanley, they've still got players in the tank. So we're looking in a good position. 6 overs to go. Sussex will be hoping for about 50 runs from these 6, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think Nancy's clearly, I think she's in a stride of it. She's obviously feeling the positivity to come down the wicket to it, and she plays that shot really, really well.
Yeah.
She just needs to back herself to do it.
I think Saskia Hawley wouldn't have wanted to bring herself back this early. Like, I know it's only 2 overs early, but I think she would have wanted to bowl the real death overs and minimise the risk there.
No, definitely agree with you.
Especially when you're thinking about Sonali Patel going at 6.5, Layla Judge has gone at just under 5. It's not, and the other real kind of, I guess, Izzy Routledge going just under 5 as well. You're thinking no one's really got the economy rate of Saskia Hawley, which is 3.5, and you'd want another bowler to kind of come with you that you can rely back on in those death overs.
You want to bowl in partnerships, don't you?
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's just her. That's missed everything.
That has missed everything. It'd be interesting to see what the umpire signals.
I reckon she's hit it.
So runs.
Bella's hit that, apparently. Has she hit that? Finn's not convinced.
Just checking with the analyst, and he's saying, Jack Finn's saying, not quite.
Jack Finn's not convinced. That
as
could
Nancy
be
Harman
4.
comes
That
down
could be
the
perfectly in the gap. It is.
That is Nancy Harman moves into the 90s, 90 off 80 balls. I'm sure she'll be not really thinking about the personal score. I get the feeling she's thinking team, and I think she's thinking let's get as many runs on the board as possible, because she's been in this position so many times and batted in a selfless way to get the team more runs. So don't see her slowing down to try and get the milestone. I see her trying to play some big shots really, but to get the 4 off Saskia Hawley, 6 runs off the over so far with a ball to go, and as Izzy Collis said, if you could take 6 off this over, you'd probably say well done to yourself. So
Yeah, exactly. There's still one ball to go.
one ball to
I wouldn't
go.
even mind if Nancy whacked out the forward defensive here. I don't think she will. It's not in her nature.
Well, no doubt she'll be looking for one to keep the strike.
Yeah. And there's plenty of options.
Got quite a straight field now to her. Not many people behind screen on the leg side as she plays it into
simple one.
mid wicket. So a good one.
So that's 7 off the over, which is pretty good when you look at how many she's been going.
Yeah.
For, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they go. It looks like they're going back to Judge.
Yep. So Layla Judge, she has 3 overs left to bowl. I think it'll be a bit of rotation. Nanavati not called upon yet. Layla Judge she's bowled two spells in this game. Her last spell was 2 overs for 15 after the initial overs of 5 overs for 19. So her overall figures 7 overs, none for 34. So again, not really had the control that Saskia Hawley would have wanted.
I think that's where Middlesex have struggled a little bit. They've just not had consistency from both ends throughout the game, other than obviously the opening partnership.
Yeah.
They've just not had the consistency.
And potentially something they've looked at all season in terms of when you look at the kind of build-up of the team, the batters are pretty similar that play every week, but it's the bowling that they make the changes with. So potentially a kind of, I wouldn't say issue, but something they've tried to address through the season and had kind of trouble with, I guess, same personnel. But Layla Judge, left-handed bowler or left-arm bowler. Keeper is up, Pippa Sproul.
I wonder though if that actually puts pressure on the bowlers themselves and they feel more of a pressure. Oh no!
Well, that is a big wicket, isn't it?
Big.
Nancy Harmon has just hit it straight to mid-off. Layla Judge gets the breakthrough. It's a great innings from Nancy Harmon. You'd say she deserved 100, wouldn't you? 91 off of 82 balls. And the key time, but we did say the partnership needed to get to 45 overs, so not ideal Harmon getting out, but it gives Poppy Tulloch a launch pad, and that's the positive spin you can have on it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was the right shot from Nancy. She just potentially just held back a little, whereas actually you've seen her hit through the ball so nicely. If she'd have done that, probably would have gone over the fielder.
Yeah.
But like you said, Poppy's coming in now. She's more than capable of hitting some big blows. So hopefully between her and Bella, they can get us over to sort of that 270 type.
Yeah. I mean, she's getting the bat measured now, and that looks like it's gone fine. So that's a good start, isn't it? But she had quite a big part to play in Hampshire's Blast campaign as well. Bit of a different role to what she plays at Sussex in terms of bowling more at the middle and at the death. Obviously, she bowls at the death for Sussex, but she bowls with the new ball for Sussex as well. She didn't really bowl with the new ball at Hampshire, so quite an adaptable cricketer with the ball, and you'd say a handy batter to have at this stage of the innings.
Definitely. We know she's got the skill set for this type of situation, which is obviously why she's coming now. So hopefully she will pay off on that.
Well, 29 balls left of the innings. And yeah, you'd say Sussex probably looking for about 40 odd runs from those 29 balls. So interesting equation. And again, as just as we thought momentum was going one way, it's gone the other. So yeah, been a game of ebbs and flows, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go. Poppy's first ball.
It's a strong start. Judge is kind of a fuller length than Poppy Tulloch. Kind of, I would say, like hit it quite firmly, drilled it almost into cover. Good straight at her, but went quite quick. So the intent's clear that she's going to look to score quickly. Bella Johnson obviously took a bit more time to get in, but it's a different stage of the innings, obviously.
Oh, no.
Well, that's 2 and 3 balls. That is a big wicket now. Tulloch caught at point off Judge. So this return from Judge has been brilliant in terms of Middlesex and how they're going to close the innings out now. You would probably say Tao Stanley has a big innings to play as she comes in next. Best part of 4.3 overs to go.
Hopefully, her being left-handed in this situation
Yeah.
might come into
Well,
our favour.
you'd have to say that. You'd have to say that the next over, if Saskia Hawley bowls the next one and bowls out, that's pretty important as well. And if they can get through the back end of this over, get themselves in, evaluate through Saskia Hawley's over if she bowls the next one, and then that gives you 3 overs of a launch pad.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if she'll bowl again and think another wicket here and then sort of more into the bowlers, or whether she'll hold her back for that sort of last over type thing. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do.
It's amazing though, isn't it? You look at kind of the start of the over with 228 for 5, and you're thinking we're talking about getting up to like 260, 270, and now suddenly 2 wickets and
completely different game.
Yeah, completely different game. And for the first time in the game, you're probably saying the momentum is with a team, and Middlesex have the momentum. But you know, a good partnership here could change all that, and that's what we're obviously hoping for.
Yeah, big few overs coming up, because also you take that into lunch as well. If you score a quick 40 here from Sussex, you've got the momentum again. If Middlesex take a couple of wickets, that's obviously their momentum with them.
Yeah. Well, obviously Tao Stanley and now Anna Buckle to come, and the match-winning shot last weekend was a scoop, so no doubt they'll have players ready for that. And then Callie-Anne Doherty, she doesn't really like batting, does she? So
no, she's not the biggest fan of batting.
So we'll be hoping that these two can face the majority of the balls to come. Balayla Judge, having taken 2 wickets in the over, comes in and bowls 2. And down the leg side.
That's the wide you speak about, because she's lefty.
Well, very handy, Sussex. Very handy in terms of every run's vital at this point in time. 4.5 overs to go. What do you think? What do you think Sussex will be happy with now then?
I think you still got to try and get to that sort of 260. It's pretty big arse, I guess, but with Bella and Taos to win, it's more than possible. But they've got to get their iron pretty quick and got to accelerate pretty quickly, and maybe a few sort of 50-50s go our way. But yeah, I think minimum has to be 250.
It'll be interesting how Bella Johnson approaches this, seeing that she's there. I think it's fair to say playing second fiddle to Nancy Arman. She's just seen this happen from the opposite end, and now it'll be interesting to see how she approaches the rest of the innings.
Yeah, I guess with sort of 4 overs to go, you'd like to think that she will probably take on the shots a bit more.
Yeah.
But we will see what happens.
Well, she's on strike now, leg by against Tao Stanley, so she's still on 0 off 2. Last ball of the over.
Could do with this being a boundary. Boundary or a single, and then Bella's on strike again. Nothing in between.
What Sussex can't have is a wicket, and that would be very bad news, and that almost, you would say, would mean they would have to work very hard to get to 250.
Yeah.
But it's a leg by.
Take the single. And
they get the single, and that's the end of the 46th over. It is 231 for 7, and 4 overs left. So, interesting passage of play there. As Izzy Collis leaves us. Didn't say bye to the viewers, but yeah, she's very much out the commentary room. And we've got Finley Jack back on here. As she says her goodbyes.
That really was a great stint.
That was a great stint. That was a 30 over stint from Izzy Collis. So thank you to her. Yeah, 31 overs. Producer Jack tells me from the back. While he munches into his sandwich. Crisps. Haven't seen anything for us this end, but it's all good. Doesn't matter, does it, Finn? all for one and one for all. That's the motto in this tent. Anyway, Izzy Routledge back, Bella Johnson, key component probably of this innings, the rest of this innings, as she plays it into mid-on, and long on comes in and takes it. So it's not Saskia Hawley finishing off. So imagine Izzy Routledge will bowl this over, and then Saskia Hawley will bowl the last one from the castle end. Imagine Layla Judge will be close to finishing. Finn, good to have you back.
Good to be back.
What are your thoughts then on the rest of this innings?
Well, I thought firstly that the Sussex batters have used their feet really well, especially Nancy. And I mean, there you go. Tal's used her feet nicely there as well. And Bella's just started to. I think they've used their feet well to spin. And I know you mentioned it earlier on. We seem to have had the Sussex batters hit the fielders quite a lot. Been a little bit unlucky in that regard, but I think they'll be fairly happy with how this has played out. And as he said, try and push to that 260 mark. I think is quite key. Yeah,
getting 260 would be vital, and the 2 wickets have slowed Sussex down. As that ball's in the air, it would have been a great catch. I'm not sure if it's a drop or not. The fielder from deep mid wicket came round, slid in. The ball obviously hit the ground because we saw it come away from it. It's from the far end from us in the commentary hut here. So 2 runs to Bella Johnson. Not sure if it's an opportunity or not though. As Routledge comes in again and bowls. Bella Johnson hits it to point. So 2, 3, 5 for 7. 1 ball left of the 47th over. And then there's 3 overs to go. After that, Bella Johnson on strike to Izzy Routledge as she comes in and bowls. And she came down the track, missed the ball. You'd have to say missed stumping opportunity. The keeper missed it, and they've run her by. So for an over that's only gone for 5, you'd say pretty eventful over. As we watch back, Bella Johnson ran down. Pippa Sproul just kind of lost sight of it, and it's gone for 1 by. So 236 for 7 after 47 overs. Wasp telling us 259, which I actually think Sussex would be pretty happy with if they could get to 259. That would obviously mean 260. If they go at 8 and over from here, they will get 8, or they will get 260. So really just 1 big over away from getting close to 260. And what I mean by that is maybe a 9+ over from Sussex, which they'll be eyeing up. Layla Judge, you'd think now would finish unless this over went really badly. I mean, the over before where she got the 2 wickets and went for just the 3 extras, 1 wide and then 2 leg byes, gets her the second over, and she's come back well. But Bella Johnson there
has got hold
hits it for
good fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, I was partially sighted there, but Finn saw it, and what seemed to have happened was the long on came round, converged with the mid wicket, and between them they stopped the boundary. 2 runs to Johnson. As we said on commentary earlier, Bella Johnson pretty quick between the wickets. I think Tal Stanley's pretty smart cricketer as well, so they're aware to the 2 runs and added them to the total. As Judge comes in now around the wicket left arm. Quite a good ball in the block hole, which Bella Johnson couldn't get under. Dot ball. So Sussex 238 for 7, and we'll just update you from around the grounds actually in terms of Sussex and Middlesex. Middlesex at Lords 199 for 5 after 40 overs. Sussex 218 for 4. The 4th wicket taken by Ollie Robinson. So both men's teams in action today, and here we are with both women's teams at Arundel. Picturesque, not really livened up as we thought it might, but still time in the day, but very picturesque here. A lovely venue to play cricket. as Layla Judge runs in for her third ball of the over to Bella Johnson, who hits it to cover in midfield. I think there was a bounce off one of the spare wickets, and the mid-off tidied up. So another run to the total. Now the left-handed Stanley on strike. And as Izzy Collis mentioned, adjusting the line seems kind of a bit more of a challenge in women's cricket just because of the pure lack of left-handers in the Tier 2 game. And it's very rare to see this, a left-armer bowl against a left-hander, because you don't typically see it a lot across the counties. As Layla Judge comes in over the wicket now to the left-handed Tal Stanley, and she is out. So the ball, the battle of the left-handers is won by the bowler, and that's another key wicket for Middlesex. She kind of gave herself room on the leg side to open up the offside, but sliced it up in the air, caught a point, and Tal Stanley goes for 1. Now you'd have to say Middlesex should be confident of restricting Sussex to under 260 from here.
It'll be Anna Buckle, the new batter at strike.
Yeah, so Anna Buckle with 2 balls to face. Sussex won't want to get bowled out here and make the most of the last kind of 14 balls. But as we've mentioned a lot, the importance of Saskia Hawley's bowling. She's obviously got one more over, and you'd assume Layla Judge will bowl her last over as well. But Anna Buckle, who's had a good couple of weeks, and she's got a fan club here. That was the biggest cheer of the day for her. I think she's quite local to the area, but she's had a good couple of weeks in terms of signing a professional deal with Surrey. And the PA has just acknowledged the Anna Buckle fan club. But yeah, she'll be happy to be playing here at Arundel, and she'll be happy to be close to home.
I've got to shout out Tom Harris in the chat here. He said, this chat is refreshingly calm. I think that's exactly what Luke has tried to bring to the commentary today, and I hope that your dad and sister are enjoying their day out.
Well, hopefully it is calm, because this venue has been very calm. Yeah, not really. I'd say, what are we, nonchalant?
Yeah, I'd say so. Something like that, anyway.
We're just happy to be here, aren't we?
Yeah, just having a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Producer Jack should have a mic, but we've only got 2 mics anyway. But Producer Jack chimes in every so often with some tips. The best tip he gave today was turning on our mics. If you joined earlier, we missed probably the first 2 overs, and then Finn missed a further. They turned on my mic, and must have sounded like I was crazy because we didn't turn on Finn's mic. It's like on PlayStation when you're online and you're talking in the group chat, no one's acknowledging you, but it turns out you don't have your mic on.
Been muted for the last 25 minutes.
Yeah, probably for the best, to be honest. But end of the 48th over, 240 for 8. I'm fully expecting Saskia Hawley to come back, and it looks like she is going to come back. So Saskia Hawley to finish from the castle end, and then my money would be on Judge finishing 3 overs on the bounce from the park end. So it's actually worked out well in the end, these death overs for Middlesex. It didn't look like Hawley had much support coming, but Layla Judge has been brilliant in this spell. She's
picked up 3
wickets. She's gone for 5 runs in her 2 overs. So stepped up when the captain needed her, as Hawley comes into Buckle. And Buckle plays it. Well, they looked potentially at a run. Buckle had hit it straight to the fielder, and then the fielder threw it in. Pippa Sproul didn't gather it, so not sure really what was going on out there, but it's a dot ball after all that anyway, as Hawley comes in for a second ball. Well, Buckle tried to sweep it, and they've taken 1. Buckle would have been in trouble if Saskia Hawley could have gathered that, but they do get 1. and the score moves on to 2-4-1 for 8. It's a pretty good single. It gives Bella Johnson the majority of the over. Saskia Hawley will be looking to remove her from the innings.
That's a good
And
catch.
she's done that. Bella Johnson trying to hit it over mid-off, not quite getting hold of it. It looks like potentially Routledge again with the catch at mid-off, but she didn't quite get hold of it. It was a bit over. It was over her head, the catch. A bit more on it, and it would have been 4. But again, another big wicket, and Sussex now in big danger of getting bowled out. When you've got Buckle and Doherty here, you'd say 250 would be a great effort now, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, 9 balls to go.
As we wait for Kellyanne Doherty to come out. Yep, that's confirmation she was caught by Izzy Routledge. So, interesting innings from Sussex, isn't it? You say, obviously the wickets here have fallen in the clumps at the back end, but they were in a good position to push on. The partnership between Nancy Harman and Shishri Patel was 91 off 102, and then Harman went on to have a 46-run partnership with Bella Johnson. But since then, 4 wickets for the loss of 25 runs it must be. Well, that's what's happened in the last 5 overs, so maybe even less than that. As Hawley gets ready to bowl at Kellyanne Doherty. We've not seen much of her bat this year. We haven't got to this point. And there's going to be buys, so... Well, they run 2. I wasn't sure whether Buckle was going to kind of farm the strike, but every run is important, and it's been given runs. So Doherty up and running. 2 balls left of Hawley's spell, and that's a dot ball as well. The most important thing you'd probably say here is that Doherty doesn't get out and she survives this last ball of Hawley's spell and lets Buckle have 6 balls at the other end.
Yep, and that is exactly what the C40 chat has suggested. Bat it out, ladies. Make sure you use all full 50 over. Sorry.
Well, it's a 1. It's 1 more to the total. I'm not sure how good the single is, but Doherty 3 off 3, suggesting she scored at a runner ball, but after Buckle's exploits last weekend, we saw the scoop, and I wonder if Middlesex have picked up on that. The scoop to win the game at Neath, which was a massive win for Sussex, putting them in a great position for the rest of this Metro Bank competition. Well, they've not gone for Layla Judge. I'm very surprised with this. Izzy Routledge is going to come and finish her spell. I would have bet good money on Layla Judge finishing her 10 overs. It might be the same conclusion anyway, with 10 and 11 in, but I just thought Layla Judge 3 for 39 off 9 might have been the option. And the first ball is played back to her, and it's a dot ball. So 5 balls left to go in the innings. Wasp is telling us 249. I think 250 would be a great effort if they can find a boundary from somewhere. Kellyanne gets off strike. Kellyanne Doherty to long on, giving Anna Buckle the strike, and she has 4 balls to get Sussex. You'd say north of 250 ideally, but 250 would be a good effort from here. As we see the sweep. And it's a dot ball. Middlesex obviously keen to get off the pitch, Buckle 3 balls to get as many runs as she can.
Advances down the pitch.
And she advances down the pitch into point. They run 2 on the misfield, which is a good result for Sussex. So 247. Sussex will be hoping for 250 as Routledge comes in and bowls. A dot ball, so 1 ball left. At least they've batted out the overs. No matter what happens here, you'd say absolute free swing for Anna Buckle. We'll see how many runs she can get off it. What will the result be? Well, it's hit into the onside, and they look to run 2.
And she will just about be run out.
So she'll be run out. Sussex will get 2 for 8 all out. They had to run 2 anyway. You have to put the field under pressure, so you can't really criticise the batting pair for that run out. But Sussex bat out. They get bowled out on the final ball, and it's 2 for 8 all out. So maybe 22 runs below par, what they would have wanted, 260 odd. But Sussex will be happy, given the fact that they were 91 for 4, and then a great recovery from Nancy Harman, Shishji Patel, which was a partnership of 91 off 102 balls, supported then by another partnership between Harman and Johnson off 40, which was 46 off 38. A quick summary of the scores. Harman obviously 91 off 82, Shishri Patel 38 off 56, and Molly Adams 33 off 41. Pick of the bowlers for Middlesex, both Saskia Hawley and Layla Judge getting 3 for 39, and peg Sussex back. 248 the final score. Middlesex will require 249 to win. I'm off to get my lunch, and no doubt I'll join you for the second innings. Stay blessed.
43 overs, Middlesex at 219 for 7, 219 for 7. Refreshment facility open to the general public today is the tea hut behind the main scoreboard. The pavilion is for players and officials only, and the large white marquee is for Arundel Castle members who have booked a picnic table. So please, the only facility that the general public may use is the tea hut behind the main scoreboard. Full range of refreshments available there. Hot and cold drinks, including alcoholic drinks, and a full range of food available as well. If it's your first visit to Arundel, you might like to just wander around the ground, and I can see people already heading that way. Over the far side of the ground there is a gap in the trees, and that gap was left deliberately so that we have a view down across the River Arun. So view across the River Arun from the gap over on the far side. If you want to take a stroll over there, stretch your legs. And a further reminder of these 2 housekeeping things, so that is that we, because of the dryness of the outfield and with the surrounds, we have imposed a non-smoking policy today, or for the foreseeable future. So no smoking.
Handles frequently asked questions using your business knowledge, takes bookings and appointment requests accurately, captures messages and routes urgent calls to the right person. While Isla handles the calls, you handle what you do best. The best part? Isla works with your existing phone system and can be set up in under 48 hours. Request your free demo today. Isla, because if you're missing calls, you're missing business.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Everyday pleasures.
Meet Isla, your AI receptionist who never takes a break. Isla answers every call, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Handles frequently asked questions using your business knowledge. Takes bookings and appointment requests accurately. Captures messages and routes urgent calls to the right person. While Isla handles the calls, you handle what you do best. The best part? Isla works with your existing phone system and can be set up in under 48 hours. Request your free demo today. Isla, because if you're missing calls, you're missing business.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Everyday pleasures.
Meet Isla, your AI receptionist who never takes a break. Isla answers every call, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Handles frequently asked questions using your business knowledge. Takes bookings and appointment requests accurately. Captures messages and routes urgent calls to the right person. While Isla handles the calls, you handle what you do best. The best part? Isla works with your existing phone system and can be set up in under 48 hours. Request your free demo today. Isla, because if you're missing calls, you're missing business.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalization, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Everyday pleasures.
Meet Isla, your AI receptionist who never takes a break. Isla answers every call, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Handles frequently asked questions using your business knowledge. Takes bookings and appointment requests accurately. Captures messages and routes urgent calls to the right person. While Isla handles the calls, you handle what you do best. The best part? Isla works with your existing phone system and can be set up in under 48 hours. Request your free demo today. Isla, because if you're missing calls, you're missing business.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis, to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Everyday pleasures.
So we are scheduled to restart at about 20 past. Maybe a little delayed, but there'll be then 3 hours and 10 minutes in which to bowl the second innings, and Middlesex will be attempting to score 249 to win. I should take the opportunity to tell you about a couple of other matches happening here in the next week or so. On Friday of this week, we're delighted to welcome once again the Lord's Taverners here. So the Duke of Norfolk's 11 will be playing at Lord's Taverners 11. That's an 11 o'clock start. So it's all 11s on Friday. And it's a 30 overs a side match. So it's quite a fun match. There's a raffle and an auction and all sorts of things to raise money for the Lord's Taverners for all the work they do. And so that's on Friday the 7th, 11 o'clock start. Duke of Norfolk's 11 versus the Lord's Taverners. And then a week today, Sunday the 9th, we stage once again the Cricket Cup final. And that's a 50 over side match like today, but we don't start next Sunday until 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock start next Sunday. And we've just been informed that the finalists this year are the old Cliftonians from Bristol, and the old Malvernians from, of course, Worcestershire. So Old Cliftonians versus Old Malvernians next Sunday in the Cricketer Cup 50 over final, starting at 11 o'clock. And we'll be delighted to see you on one or both of those days.
Nice girls, last one. Last one. You want to stack over that? Well done.
As part of the Sussex Week this week, we staged disability cricket, and we have some further disability cricket coming up on the 15th and 16th of August, where we're staging matches, T20 matches each day between the England and India disability sides. So 15th and 16th, England versus India T20s. And on the 23rd, we have a thing called the Content Creators Cup, and that is going to be 4 T10 matches in the day. And in early September, we have international matches between England and Pakistan under 19s. The 2nd to the 5th of September is a 4-day test match, followed by, on the 9th of September, a 50 over ODI. So lots of good cricket here at Arundel coming up in the next month or so. Okay, let's get back to today and welcome back our umpires, Mal Juniper and Rayma Chandara. Our scorers Rob Cole and Lewis Cox. And the scoreboard being run by Trevor Drake and John Betts, if he ever gets back here. So Kiara Greaves led the Sussex side to the field.
What number is that? She went to
So we're going to be opening the bowling this time from the park end.
Hello and welcome back to Arundel for the second innings of Sussex versus Middlesex. Middlesex have to chase 249 to win this game as Sussex get ready to bowl their first ball. It was an interesting innings, and at the moment I'm flying solo, so you'll have my tones of me speaking to myself until someone comes to join us. Obviously it was brilliant in the first innings because Izzy Collis came on for about 31 overs and she's now out there with the Sussex Sharks. Anna Buckle is getting ready to bowl from the park end and she is bowling to Pippa Sproul. So Buckle to Pippa Sproul for the first ball. And that's played down to third. That's a single. Changing the batting order, Scarlett Hughes out. We believe it's with concussion. She's been replaced, I think, by Finty Trussler. And Arteminis Downer is opening the batting. So Sproul and Downer, it was due to be Sproul and Hughes, but Downer in at the top of the order. She was carded to bat at 6, I believe, and Finty Trussler, we think, will be batting later on as a concussion sub, as Buckle comes in for a second ball to Downer. And Downer lets that go through to Molly Adams. Sussex wouldn't have been over the moon with the score, but they did get runs on the board. And runs on the border is important in this aspect. They'll have to bowl and field well to defend this score. And I think if they're able to get a few early wickets, you might see a turn in the tide. But Middlesex, to be fair, bat deep. And they'll think they'll have a good fist of making this score as Buckle comes in for a third ball, bowls, and Downer plays that to mid-wicket where Nancy Harmon is. So to just run through the batting lineup for Middlesex, we have Sproul, Downer, Riva Pindoria, Saskia Hawley, Abby Wybrow, Izzy Routledge. Then we think Finty Drussel will come in, Sonali Patel, Hannah Davis, Nanavati and Judge, who open the bowling. Sussex, who just seen an edge evade first slip and go for 4. So Downer off the mark with a 4 that's just wide of Bella Johnson at slip, but they line up as the following: Molly Adams, Izzy Collis, Phoebe Wilkinson, Nancy Harmon, Kiara Green, Shishri Patel, Arabella Johnson, Paige Tullock, is it? Poppy Tullock, sorry, my mistake. Tal Stanley, Anna Buckle and Kellyanne Doherty. In the Sussex, producer Jack is still in my ear telling me well done for forgetting my own team. But in the Sussex innings, we saw Nancy Harmon score 91, supported by, that's just gone over point. That's another 4. Downer just hitting that in the air, just went over the point, fielder, and that's gone for 4 as well. Just to recap on the Sussex innings, we had Nancy Harmon score 91, supported by Shishri Patel 38 and Molly Adams 33. Saskia Hawley and Layla Judge both picking up figures of 3 for 39 were the pick of the Middlesex bowlers. So we're 9 without loss after 5 balls. But 2 of the boundaries, one going wide of first slip and one going just over the point fielder as Buckle comes in to finish her first over. And it's a play and a miss. So 9 for no loss after the first over. And we'll wait to see who opens the bowling from the castle end. I'm predicting it will be Poppy Tullock as she wanders towards the umpire. And it will indeed be Poppy Tullock. So Poppy Tullock to come from the castle end. Middlesex need 240 to win.
And to open the bowling from the castle end. Number 12 on the Sussex card, but wearing 42, Poppy Tullock.
It was interesting with the new ball to see if they get the movement that the Middlesex bowlers got. There was a bit of swing out the hand. And then it came in the kind of 10th over where there was a bit of seam movement when Sonali Patel came on, but not so much movement. The spinner's getting a bit of extra bounce. There was turn for Saskia Hawley and Hannah Davies. Not so much for Izzy Routledge, but could be enough in the wicket for a good game here as Tullock comes in for her first ball, and that's down the leg side. A wide ball as Molly Adams takes it behind the stumps. We had the pleasure of having Izzy Collis on for the best part of 30 overs, and her insight was brilliant. Actually, it'd be interesting. Hopefully, I've tried ringing up the numbers and seeing if we can get people in for the second innings because her insight was brilliant and saved my voice definitely. As Tullock comes in again, bowls, and that's played quietly by Pippa Sprout into the leg side. They're teammates at Hampshire, Tullock and Sproul, so they will know each other fairly well. Sproul, the backup wicket keeper for Middlesex, she ended up taking the gloves when Scarlett Hughes went down with concussion. Didn't quite see what happened, but they swapped over, and then Poppy Tullock playing a role in Hampshire's route to finals day as well. So Hampshire connection there as Sproul plays the ball into the offside. and no runs taken, 10 without loss. You notice we've got Wasp on the score there, given 70%. That's because it was inputted at 270 pass score. Sussex obviously getting 248. Wouldn't give it 70%. I think it is in Middlesex' favour, but wouldn't say it's that far in their favour. As Tulloch bowls again, and that's played to mid off where Kiara Greenfield's the ball. I think 70% is probably a bit high. I think you'd probably say high 50s, maybe 60 push percentage for Middlesex. They're obviously going to favourites following last year's game where Sussex defended 270, bowling Leicester out for 170. So run a win by about 100 runs. As Poppy Tulloch comes in again for her 4th legal ball, and that was Fuller, and that was played to mid wicket, who fumbles it, but there's no run. She picks the ball up now. Yeah, and I wonder how much effect the change would have. Scarlett Hughes hadn't played that much anyway. Artemis down hadn't had the greatest of returns this year, but given a great opportunity as Pippa Sproul on strike now, and she plays Poppy Tulloch's delivery to mid-on. It was an innings, the first innings. It never really felt up until the end that anyone really gained momentum, but Middlesex finishing the innings. It was a great spell from Layla Judge. She took 3 for 5 in 2 overs and really kind of broke the back of the Sussex innings, where we saw her remove Harman. We saw her remove Harman, we saw her remove Tulloch, and we saw her remove Stanley. So 3 big wickets in terms of getting the score down. Sussex at one point would probably be thinking about 270, so to restrict them to 248 was a great effort, but Poppy Tulloch ends her over there and the score is 10 without loss. And I think it'll probably be the happier of the teams Middlesex just because of that ending and getting momentum into this innings. But it's been a bit of a quieter start than you would have imagined. I think 2 potential opportunities just evading fielders in the first innings from Anna Buckle. She's obviously gone for 9. She bowled a bit better than that in her first over. One of those opportunities from Downer could have easily gone to hand, but Buckle will be looking to come back now. On loan from Surrey now, not a permanent Sussex player. She got signed by Surrey in Tier 1 and is a big player now for Sussex, coming through the ranks. Very familiar with Arundel. I think she's very local to the area, and she's just beaten the bat of Downer. So interesting start in this battle between Buckle and Downer. Downer getting a boundary wider first slip, and then the boundary that just went over point. Buckle would have thought one of those could have gone to hand, and she'll be looking to get the early breakthrough here as she runs in and bowls to Downer. That's a full ball on leg stump, played into the leg side, and that's a more convincing boundary for Downer. She clipped that through mid wicket, and that's gone for 4. So it's happened to be a fast start for Downer. She's 12 off 7, Pippa Sproul 1 off 7. So looking for a reply from Anna Buckle to see if she can get the breakthrough as she comes in and bowls to Artemis Downer. Again, that's a full toss. It's off a thick outside edge. There is a third in place, and she picks the ball up and returns it to Molly Adams. Quite a picturesque ground here at Arundel. A lot of people now sitting over in the shade under the trees. It is a hot day. A few people scattered around the ground, but it's a very picturesque venue. Blue skies, pitch, good pitch, and the grass is obviously kind of like hay colour because of the weather we've had recently as Buckle bowls to Sproul, and that's defended into the offside. As I said, we had Izzy Collis on. Izzy was quite honest with the assessment of where Sussex would have wanted to be in. We were in agreement of 260, 270, but she also said early wickets you never know, and that's what Sussex will be looking for now. If they can get some early wickets and break the back of this Middlesex lineup, as she comes in and bowls to Pippa Sprout and a buckle, and she gets her to play a forward defensive. That's a good ball. Picked up by Shishri Patel at mid-on. You'd have to say the key members are in 3 and 4. Riva Pindora and Saskia Hawley been the mainstay of this Middlesex team since they came into this tier 2 setup. Saskia Hawley, especially as captain, will be wanting to break the back of the innings, but still a couple of wickets until she's in now, as Buckle finishes her over with a short ball to Pippa Sprout, and the score is 15 without loss. We're welcomed by Finley Jack on the mic. Finn's doing a double role. He's coding the game, but he's now on the mic.
Hello again, guys.
Finn, interesting start that, wasn't it? The first over, there could have easily been a wicket, but obviously those two going for 4 and then the 4 in this innings, you'd say Middlesex will be pretty happy with their start so far.
Yeah, I think they should be pretty happy with how it's going so far. Obviously, as you said, the first 2 boundaries a little bit streaky, and another one there, just a single this time. Yeah, as you said, more convincing boundary in the previous over through mid-wicket.
You'd say early wickets are probably key. In terms of key wickets, I was saying about Riva Pindora, but I was also saying Saskia Hawley is probably just looking at the key member of this Middlesex batting lineup in terms of her returns with bat and ball. But in this case, the bat, she'll be looking to see the side home, won't she?
Yes, definitely. It's racing away to the boundary, and unfortunately Patel can't quite cut it off. So it will be 4 more to Sprout.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it stands for. Yeah. Give us a bit of like how what goes into it. Yeah, how they calculate this. Make sure you tell you once. I've just been asked by producer Jack to explain what WASP is. I've got no idea, to be honest. So that's good. And then they said, can I let you know my role of the club? But I don't think anyone's interested in that, so we'll go back to the cricket.
See, I'd actually disagree, Luke. I think there'll be a lot of people out there that would really be interested to know what you do, because you're such an important member of the club, known by everyone, been here a long time, always in team photos, as producer Jack's just chimed in as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the problem? They're very jealous, right? Because what's happened is me and Finn, members of the cricket staff, so we get this nice slap up lunch at Arundel, which was lovely actually. It was. Well, we actually had the chicken, ham and beef. Those were, and you could have all 3. So we had that, a bit of salad, perfect for a summer's day actually. And then I think it was yogurt on for dessert, but I don't really like yogurt, so I didn't go for that.
Yeah, it was very nice. Bit of yogurt and fruit.
Whereas I think Jack is a bit upset because he's just been lumbered with smelly old sandwiches.
Tuna sandwich and sausage roll.
Yeah, so smelly sandwich because it was tuna and the sausage roll. But you know, Arundel have looked after us well, so I'm not sure what.
I don't complain about my food, man.
No, mate. And then we have Kieran here. He's laughing. Not sure if it's because I got his name wrong or what. Anyway, we got Kieran here. We got Kieran here who's ordered in Taco Bell from Chichester. And if you don't know your locations too well, Chichester's probably about, I wouldn't like. Yeah, it's 10 miles away, but I wouldn't like to get my food delivered from Chichester to Arundel. There's a fair bit of traffic, especially on Pride weekend. So not his greatest moment. So he's got Taco Bell delivered to Arundel. And he's telling me something about buy one get one free, but I don't know what relevance that is to me. So everyone's had a nice lunch. Bit of jealousy flying around. Producer Jack here causing a bit of a stitch up. It's actually 4.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, it was an unfortunate passage of play there. Downer, she's edged the ball wide of slip. The ball's come round third. Shishi Patel's done really well to get round there, but as she's dived and fielded the ball, her foot's touched the rope, and good bit of honesty, though probably could have seen it, but she straight away signalled that it had gone for 4. So another boundary for Downer. She moves on to 18 off 12. Sprouse 6 off 12. So Anna Buckle to continue. Sussex will want a wicket here. 26 for no loss off of 4.
You know what you can start doing to do shit like this? Social media, shout.
Again, producer Kieran has just said to me, maybe we can do shout outs. So if you want to shout out, send in your messages to jack.williams@sussexcricket.co.uk and we will make sure we get your shout outs done. That's jack.williams@sussexcricket.co.uk. He said, or just put them in the YouTube chat, but I think he'd like you to email him, which would be good.
I give him WhatsApp as well.
We've got a fun fact in the chat actually from Mr. Evans. If you'd like to read that out, Luke.
Yeah, well.
Luke, just going to have to cut you off. You are muted again, I believe.
Are we back on?
Yes.
Great stuff. Right, I muted there to make a joke with Jack, but obviously now the joke's on me. But yes, this fun fact from Derek Evans, Layla Judge and Kellyanne Doherty are both, Binfield, in brackets Berks, so I'm assuming Binfield is in Berkshire, as was Poppy Tulloch until she became full-time with Hampshire. So good representation here. Thank you for that, Derek. As Anna Buckle comes in and bowls now. And that's fielded at cover. Well, it seems like the 50 over innings for the men's teams have come to an end. Middlesex, for all you Middlesex fans, bowled out for 246 by Yorkshire. Derbyshire rack up 325 for 7 against Sussex. So both men's teams in actions today for these two clubs, and obviously the women are here at Arundel, battling it out against each other. The score is 27 for no loss after 4.4 overs. Better over from Anna Buckle so far, 1 and then the 3 dots. As I say, early wickets would have been vital. And they'll be hopeful to pick up a couple before 10 overs is completed in the first power play as Buckle comes in and bowls to Downer. Let's play quietly into mid-wicket. It was a great innings from Nancy Harmon, really. I think she started off kind of at a runner ball just under, and then she didn't quite explode, but she did show a lot kind of more intent as the innings grew. Ending up with 90, what was it now? It was 91 off 82, so 11 boundaries in that. And I thought she paced the innings really well. She deserved 100, in all honesty. was just trying to accelerate the score, but in turn, what that ended up doing is causing a mini collapse where Layla Judge took 3 for 5 runs in a 3 wickets for 5 runs in a spell, which included Harman, Poppy Tulloch, and Tal Stanley.
Just one off the over from Buckle. Starting to get a nice bit of a way shape.
We spoke.
Jack chiming in again.
Yeah, producer Jack just trying to get us to give shout outs all over the gaff. He's telling me Essex men scored 376 for 5 against Worcester men, and then he said that's pretty big, that score. As
that's a big appeal.
That was a big appeal. I think there was an inside edge. It was a bit of movement from the umpire where I think she went to click, like she has a ball counter, and she went to look at it, and I thought the finger might have been going there. Either that or I don't know what she's telling her, but there was hand movement. And from where we are, that looked like the finger was going up. And I was thinking that's going to be a shocking decision, but albeit she got the right decision in the end. As Tulloch comes in and bowls. And that is blocked by Pippa Sproul into the covers. So 7 dot balls in a row. Nice building of pressure after the start where we seen 5 boundaries within the first 4 overs. Sussex bowlers just trying to regain a bit of control. Albeit 2 of those boundaries or 3 of them were streaky, but as I say that, Pippa Sprouse found the cover point boundary with a cut that's gone on the outside of Tal Stanley at point. Just a bit too much width from Poppy Tulloch there. I'm getting a lot of feedback here from the producers, and they're asking me various things. As WASP, I think stands for Win Analysis Score Predictor. Maybe it's Win and Score. Could be Win Analysis Score Predictor, either or. Anyway, it says it's 81% because what happens is you put in a score initially, so I think the score was put in at 270, and now it's a likelihood of the likelihood of the team batting second, which is Middlesex, is chasing. So Score Predictor has it on 81%. It's pretty early days though, to be saying 81%. I've seen it at 97% before, and that team's lost. So still hope. As Pippa Sproul, she looked pretty calm there. It looked from here that it was pretty close to the stumps, but she looked pretty calm as it went up and then kind of jagged back, as in spun back onto the stumps.
Now you finally explain what WASP is. Tell everyone what your job role is.
And they are desperate here behind me for me to tell you what my job role is, but it's not happening. I'm not here to talk. I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here to speak on the game.
I've got a shout out for you.
Yep.
George Isaacs from Glamorgan, the analyst, has said, "Dunners, you legend.
Yeah.
Always wanted to be on commentary, and you're living the dream."
Brilliant. Thank you, George. Great to hear from you.
I've actually seen anything. Heard anything. I've got to pass it on. You've got to say what I'm. Yeah.
All right.
He's just WhatsApped it.
Well, the shout.
WhatsApp.
It's what?
Right. Well, we've had a shout out on WhatsApp, and if you want the number, I'm not allowed to give it to you. But apparently, we've had a shout on WhatsApp from George Isaacs. Thank you, George, for your shout out. Saying something about
living the dream.
Living the dream.
And I guess we are.
Yeah, I guess we are. I've always wanted to be a Radio 1 DJ, so
other radios are available.
What's your favourite song?
My favourite. Well, the thing is here is that we're getting a lot of noise from the producers. They've not got a mic, so really, it sounds as if I'm speaking to myself. So we'll just shut them out for a minute until they get a mic, and then they can join us on comms. as the first ball of Anna Buckle's over has been hit for 4.
That's going to look good on Middlesex socials.
So first ball of the over going for 4. We almost had someone choking to death in the back gear, but Anna Buckle runs in and bowls again, and that's cut away. It's cut off by the third. She comes round, and that's 1-2 Downer. So Downer 23 off 19, Sprout 11 off 19, Middlesex off to a decent start here, 36 without loss after 6.2. As the Wasp says, it's firmly in Middlesex's favour. We're hoping to be joined by one of the Sussex coaches, but not too hopeful. As I said, we had some great insight from Izzy Collis earlier, and she's now out on the field. So,
bit of a natural, isn't she?
Yeah, very natural. I thought she spoke very well. Gave us the insight on what the team would be thinking, what the team were like. Spoke about how the tier structures help women's cricket, the reality of being a tier 2 cricketer. She covered quite a lot. So hopefully you found that as interesting as I did. As Anna Buckle gets ready to bowl the 4th ball of her over, Sussex looking for a wicket here within the first 10 overs. She bowls to Pippa Sprout. Buckle runs in now. And that's a full ball. There was a kind of some sort of appeal, but I think she hit it. Definitely hit it. Sounded quite woody. Could argue that she middled it really, but it was worth asking as she is the Queen of Arundel, so maybe thought that would have some pulling in the decision.
We've had the C40 in the chat saying we need more buckles. How do you feel about that, Dennis?
As that ball's pulled to the boundary for 4.
It's a great effort, but just evades the fielder out on the boundary.
Going back to the C40, and you can never have too many Anna Buckles, can you? She's been brilliant for Sussex over the last period of time. Obviously getting signed by Surrey into the kind of professional arena, and she's done really well, so couldn't agree more really. If you had 2 Anna Buckles, you'd be in a pretty good position.
You would be.
As she finishes her over off here. And she draws a forward defence from Pippa Sprout. 40 without loss after 7. Interesting start. Pretty, you'd say on the surface, pretty positive start from Middlesex, but not all the boundaries have been free-flowing. Sussex would be disappointed that they probably missed their line a little bit, maybe offered a bit too much width through this first 7 overs, but still time to recover that and attack the stumps a bit more. I think that's generally the rule in Tier 2 women's cricket. I feel the team that hit the stumps the most are usually the most successful. That's obviously can be seen as common sense, but it is a good stat to try and maintain as Poppy Tulloch starts her 4th over now. And that's let go by Downer to the keeper, Molly Adams. Sussex field, they have 1 slip in, a 3rd cover, you've got a point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and then you kind of have a deep backward square, so that's your 2 people out. No sweeper on the offside for Poppy Tulloch. She bowls to Downer, and that's hit to one of the cover fielders. Poppy Tulloch on loan from Hampshire, one of the loanees in, who had a pretty successful T20 campaign where they reached finals day. She, alongside Nancy Harmon, played for Hampshire. The other loanee from the county, Anna Buckle, who's from Surrey, and then off of Essex's academy is Bella Johnson, who signed a 2-week professional deal, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. So she would say that she counts as professional as well. Not sure if she's re-signed since then. Tulloch comes in again, past the umpire and bowls, and that ball's played to mid-off. Not seen many shots in anger today, in kind of matching with the vibe here at Arundel, which has been quite ambient, I'd say.
Quite chilled.
Yeah, very chilled. Quite a relaxing place to be.
Yeah, very.
Apart from when your stream's not working, or when your feed's not working, or when you've got producer Jack running around with ladders all over the gaff.
As he always seems to be.
Yeah.
And that is cut away to the offside boundary and is 4 more.
Yeah, so Poppy Tulloch went, she only gone for 1 in the over and then offered up width again, and that was punished by Downer, who is opening the batting as aforementioned because of, we believe, a concussion to Scarlett Hughes. Scarlett Hughes was carded to open batting, but Downer obviously come in up the order, and then we believe Finty Truster's come in as a concussion replacement, as Downer plays that into mid-on. Hughes, I believe, was the only left-hander in this Middlesex lineup, so lose a bit of variation there in terms of the handedness of the batters. But Middlesex have got off to a good start here, so that won't bother them too much. Tulloch bowls 1 down the leg side. Wasn't a wide, so must have clipped Downer's pad. There's no complaints from the batter, and that's the end of the over. So we look at the replay again. Well, Molly Adams' head is in the way, isn't it? She comes across, so couldn't really tell that, but no complaints, and the score is 45 for no loss after 8. Just to recap then for the Sussex cricket fans around the place, we'll go through the scorecard at the Derby game. Wayne Madsen 104 off 96 balls, supported by Matt Montgomery, released by the Birmingham Phoenix from the 100. He scored 36, Ross Whiteley 33. It was a good opening partnership actually between Harry Kane and Martin Anderson, which was 69. So, sorry, immature of me. And then the bowling figures: Henry Crocombe back from the London Spirit, 3 for 44 of 10, and Freddie Price 2 for 47 off of 8. As Kellyanne Doherty comes into the attack and bowls her first ball, which is slid off for 2 runs. They looked for a third, but didn't take it. Middlesex were bowled out for 246. Their top scorer, Nelson, he got 76 off 69 balls. Josh DeCaires 42 off 34. But they got bowled out for 246. Pick of the bowlers: Ben Cliff 4 for 39. Yorkshire in reply have lost 2 early wickets, 15 for 2. Toby Rowland-Jones have just bowled Will Luxton. Before that, Adam Lyth caught Cracknell, bowled Sharma. So a good start for Middlesex at Lords in defence of 246. Sussex defending 248 here at Arundel, with Kellyanne Doherty into the attack. She bowls keeper up, Molly Adams standing up to the stumps, and they take 1 off. That delivery, it went to just kind of square of third, and the batters ran for a single. So 3 off the first 3 balls of the over.
We've had another comment from Jack asking, what is your favourite biscuit?
He's also said, I sound like I'm enjoying the game, but this is just how I talk. So sorry, I don't have much emotion in my voice, but I am loving it here. Just enjoying how relaxed it is. But I guess my favourite biscuit, I think it's got to be a chocolate round. Yeah, I think it's got to be a chocolate round. Finn, what's your favourite biscuit?
I do like. It's pretty boring, but I do like a chocolate digestive. You can't really go wrong.
Chocolate browns, answer of a cultured man.
Thank you. Producer Jack has just told me that the chocolate round is the answer. What was it? Cultured man.
That's a good time to tell you that was me in the chat as well.
I thought it might have.
He's also just claimed that's him in the chat, but surely he's not that immature. Anyway, there was an appeal there. Gallian Doherty hitting down on the pad, not given out. 3 runs off the over, and the score moves on to 48 for no loss after 9. So, would say probably it's been Middlesex's power play so far, unless a few wickets fall in this over. Bobby Tulloch to bowl her 5th over into Sproul, who clips it to mid-wicket, no run taken. Yeah, you'd probably have to say Middlesex firm favourites in this position, but still a long way to go, 200 runs to get. Great chat in the YouTube chat about biscuits. Someone saying there's no harm in trying all of them.
Very good.
Very good. Very good. Keep them coming. And if you want to email them in, jack.williams@sussexcricket.co.uk, and he'll take all your questions as well. Tulloch, after bowling a wide, comes into bowl again. It's another wide. And that's the 50 up as well. So the 50 up for Middlesex in this chase of 248. Sussex will just need to keep the energy up here, looking for a wicket. I think that's the danger when you don't get early wickets, is losing that energy in the field. But you never know if a cluster of wickets can turn things around. We're obviously Sussex stream, so we're wanting Sussex to win here. Middlesex looking threatening, I'd say. Good opening stand, 50 partnership, especially when you lose your opener and there's a change in the batting order, so they'll be happy that they've been able to adjust and I guess continue business as usual. As Tulloch comes into bowl, a 3rd ball of the over past the umpire. That's been clipped to fine leg. As we spoke about, I guess in the first innings, actually there was a bit of conflab. I wasn't sure if my mic was on. It might not have been on for this point. We're talking about what a great week at Arundel it's been this week. Sussex winning on Wednesday. They chased 316 against Essex. Runs from Charlie Tier, Jack Cleaning, Jack Carson saw them over the line. Then we had 2 disability days where Sussex, Yorkshire and Hampshire played a 100-ball competition. Yorkshire were the winners on the day. They beat both Sussex and Hampshire in the league phase and were presented the trophy. Sussex beat Hampshire in the kind of race for second place. And then on Friday, Sussex First 11 played the Disability Premier League First 11, where the Disability Premier League 11 won by 9 wickets. Highlights for Sussex in that were a 50 for Alfie Pyle, as that goes for 4 from Poppy Tulloch down the leg side and clipped through a fine leg. Alfie Pyle, who plays for the England mixed disability team, he scored 50, and a pretty good 50, but in a losing cause as the Disability Premier League 11 knocked off the runs for the loss of 1 wicket. So this completing a great week at Arundel, where we've seen some great cricket, some great performances, and Sussex will be hoping that they're able to turn this around and have a great performance here as well. As Poppy Tulloch comes into bowl the last ball of her over, and the ball is hit to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. After 10 overs, 55 without loss, and you'd have to say the power play is firmly Middlesex's.
Correct.
If you look at the comparison, obviously ahead, Sussex lost the early wicket. They were on a bit of a recovery from here. After 10, they were, let me check, they were 42 for 1. So, comparison is obviously slightly ahead, Middlesex ahead, but the wicket was key, as we see Kellyanne Doherty come on to bowl her second over.
A maximum of 4 fielders allowed outside the 25-metre fielding circle.
Doherty, medium pacer, she doesn't run up from far, has the keeper up. Relies on being accurate and stump to stump. Doherty comes in and bowls now. And draws a forward defence from Pippa Sproul.
That's the conditioning ability. So you feel that with water, you see where it makes the auxiliary core where you and our ball just tips some water and drain through. What happens is it just spreads nice cold air.
Just squeeze down.
Yeah, squeeze down. Doherty bowled. Was a bit of confusion there, but no run taken. Doherty looking for a breakthrough here. Pressure will be important to build. And there we go. Big appeal.
Got it.
Given.
It is given.
It's a slow finger of death. Pippa Sproul doesn't look happy. And Mel Juniper raising a finger very slowly. I think that's a trademark of hers from watching before. But Kellyanne Doherty is a bit of an away swing. Wide line. And a big appeal. And they got the breakthrough. So Sproul caught by Adams behind, bowled by Doherty. You'd have to say that's a big wicket.
19.
So Sussex fighting back here.
Sorry, 31 balls. 3 4.
Sproul going for 19 off 32 balls, 3 fours. And the next batter we'll see.
And here comes wearing number 3, showing us number 8 on the Middlesex card. Riva Pindoria.
We just had it confirmed that it's Riva Pindoria. Riva Pindoria, sorry. So we'll get some numbers up, actually, because I'm pretty sure she's been one of the mainstays in this Middlesex team. She is a top run scorer with 164 runs. She's averaging 164 because she's only got out twice this year, so 3 innings, 2 not outs. If they can get another wicket, if they can get her wicket early, then they will be confident Sussex. But you'd say she is one of the key wickets, along with the captain Saskia Hawley. And the key component for Sussex defending this 2-4-8 will be getting both of those players cheaply. A bit of confusion in the hut behind me, just as producer Jack and producer Kieran were talking about the aircon in their computer. I wasn't aware of that. Producer Kieran's just suggested putting the computer in a bath and wetting it, which I don't think is.
I don't feel like that would be the best idea.
Too logical, no. So
but I guess they are the tech guys.
Yeah, they're the tech guys. So that's Pandora's first ball that's gone for 4, and as we said, should be a major part of this Middlesex chase. But going back to that, I'm not sure I'd be advising that. So if you picked up any of that, do not put your computers in the bath to cool them down. It's quite a hot day here at Arundel. We're in a gazebo. There's 4 of us, but there's a lot of computers here, so there's a lot of heat kind of generating out. I think producer Jack's machine was struggling with the kind of heat in a way, as that's a wide by Doherty. And Jack has said he is sweating, so yeah, maybe we'll see some ice creams appear at some point to cool us down as Doherty comes in and bowls, and that's a wide as well. So since the wicket, 4 wide, not the start to Pandora's innings that Sussex or Kiara Green would have wanted really. Once you got the wicket, you would have wanted to obviously maintain pressure. We've seen 1 legal ball, which has basically gone for 6 runs as Kellyanne Doherty comes in again and bowls, and that's played into the cover, which is fielded by the co-commentator Izzy Collis, and that is a dot ball. So 1 ball left in the over. We've seen a wicket from it. Pippa Sproul wasn't happy about it, but she's had to go for 19.
When do you think we'll see Kiara come on to bowl? She does like to bowl herself quite early sometimes, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think it won't be too long before we see Kiara Green. I think, especially with the wicket, probably want to get another one quite quick. The spin options here are herself and Bella Johnson. They've obviously got the seam option of Tao Stanley, so it depends how they go through. Yeah, as producer Jack leaves the tent again. Hopefully comes back with a co-commentator for us, but we keep working hard for him, you know. We're one club, so no job is above us, no job is beneath us. As Kiara Green comes on to bowl, as called by Jack Finley here. I think you'd probably say she's the main bowler in this Sussex attack. Despite everything with the low knees and the players coming back, she's been pretty consistent through the competition. She is one of only 5 players with double figures in terms of wickets this year, and she's easily Sussex's top wicket taker in the competition, followed by Poppy Tulloch, who's got 8 wickets, and Arabella Johnson, who's got 7. But yeah, she will be seen as a key bowler in this lineup. She comes in and bowls, and that's defended. It's a bit shorter in length, and that's played into the offside, fielded by Tao Stanley at point. Green started this over with a singles, 3 balls to go, and will bowl to Downer. She comes in past the umpire, bowls. A bit more intent from Downer there. Hits Green straight to cover. 4 balls gone in the over. And if they can pick up another wicket here, they could drag themselves back into it, Sussex. As another dot, as that's played into the offside. So last ball of the over coming up. Green to Downer, who started well, given that she wasn't meant to be opening, taking it in her stride. She plays and misses that one though, and Molly Adams gathers behind the stumps, and the score is 65 for 1. The score's telling me 64 for 1, but I'm pretty sure there's a single that's been missed. So yeah, I think it's 65 for 1.
I think it's 64.
Well, we'll eliminate the confusion. We'll go with what the scorer has. They're saying 64. I'm not sure. Anyway, Kellyanne Doherty running in bowls. That's played down to third, and they run a single. Doherty runs in and bowls again, and that is cut to backward point. So Doherty, she's 1 for 12 off 2.2. She's got the breakthrough. She's delivered some. I think she's delivered a couple wise in her spell. She'd want to maintain pressure here, work in tandem with Kiara Green. She comes in and bowls again, and that is hit 2 point. I've just been asked by producer Jack if I'm a tea man or a coffee man. Anyone that knows me knows that I hate hot drinks. So that might be a bit controversial actually, yeah, but I'm not a fan of hot drinks. I know Finn's actually not a fan of hot drinks either.
Yeah, no tea or coffee for me.
So yeah. It must be, well, producer Jack's just said in the background it must be an analyst thing. I'm not sure it is. If you go around the circuit, I reckon they go through about 4 or 5 coffees a day.
Yeah, I think we may be an anomaly.
But yeah, not a fan of tea or coffee. And it's definitely not the weather for it today. Definitely a cooler drink today. As Kellyanne Doherty comes in again for a 5th ball of the over. And she gets a dot. Score is 66 for 1. Producer Jack again chirping in from the back, asking me what my favourite drink is. Water. Water is my favourite drink. As Kellyanne Doherty comes in and bowls. And it's an inside edge pass, Molly Adams. It's gone for 1. They come back for 2.
They will make it.
And they make it so. In the end, 4 off the over from Kellyanne Doherty. The score is 68 for 1 after 13. Sussex looking to drag it back after a 50-run opening partnership. They ended up getting Pippersborough caught by Adams, bowled by Doherty, and now Reva Pindoria, who averaged 164 coming into this game, is a key wicket, and Kiara Green will be looking to get a wicket as Pindoria hits that to cover. No run taken.
Ooh.
That was a chance. I think Kiara Green would be thinking she might have been able to take that. It just went kind of above her hands, didn't it? Or maybe through them. I think above them.
Yeah, it's just above.
And she's gone for 4. It's a chance, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. There's a chance. It's always hard. Caught and bowled chance. It does get hit straight back at you with a lot of power. You don't have any time to react. But yeah, you would have to put it down as a chance.
How they would have loved to get Pindoria there earlier in her innings, someone who's a real threat. as I've mentioned through the stream, and she gets 1 to move the score on to 75 for 1. We've got producer Kieran behind us, causing a bit of mayhem as Green is edged for 4 by Downer. And we've got producer Jack coming over. Producer Jack coming to help me out. He's not really drummed up the business, and he's stepped up himself. Wow. So here we are, producer Jack. How are you, my friend?
I'm very well, Luke. Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, isn't it? It's one of the best grounds on the circuit. Very lucky in Sussex that it's one of ours, and it's a pleasure to come back here every year.
Yeah. So this is your second year at Sussex, isn't it? Is this your second time to Arundel?
Yes. Yeah. So started at the beginning of last season, and yeah, so second time doing a couple of games here. We did last year.
What was your experience before that then? Tell us about yourself. Where did you work before?
I'm not sure this is going to be all that interesting, but I suppose seeing as you asked, I went to uni in Chichester, obviously, where producer Kieran's just got his Taco Bell from, and got a job at Glamorgan actually to work during the summers, which is how I got my foot in the door in cricket. So I had 3 summers working at Glamorgan. When I finished uni, moved to Worthing Football Club, where I'd been on placement in 3rd year, and after 18 months or so there, made the move to Sussex, and the rest is history.
So a Welshman now based in Sussex.
Indeed, yeah. I've completely lost my accent though, haven't I?
Yeah. And what's been your take on this game then so far? Where do you think the balance hangs?
Yeah, obviously Middlesex have made a strong start with the bat, but Sussex would be hopeful here, I think, about getting a couple of quick wickets here, and the game could swing. What's the Wasp saying? We've been on Wasp watch.
Yeah, Wasp at 88%, but I think you're right in what you say about the wickets, because in terms of the value of wickets in this form of cricket, I'd say it's higher than you'd expect in, say, a men's fixture. Teams don't necessarily bat as deep, but Middlesex are a strong batting lineup. But you'd think, as I mentioned, Bindori a big wicket, and that was a big chance last over where Kiara Green didn't quite get hands to a return caught on bowled. And then if they can get Hawley as well, you'll be thinking you're in a great position. But Bindori again edging behind.
Yeah, it's definitely. I completely agree with what you're saying about the value of wickets, and you can see it almost halting the progress of a lot of teams.
Yeah,
and yeah, so put 2 wickets onto the score. That's the old saying, isn't it? And this could be a completely different game. So it's definitely Middlesex definitely favourites at the moment. Obviously, having only lost the 1 wicket so far, but yeah, if Sussex would be confident if they pick up a couple of quick wickets, and then definitely in the game.
It was interesting, obviously, having Izzy Collis on commentary earlier. She suggested that the key component for the wickets is the dot balls, and if you can build pressure, and if Sussex are able to build a decent amount of pressure as a wide ball is...
Everyone's laughing now.
Everyone's laughing because it was a late signal, wasn't it? Kalyan fell over
the floor, didn't she? Yeah.
And it was a late signal, and a lot of laughter around. But going back to the point with the dot balls, I think if you can generate some dot balls, build pressure, that's where the wickets come. It hasn't been the kind of game where the batters look to take on the bowler too much. They almost waited for the bad ball in a way, and so the dot ball could be key.
Yeah, it's all about building pressure, isn't it? And that's exactly what Sussex would be looking to do. And you'd be hoping that then, as the pressure builds, you string more dot balls together that Middlesex would be feeling the pressure, play a shot in anger that they wouldn't necessarily always play, and then get themselves into a tricky situation. And I think there's a lot of time left in this game, and there's a lot of time for Sussex to get themselves back into it, really.
Yeah, definitely. You say 15 overs just gone. It's 86 for 1. There's still 35 overs to play. Run rate required 4.66. They're going at a current run rate of 5.73. So as we say, if you can pull that rate back by 2 runs, then Sussex back in the game. If they can make that pressure count. On the flip side, Riva Pindoria's come in here. She's 16 off 15. She's started with some, I think, great proactivity, hasn't she? And Artemia's down has started off a bit streaky, but she's looked pretty solid at the top. Still kind of waiting for the news around the concussion sub. I think that is a formality, but we won't really know until the concussion subs walks out to bat, as that is beating the fielder. And Downer moves on to 47. So, a productive start from her. 47 or 44. Both batters going over runnable. But you were here obviously on Wednesday. You've seen the majority of the week here. Well, how do you think the week's gone at Arundel this week?
It's as I said when I first got on the mic, I think it's just probably the best outground in the country, to be honest. And we're so fortunate to be able to come here. I know it was a while. Obviously, last year being my first year at Sussex, that last year was the first time in a long time that we'd come back here. But now that we are back, I can't see us moving away, to be honest, because it's so everyone you speak to is loving it, and it's such an amazing place.
Well, the classic last year was when the beer tents ran out of beer, didn't they? And that was in the first innings of the men's game. So there was definitely demand. There was a lot of numbers here this time round as well. But two good crowds for the men's game. Bit more of a chilled vibe today, but a decent crowd nonetheless. If you look around, there's people in kind of all sectors of the ground, isn't there? Yeah. Obviously not as popular as it was on Wednesday, but still I think a pretty good turnout for what we're used to, especially at Hove. So good numbers. If you're in the area, it's free entry, so make your way down. It's a lovely place to be. A real treat to walk around. I think there's great refreshments as well, and trying to sell it to them.
Yeah, I mean,
but don't turn off the stream if you come in. Just leave that running and
make us look good. Yeah, smash that like button if you're listening.
As there's a player miss for Downer, so this over has gone for 6. And again, not quite the pressure Sussex would have wanted to build, but still time to do that.
I think from a Middlesex perspective, Pindoria's come in and probably done exactly what she's wanted to do in these early stages, get herself in. Obviously, Downer is in at the other end, going along nicely as well. And what's this partnership now? It must be 30 odd, 40 odd,
37 or 33. So going over run a ball. Both players presented early chances, and you'd say half chances, but half chances which could have gone completely different in terms of just going two opportunities just over the fielders' heads from either player. It could have been very different if they'd got those wickets, but we're seeing a change here. Spin at both ends. Bella Johnson. Oh, it's not quite online, but she is from the Essex Academy, just coming and playing some Tier 2 cricket. She's been a good addition to this Sussex team. Pretty reliable in the field and does a great job with both bat and ball. So she's been a pretty handy... She was a replacement for Jazz Wesley, who we had last year, who's now playing a bit part role at Glamorgan. But she's been a welcome replacement. As Bella, she gets tucked into the leg side for 1 by Pindoria.
Yeah, Bella's always seemingly chipping in with either crucial runs or crucial wickets this season, isn't she? I think it's been a very, very good addition to have to the squad.
Sussex have been fortunate with their lone players in terms of the continuity they've been able to keep obviously Johnson, Tulloch have been mainstays through the year. Buckle obviously now a lone player, but they've had her from the start. Nancy Harmon, Sussex player that plays for Hampshire. We claim her because she's from the system, but she's been a mainstay on the team online. And then you've got the girls off the Viper Academy, who Stanley, Patil, Molly Adams, who's obviously Sussex as well. So been quite fortunate in terms of the players' availability. Obviously Eve O'Neill from the Vipers Academy, but she's off at the 100 with the Birmingham Phoenix, so she's been a mainstay as well. So been very lucky because some teams get players in 1-2 games and then they're off again, where Sussex have been quite fortunate that they've been able to recruit players that have been able to contribute all year round.
I think what's great to see as well is that, as you touched on with Nancy Harmon there, a Sussex girl that, yes, is playing her cricket at Hampshire, but she wants to come back and play for Sussex. Big appeal there from Bella Johnson, but turned down.
Yeah, interesting appeal there. It was Pindoria again. I know.
Obviously, with me sat on commentary, we're kind of losing the replay accessibility.
Yeah,
I've just about mastered the art of changing the cameras around for over.
Well, Finn, the analyst, is saying he thinks that's pretty close. So maybe one of Pindoria's lives used there, but not given by the umpire, Mel Juniper.
It was a confident appeal, wasn't it?
It was a big appeal from Bella Johnson, and a wicket Sussex desperately need. As Green, she played it into Izzy Collis set cover, picks it up left-handed, kind of fumbled it. They took a run, and then the throw was a bit wayward. But what it does do is bring up Artemides down as 50, and you've got to say fair play to her because she wouldn't have been expecting to open. It's probably one of those occasions where she's come off the pitch and they've said you're opening. So after the concussion sub to come off the pitch from fielding and to be able to adapt is great mental effort. As Pindoria faces Green. Short, and that is played to long on. Again, a bit of a fumble and a wayward throw, but they don't take the run off it. Sussex will be looking to build some pressure here. At the end of this over, we'll have an update on the men's games, and we'll go around the grounds there. Middlesex from memory. Oh.
Just past first slip, that wasn't it?
She's perfected that. Artemides down. She's had 3 that's gone just past the first slip. Within her 50, so 100 runs coming in the 18th over, another 149 required. It would be interesting to see how both teams approach the rest of the innings. Yeah, Sussex, obviously.
What are you thinking from a Sussex perspective here? Obviously, needing wickets at this point, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, you'd probably like to see a bit more aggression in the field in terms of attacking, like catches, seeing if they can. Because you wouldn't say they've really played a big shot in anger. You'd say they've just been able to rotate a strike in terms of field placings that can either create wickets or prevent one. So I'd like to see a few more fielders up and see if they can prevent pressure, something like that, where the ball's inside edge into square leg, and see if you can prevent that one off your good balls. Would be key in terms of reversing the pressure. But obviously, it's in terms of whether I reckon the Sussex team will be thinking, can they take the game deep as possible and keep Middlesex out there and over time build pressure.
So to take you through the men's scores in the Metrobank One Day Cup, Sussex Sharks obviously away at Derby today. Derbyshire posting that score of 325 for 7. After 5 overs in the chase, Sussex are 24 for 1. George Thomas, the man to fall there. LBW 2 Potts for 4. So Johnson and Tier at the crease at the moment. And Middlesex having posted 246. Yorkshire are 47 for 2 off 10.2 overs in reply.
So interesting chase there at Lords. As there's a crowd catch there. Bella Johnson getting the ball returned to her via the floor from the bat of Reva Pindoria. Johnson in again. And that's driven into the floor as well. So 2 dots to start the over. But very, very interesting chase there at Lords for Yorkshire. Yorkshire, who obviously beat Sussex by a fair margin last weekend and have done pretty well since. Middlesex would have been buoyed by the 2 early wickets they got. I think they got Lythe and Luxton pretty cheaply. And Yorkshire on a bit of a rebuild there. So
yeah, Benison and Wharton at the crease. They seem to have got themselves in.
Meanwhile, Bella Johnson has bowled 4 dot balls in a row here. And this is what I'm talking about, the building of pressure. If they can build pressure, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, it's that trying to almost get the Middlesex players searching for where they can score their runs, right? And then hopefully getting themselves into a bit of a tangle and playing a false shot, or getting themselves out. Because both Pindoria and Downer look well set at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a strong batting lineup from Middlesex, so the wickets are key. Saskia Hawley in next. Abby Wybrow's had a decent competition. Izzy Routledge usually opens the batting, so she's a good player to have in there. And then we think Finty Trustler, again, someone who opens the batting usually. As Pindoria's bowled, that's a massive wicket as well. Pindoria bowled 420 by Kiara Green, and you have to say, who else really in terms of wickets? She's the only Sussex player in double figures, one of 5 players that has double figures in the competition in terms of wickets. So,
32 balls, 3 balls.
I've got a complete wrong bowler.
I wasn't sure what you'd said, so didn't want to correct you, but I was thinking.
Do you know what it is, right? I've just lost the plot.
It's been a long day on the mic.
Anyway, sorry about that. Bella Johnson.
Same could be said for Bella Johnson.
Well, yeah, but Kiara is obviously bowling the other end. They bowled in partnership. But yeah, it's Bella Johnson that's got the wicket. Apologies there. Sorry for the social media teams that are going to clip that because I've got the complete wrong thing. So we'll have to mute that.
It'll look good on our socials.
Yep, nice one. Yeah, so Bella Johnson with the wicket. I'll say first mistake actually of the day, and it's only taken me 79 overs, so that's good. It was interesting actually because I had Jack looking at me and then I had Finn round the corner looking at me. I would have just liked a little punch in the arm before I kept speaking, but yeah, Bella Johnson's got the wicket. You have to say really she deserves it. That over only going for a wide, first over going for 2, and yeah, now genuinely speaking, she does deserve that. It's been a good start to a spell. As Kiara Green makes the change and brings on Tal Stanley.
Wearing 32, so there's no Stanley.
I was going to take you through the scores elsewhere in this competition, actually, the women's competition. Glamorgan looked well set for victory up at Colwyn Bay against Northants Steelbacks. And so Gloucestershire only played 33 overs, so I don't know whether that's rain affected or not. Gloucestershire v Derby, Gloucestershire 196 for 6 off 33 overs. And at Redditch, Worcestershire 296 for 8, Kent in reply 82 for 1 off 17 overs.
It's an interesting group really. Glamorgan suffered their first loss last weekend. That was Sussex that beat them. They sit top. Middlesex will be hoping to close the gap on them today, and then Sussex sit in 3rd place. So this is quite a big game in the context of semi-finals. But yeah, the race on for the top 4 is there, and Sussex and Middlesex, both these teams will be hoping to be there given the position they're in at the moment. Tal Stanley into the attack now. She has bowled 2 balls. The last ball went for a leg by. And this is the first ball for Saskia Hawley, who you'd say is a key component of this Middlesex batting lineup. And she's beaten the bat of Saskia Hawley.
Yeah, top wicket taker, second top run scorer, captain that really is putting the team on her shoulders, isn't she, Saskia Hawley?
I was surprised, really, that she hasn't been touted for Tier 1, given her consistency over the last couple of years. But obviously, a loyal servant to Middlesex, as you just mentioned, she does everything, doesn't she? So, very much the backbone of this team.
Nice looking cover drive there as well for no run.
Born in New South Wales, as I don't know, my might not have been on there. She was born in New South Wales, Scottish international, along with Pippa Sproul, who was dismissed earlier by Kellyanne Doherty, but both players have represented Scotland in the past. I think Sproul's a bit more present than Hawley. That's Tal Stanley. That is wide. I'd say Sussex have missed Tal Stanley this year, coming back from injury, especially in the T20 campaign. You only had to see the back end of that to see her try and win some games from tough positions and almost doing it. But you need players like that like to stand up and be counted, and Tal Stanley does that majority of the time, whether that be bat or ball.
One that probably overcorrected that time.
Yeah, looking to, as I said, after the wicket of Sprout, it's important to maintain pressure. This over going for 3, all extras, but if they can maintain pressure, a few quiet overs, that doesn't always necessarily mean maidens. A couple of overs under 3 runs could really put some more pressure on Middlesex as that ball goes out to deep square. It's fielded and they just take 1 run. Sussex will look to squeeze if they can, and that's where I was talking about maybe some more aggressive run saving fields, and seeing if they can squeeze the one.
Is there anything you'd change about the current field?
It's just if they can get one of the 4 people out, maybe get one of the third or the fine leg up inside the ring. Maybe you could take the fine leg round a bit more square and bring up square leg, and just try and cover that with 1 fielder. But obviously protecting boundaries for the good balls. But yeah, I'd just like to see a bit more of a squeeze. You can have the 4 out, but maybe just bring up 1. And I see that fielder coming from the leg side. I don't think you necessarily need the deep square and the fine leg. Maybe you get the fine leg a bit squarer, and you can use that fielder as an aggressive run saving option.
A little misfield from Izzy Collis at the end of that last over allowed the batters to squeeze through for a single. So Hawley off the mark after 20 overs. Middlesex 108 for 2, obviously chasing 249 for victory.
Yeah, what's telling us 88%. So I wouldn't quite go 88%. I'd probably go about 75.
Yeah, Sussex tinted glasses on, isn't it?
Yeah, always hope, isn't there?
Absolutely. As we've touched on, there a couple of wickets in quick succession changes this game. Get another one now, and it makes it a far trickier position than it currently is. So.
Well, what I said in the last innings, I said it early that we were a Sussex bias commentary, so we've owned it early on. Not pretending to be neutral here, but Middlesex look very impressive. Definitely bowl well to pull that back. Well, maybe no concussion sub, because to my right I can see Scarlett Hughes padded up. So we're told unofficially that Finty Trust was coming in. Scarlett Hughes is jumping off 1 leg with her pads on. So
potentially going through some physio kind of warm-up bits there. I don't know.
So not sure what's happening, but she does have her pads on, so maybe some misinformation.
It was a reliable source that told you it was a concussion
Yeah, it was a reliable source. One of the players. So we'll see. We'll see what happens as Bella Johnson fields that off her own. And that's one thing about Bella Johnson. She's probably the best fielder in the Sussex team, as a showcase there. That was very good fielding off her own bowling to prevent the single, and that will be the thing that provides pressure.
Chance. Tristy Patel under it and takes the catch.
Well,
a big wicket for Sussex there.
A massive wicket, because you wouldn't say it was Arabella Johnson or Bella Johnson's best ball. A full toss that was under waist height, definitely. Gone straight up, and Tristy Patel settled under it and caught at mid-on. But what I will say about that wicket is the bit of fielding before. It's a bit of an underrated bit of fielding. The movement she did to prevent that one would have brought her out that wicket, because if it's a less athletic bowler that's there and they get one, they never get the opportunity to take the wicket. So absolutely brilliant from Bella Johnson. The ball itself, not the greatest ball, but the ball before, she did a lot of the work in getting that wicket. Great innings from Arteminis Downer, 57 runs off 57 balls, so a runner ball, 10 fours. Was fortuitous in the first couple of overs, but since then was pretty sound, wasn't she? But it's a big wicket, and it is Scarlett Hughes, is it? Yeah, so Scarlett Hughes is obviously either passed the concussion test, she's passed the test she was doing jumping off one leg, and she's now out there. And the interesting element now is that she's left-handed. I wonder how surprised the Sussex players will be to see her out there, because I'm pretty sure they were convinced she wasn't playing. But they're a pretty adaptable bunch, aren't they?
Sorry, just updating our socials.
Yeah, we've got. If anything, we're a very flexible, flexible group, and I think lucky here to have these individuals. I know obviously we've had a bit of back and forth with producer Jack today, but I can see he's working very hard on comms, getting your socials updated. One man missing his right hand man, Big Isaac Gleave, who's in the Bahamas this weekend.
Don't really know
enjoying the sun.
I know it's his birthday on Thursday, or Wednesday. It's at some point this week.
Yeah, well, he must be one of these people that have a birthday weekend. No, birthday week, whole week from a birthday. It was actually my son's birthday, the middle of last week, and we still haven't done his cake. So
wow,
maybe he's having a birthday week. My working commitments have meant I've missed the cake, or my wife, being the nice woman she is, said you can't miss the cake. So there's a birthday cake for my son sitting there. He's only 3, so he doesn't know what's going on. Luckily, I think if he was a bit older, that would be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, in my family, it's discussions are happening about first birthday party. What we're going to do for that. So
it'll be interesting what people think. I was adamant we shouldn't get our kids any birthday presents up until 3. I can see producer Jack, he just looked at me as if
harsh.
Look, they don't know what's going on. Save your money. Kids are expensive enough, no?
Well, yes, that is proven to be the case. However, not getting them any presents for their birthday, I feel like that's teaching them bad things.
Big disclaimer: Sussex is a family club. It's just me that's the Grinch at birthdays. Sussex, a very big family club, very good with families. As that's edged, okay, there's been a few really that's gone past it. And
really well stopped from Kellyanne Doherty on the rope there.
You'd say on another day, if I understand Molly Adams up to keep the batter in the crease, but then it's drawn the edge, and you'd think that there would have been kind of regulation catches if she was standing back. Very tough. They're all impossible standing up, but ones that if you have a bit more like space between you and the wicket, she might have had a chance taking. But she's obviously created the opportunity by standing up, so it's a 50-50 split, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? You probably don't draw that edge if you are stood back, but it's never easy to see that go by as a bowler.
Yeah. And Molly Adams, she's had a great couple of weeks, wasn't she? Sussex's top run scorer in the T20 campaign. A real kind of competition, you'd say, that was that was really, I guess, put her on the map in terms of showing her potential. She obviously showed glimpses last year of 100 at Worcester, but to show the consistency she did was a major turning point for her. And she looked good at the start today. She would have been disappointed to get out in the 30s, where she looked primed for a decent score. I have to take some blame for Molly's dismissal. I was speaking about, the contribution the Adams family had had, and into Sussex cricket, and next thing, she got bowled. So, yeah.
I don't know about you, Luke, but I'm starting to feel some paparazzi.
Yeah, well, we suddenly had the camera turn up, and we're getting some evidence that this has happened. So when I put on my CV that I'm a radio broadcaster,
you might have a new LinkedIn profile photo.
Maybe
that's right.
It's funny you say about LinkedIn. Actually, I've been locked out my LinkedIn for about 6 months now, which is not good. Thinking of all the messages I've missed on there. Very popular man on LinkedIn. One of the great apps, LinkedIn. What's your favourite app?
My favourite
social media app.
Do you know what? I'm ashamed to admit it, but I find myself scrolling Twitter more than any
Twitter.
other. Instagram.
It's not Twitter now.
Instagram. Oh, yeah, but it is. Instagram to me is a better app, but I find myself on Twitter X more often than not. But
my favourite thing about LinkedIn my favourite thing about LinkedIn is the outrageous stories on there. 24 hours in a day. Remember that. Everyone's got 24 hours.
That was just a Molly May thing, wasn't it?
No, but then I see a lot of posts about it. Get up at 4 a.m, get in the gym.
Well, I say everyone on LinkedIn hops on these different trends and turns them into why you can turn yourself into a success story.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that has turned. Well, that's good signs for the Sussex bowlers, isn't it? Bella Johnson just getting on to turn past the bat of Scarlett Hughes.
Yeah, big turn on that occasion. Definitely encouraging signs.
Well, they have the two off spinners. A bit of part-time spin from Shrishti Patel and Nancy Harman. But they'll be hoping that Johnson can add to her 2 wickets. She's got 2 after the breakthrough from Kalyan Doherty. It broke the 50 partnership. But yeah, another wicket here would make things really interesting. That's a sweep from Scarlett Hughes. I believe she played for Gloucester last year, so she's made the move across in Tier 2. I think she's associated with one of the Tier 1 counties, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say it's the Blaze, but could be completely wrong. As Bella Johnson comes in and bowls to Saskia Hawley, who we've established has represented New South Wales, Sydney Thunder and Scotland.
So Hughes was at the Blaze. I believe now Essex, potentially, based on this.
Yeah, so move for Scarlett Hughes. Maybe that made sense from moving from...
But she departed the Blaze at the end of last season. So
yeah, so maybe that makes sense. The link with Essex and Middlesex. And Scarlett Hughes coming here on loan. You probably have to say that Gloucester's a bit easier to get to from Nottingham, isn't it, than it is Essex. Geography's not great. You're from that neck of the woods, aren't you, really? Wales is near Gloucester.
Yeah, it's the closest neighbouring county, I suppose, but Neath is basically my home in terms of the county circuit. So big win for Sussex at Neath last week.
Yeah,
obviously, as we keep touching on.
Well, 2 games there for Sussex at Neath, wasn't it? It wasn't so good for the men's team. It looked like it could have been good with the start they got, but then the women's team, that was a great win against an unbeaten Glamorgan side at the time, and now all of a sudden they won. I don't think anyone had that in their radar that Sussex would win there, especially chasing 240 on kind of a used wicket, but they got it done. It's put them in a great position this comp.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan are the formidable side in the competition, aren't they? So for Sussex to go there and get the victory was a pretty strong statement.
Yeah, I think when you think about Glamorgan becoming Tier 1, is it next year or is it the year after? But they are
Next
imminent.
year, yeah.
Imminent. Yeah, they are. They will be looking to strengthen, I'm sure, in the off season. But yeah, you're right. They are the team to beat, along with Middlesex. Although, as we've mentioned, Middlesex didn't make it to T20 finals day, which is a shock. You'd have expected to see Glamorgan and Middlesex there, plus one other probably. But Middlesex didn't make it.
We've had a little message from a former colleague of ours, Jamie Burnett.
Oh yeah.
So we'll let Talek bowl this ball. Driven beautifully for 4 there by Hawley. Glorious shot through the covers. Message from Jamie. Hi, Jack and Luke. Just wanted to say I'm loving the coverage today. Up the Sharks. Jamie from Crawley Down.
Wow. Yeah, well, Jamie's been living the dream, hasn't he? He's been all over the shop since he left Sussex. A lot of test match venues.
Yeah, I think he's been to pretty much every test match venue. He's covered the test series against New Zealand as well with England. So yeah, he's had a pretty decent summer.
Jamie, our former colleague, who's in charge of communications. You've heard from a few of them. Sam Keir was on the commentary in the week, and
Sam will be back as well for the remaining 2 men's One Day Cup matches at home.
So yeah, Sam Keir, Jamie Burnett, a pair of pretty good communication officers in their time here. It's good to see them still taking interest in the club. As that's pulled out to Shushi Patel. Tal Stanley has gone for 5 in this over. You just think another wicket here.
Definitely would make it interesting, wouldn't it?
And Sussex would be desperate for the wicket of Hawley. If they can get Hawley, that really puts some stress on the rest of the batting lineup. Scarlett Hughes on the strike now. It's good to have seen Scarlett Hughes recover from whatever the issue was that took her off the field around the 40th over. She seems to be moving fine, batting fine, so it's good to see really. It was a bit of a worry, especially when you heard that she was going to get replaced.
Yes, never nice to see anyone go down injured, so it's, yeah, as you say, good to see her back out there.
Sussex men currently 61 for 2. Believe Charlie Tier was the second wicket to fall.
Did you say 61 for 2? 41 for 2.
I can't read.
Yes, Dan Ibrahim and Joe Johnson in the middle. So that one swept away straight to the fielder. Poppy Tulloch out there. Just be a single.
Yeah, interesting chase on for Sussex here.
Yeah, probably not got off to the start they wanted to up at Derby. So chasing obviously a big total. Power play usually pretty crucial. And probably haven't made full use of it, losing those couple of wickets. But plenty of time left, of course.
Yeah. Obviously hoping for a Sussex win there, and a Sussex win here, which would put the women in a great position to qualify for the semi-finals. They've obviously still got 2 games after that. And I was speaking to Izzy Collis earlier, where she said, obviously important to win this game because it means Middlesex also don't get the points. But you'd say 2 wins out of the last 3 games, including this one, should be enough to cement that place. So whilst it puts pressure on the rest of the games, not the end of the world if Sussex lose today in terms of the table.
But I think also within that, she was kind of saying if we do win this one, then it does take the pressure off, right? So
Yeah.
they're definitely targeting this one, and the game's probably it's definitely in the balance at this stage. Middlesex favourites, but Sussex won't feel like they're out of it.
Yeah, definitely. A win here would be massive in terms of the group as well. Beating the higher level opposition in the group should give a lot of confidence, just like Glamorgan did last week. And the bonus, I guess, for Sussex, without disrespecting any of the other teams, is Glamorgan and Derby are, I believe, the bottom 2 teams in Tier 2. So you would
Gloucestershire, yeah. You've done this for a full day now. You're starting to mix your names up.
Well,
use this drinks break wisely.
Well, they've got to play the 2 bottom teams, haven't they?
Yes.
So who's that? That's Gloucester.
Gloucestershire, Derbyshire.
And Derbyshire. As we go to drinks, and I'll just
I think a well-earned break here for you, fellas. Yeah, so Gloucestershire and Derbyshire both winless at this stage in the competition. Both played 4, lost 4. And they are playing each other currently.
Well, so there's going to be a winner, unless there's a tie, obviously, but it's going to be a winner. It's a reduced game, isn't that the reduced game?
Yeah, it is. I don't know whether there's been some rain in the West Country, but yeah, reduced to 33 overs per side at Bristol today. So the target for Derbyshire is 197 from 33 overs. So it'll be an interesting chase. While we take drinks though, Dunners, I'm going to bring an end to my stint on the mic. It's been a pleasure. And I just want to say what a fantastic job you're doing. I know producer Jack is behind you giving you some stick, but you're doing a fantastic job and really shining.
Thank you.
Putting Sussex cricket in a good light today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'll make sure you're on the right camera.
What a guy. What a guy. Big Jack. And if you want to send in your questions, his email is jack.williams@sussexcricket.co.uk. But here we are, drinks break, 123 runs needed, halfway through the innings, 25 overs gone. We've got producer Kieran walking around. He's got an AirPod in, so not sure what he's up to.
Big fan of this new content.
Just go in the chat now.
C40 said, "Are you
The C40 not too impressed with the update. That Finn just asked who one of the guys in the chats were, and he should know him well because it's our friend Jeremiah's. My debut on commentary started going to pot a little bit in the last 5 overs, but we're going to be back after this drinks break, and we're going to take you through to the end of this match. Do you know what's really driven me on here is that they said I would only last 5 overs.
And here we are.
And here we are, 75 overs in. I was also quite worried that I'd get kind of Paul Farbris on the phone saying, "Luke, what are you doing?" But that's not happened. I think he's busy, and please no one tell him that I've been on comms today because I don't need him going back through that while I was meant to be giving the analysis. Disclaimer, I did check with the coach that she was okay, Alexia Walker, and she was happy. So I did check with her. I've not just gone rogue and come on the comms, just helping the club out. But they haven't seen my fee, so maybe not helping them out so much when I give them that invoice, which I've been told reliably won't be paid. So
Luke, obviously you've just said that you did the analysis. What is a typical day for you?
Typical day for me, what are we talking, match day and non-match day?
I'll start match day and then we'll go for a training day.
Match day, today we rocked up, didn't we? First thing is to make sure camera check. Usually at home, that's in place for us. At here, we had to put the cameras up. I say we. I didn't put up. Producer Kieran with producer Jack put the cameras up for us, and we made sure we test them because we're going to capture the game. We're going to code the game. There's about how many buttons do you reckon you press there per ball?
About between 8 and 10.
Yeah. So we code the game. Just say what happens, and between 8 and 10 codes are attached to the ball. We clip every ball and make sure we can just feed that back. So they're looking back at that live. They've already told me because they told me a few things about the videos. Usually it's, you missed that ball, but we don't miss many. A few more are outground because it's a bit of a, it's not our normal setup, is it? But
no. We
do that across, we've got quite a deep department here. We work across the first team. This is men's first team, men's second team, the under 18s, the under 16s. And we obviously do the women's first team, and we've branched into the disability D40 team this year, so we do the first and second team for them as well. Yeah, and we just make sure we capture the game and that we can mainly go back to it at a later date, either review the game or review the kind of period of time where we've had a series of games, or even review a season. Yeah, so the day is making sure we get that data and we capture that and we get everything we need to, so that at a later date we can feed that back to whoever wants to see it.
Yeah, brilliant. And how about a training day or a non-match day? What do you get up to?
Well, it's just coming in and having a laugh, really. No, it's training. We try and film again every ball just so they can watch back the players. I think you get a lot of different learners. You get people who prefer to watch themselves on video, a lot of people that can deal with looking at kind of statistics and numbers, and you get people who love it, and you get people who absolutely despise it. So it's about dealing with all those characters and making sure that you're not winding up the people that despise it and pushing it too hard, but also giving to the people that love it enough analysis. I think a training day usually conspires of us going to the nets, filming every ball, and then we upload that to a cloud, and the players can watch that back at their leisure. Away from training, we obviously do match packs, so we look at the opposition in terms of their batters and then how they would face seam and spin, so we never forget about the spinners, because we've got two great spinners. Well, we've got two great spinners here today in Kiara Green and Bella Johnson, but also in the men's team we've got Jack Carson and James Coles for the mainstay, so the spinners is important as seam. And then obviously just looking at the opposition bowlers and seeing what we might face, producing the numbers, statistics, but also producing videos so people can understand the bowling. But a lot of the time now they've seen them already. It's just a refresh to refresh their mind, and give them something to fall back on. What I always say about analysis is that it's about, in the 50-50 decisions, it's about providing the clarity to go either way. You don't want to run your team off an analytics, but you definitely can use it if you're unsure what to do. It's about giving people kind of option D and E, not being option A, B and C, but being there to support them when they need it. Sometimes where that might be a chat and they can bounce ideas off of you. Sometimes that's with your packs or providing video if someone's unsure.
Yep, brilliant.
The analysis for this game was interesting, as we've spoken about. Middlesex has been very strong over the last period of time, but they've shown a bit of weakness in the last kind of few weeks in terms of getting results. I know Izzy Collis came on here and said their debrief was longer than the Sussex debrief after the Middlesex beat Sussex. I think it was at Radlett, I can't remember, it was at one of the outgrounds, but there was a lot of debriefing that Middlesex team talk, I imagine, because they missed out on the bonus point to qualify for finals day, and as we said before, this Middlesex team, you'd have banked on making that finals day, so there will be a certain amount of expectation or pressure that they will compete in this 50 over competition, and you'd be surprised if you didn't see them there at the final in Bristol, based on the squad they got. But Sussex will have something to say about that as they try and pull themselves back into a strong position after this drinks break where we've had one over from Poppy Tullett that went for 4 runs, and Arabella Johnson's continuing. She's been very impressive, hasn't she? 2 for 11. Just having the control that's needed. But that's a great shot from Saskia Hawley. That's gone for 4. Just through us. Beat both dives really, but it was on the kind of outside of mid wicket, on the inside mid on. It's really well placed. Good use of the feet, and yeah, as we said, Hawley is a massive wicket for Sussex. If they can get her out, you'd think if they can get her with about 80, 90 runs to go, it puts a lot of strain on the Middlesex team. As Johnson comes in now, and that's a bit shorter, and that's pulled into kind of deep mid wicket. And you'd say, obviously, Wybrow's kind of a bit less experienced player, putting her under pressure, but Routledge, who's used to opening the innings, she's got a lot of experience behind her. Past that, you'd be thinking you're in business. Patel, handy batter, Davies can swing the bat as well, but you know, this partnership and the wicket of Routledge, I'd say, are key for Sussex here. As Johnson comes to finish off her over, 2 for 16, hits Hughes on the pad, and it's given by Mel Juniper. Again, Scarlett Hughes doesn't look too happy. As we look at the replay, I think that's pretty adjacent myself. I think that's a pretty good decision from Mel Juniper. Her camera's slightly off centre, but I think that's
slow finger of death, wasn't it?
Yeah, she showed. It's like, for those back in the day, it's similar to Rudy Kurtzen, his slow finger of death. If you've got access to the YouTube, get on there and watch Rudy Kurtzen give some people out, because that was a slow finger of death. And Bella Johnson. But I've just been told, I said, if you've got access to YouTube, to the people watching on YouTube. So you're obviously on YouTube, you can hear me. Anyway, Bella Johnson, 3 for 16. I think we've had some good moments on this. We could have had some viral moments with some of the phrases I've said today. Anyway, 113 runs to go. And coming into bat.
We have some activity in the chat.
Routledge.
Nice to see that Taylor, one of our own, is in there. He said great comms, and he wants to hear about your favourite ever 6. There is a bit of backstory to this, but I'll let you explain this.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about this. So this is my best ever 6. And what happened was, I don't know how many. It's definitely single figures, but I haven't played that much cricket. But this 1-6 I hit, if you've ever been to Roffey CC, I was playing for Horsham Trinity CC. I was about 14 years old, and I hit this 6. We were playing on the side of the square, so it's really short boundary, I'd say like 30 metres. I've hit this 6 that honestly hasn't really got off the floor. It's kind of gone across the ground. It's hit this like metal pole, and as I'm admiring like the 6 and then getting ready, next thing, bowler's getting ready to bowl, so it's hit this pole, gone straight back to him, and he's got ready to bowl again. It's as if he bowled a dot. And I spoke about this, and the reason they asked about it is because they don't believe it happened. And I'm many things, but I'm not a liar. But maybe I don't remember it as well as I did, but that's what I think happened. Anyone that doubt anyone from Roffey CC is listening, but
yeah, I wonder if there's anyone that played in that game.
Some kid, some fat kid trying to hit a 6. Yeah, as Routledge faced their first ball, and she's beaten by Poppy Tullett
just outside the off stump.
This is a major partnership. If this partnership's broken, kind of ASAP, you're thinking Sussex are in major business here, because the experience Hawley and Routledge both have in terms of games they played, but also positions they batted for the team. This is a perfect scenario really for those two. But if Sussex can break the partnership, before the runs required gets too low, you'd say puts a bit of pressure on that kind of lower order of Middlesex.
We've also got some more good feedback in the chat from Nadia Charlton. Thank you for the kind words, saying that the commentary sounds good. So we will take that as beginners.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind words. I mean, it's an interesting element, isn't it? Because it's something you listen to and you're like, oh, I could do it. And then here we are, 77 overs in. And you've got to say fair play to the people that cover county cricket. It is a great service they do for us, bringing the commentary. The GOAT, Adrian Harms, not covering the One Day Cup. He'll be back for the county champ. You'll be pleased to hear. Well, Producer Jack has just said there might be a demand for me to return, but I don't think we have any other women's games streaming, do we? Because the next game's at Horsham, which isn't ideal for streaming, is it? So that's TBC if we're going to stream at Horsham, but if we are streaming at Horsham, sign me up. And this stream is brought to you by Harvey's, the Best of Sussex UK Brewer of the Year. We're very grateful for their support on this week, really, isn't it? It's been a great week at Arundel, and it's been supported wonderfully by Harvey's UK Brewer of the Year.
Yeah, it really has been a good week over here at Arundel. As mentioned before, we had two days of disability games, and obviously the men's first team. Me and Luke have covered both. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think my favourite moment, actually, we have a player in the disability team called Alfie Pyle. And Alfie Pyle saw one of the umpires and he went up to him and said, "All right, umpire, are you umpiring?" which made me chuckle, because why else would he be dressed as an umpire? Unless that's his normal get-up. But yeah, I've had some real classics today, so I'm not really one to talk, but that was a fun moment, I thought.
He's a real character, isn't he?
Yeah, it's Alfie Pyle, Jake Vosloo, who represent the Sharks for the England mixed disability team. Liam O'Brien as well, who has links with Sussex but doesn't play for the Sussex D40 team, but I believe he plays for Brighton and Hove, so we'll claim him because he's an excellent cricketer as well. We're very, very fortunate to have those three representing Sussex in England colours. That's Bella Johnson halfway through over here. And again, it's a route of dot balls. I make that 7 dot balls in a row, and if they can maintain this pressure again, new batter, get the wicket, because this is a key partnership, as I've mentioned. Routledge hits that out to extra cover, deep extra cover, and they take 1. As producer Jack said when he was on comms, it's just a couple of wickets from turning around. I think we've never really felt, even when Middlesex got off to that good start, it's not really felt like anyone's had total control of the game. It's been a pretty even game, I'd say.
Yes, definitely.
Even though Sussex bowled out for 248, it's just as we said, I don't know whether it's because of how the ground feels or the ambience of the ground, but it hasn't really felt like anyone's taken the real initiative of the game. There's been some brilliant cricket though, hasn't there?
It has, yeah. As that over goes for just a single. So yeah, as the C40 has mentioned, Middlesex are now behind the run rate for the first time in the game. Run rate of 4.79, sorry, required 5.19.
You would have to say if that rate can get towards north of 6, then it will be a really interesting kind of dynamic to the game. You'd probably say overrun a ball here, it will be hard to get, but as we've mentioned, Hawley and Routledge so vital to this chase, the experience they have, and if they can break this partnership, and I think that's probably why Poppy Tulloch's bowled this spell here, because they would have identified that and thought, if we can break this partnership, I think Bella Johnson will probably bowl 10 through, because she's been brilliant, hasn't she? So you'd say they are hunting the wicket, and it's been a nice aggressive move from Kiara Green to get Poppy Tulloch back on. And you'd imagine, in some regard, maybe after Johnson finishes, Buckle will come on and they'll try and get the wicket there if the wicket hasn't already fallen.
Just a little bit late on that one.
Yeah, half appeal from Poppy Tulloch. Almost one of those appeals where you thought she was trying to convince the umpire not to give a wide, wasn't it? But it worked out, and it was a dot ball. So it'd be interesting how, same with the Middlesex bowlers, how they'll be juggled in this last 20, especially with the game becoming tight as Poppy Tulloch bowls one down the leg side. Tulloch will have 2 overs left after this. Buckle still has 6 to go, which will be seen as key. Kiara Green with 6 to go, even though she's going over 6 and over, you'd say she'll be pretty important. And then we've seen Tal Stanley so many times at the death for Sussex, so I imagine she would have a part to play in those latter overs as well.
Yeah, as we see a pull shot go towards the boundary, is it cut off? Not quite. It'll be 4 runs. I believe that might have been a slower ball from Poppy Tulloch, so it's the first one we've seen so far. And I think, as Luke's mentioned, if Stanley has anything to do in these last few overs, she'll definitely see some more there.
Yeah, slower ball that was bowled into the wicket, kind of sat up for Saskia Hawley. Seen that so many times, go up in the air. Good chat in the chat. I'm not sure how valid it all is, so I'm just going to say no comment on that.
I can confirm that did happen.
I mean, it was only the one character I reported, and the character's been removed, so you can see who's come out on top. Now back to the cricket before we get involved in any workplace politics.
Another slow ball from Tulloch, and Hawley defends.
So Tulloch with 1 ball left in this over, 6 runs off it, including the boundary. So we'll see how she finishes this over as she comes in now and bowls to Saskia Hawley, who drives just wide of mid-off, who comes around and sweeps up. So that's 1 run, 6 runs off the over. Middlesex 146 for 4, requiring 103 runs. 20 overs to get them.
Another great comment.
That is true, I fixed that game. If you're seeing the chat, I'm not gonna repeat what's being said, because there's a bit of slander coming in from our ex-communications officer. And I think his intent is to take us down, so I'm not going to give him the time of day on the chat. Disgruntled employee, we will say.
We've also got a question. Luke, would you say you're the best short leg in Sussex? Now, I have heard this is a rumour.
100% would say I'm the best short leg in Sussex, apart from professionals, yeah.
I was about to say, because I think when Charlie Tier isn't keeping, he'd have a
I'd say in Sussex League cricket, probably.
interesting.
But I haven't been there for 10 years, so we'll see as Kellyanne Doherty comes back on to the attack. So she originally got the breakthrough, Pippa Sproul. Wasn't too happy with the decision to give her out caught behind. But she did get the ball rolling in terms of wickets, and Kiara Green will be hoping that Kellyanne Doherty can come back and take a couple more wickets. She comes in and bowls to Routledge. And she beats the outside edge. Went to cut the ball, but played and missed. So 20 overs to go, best part of 20 overs. Where's your money?
Oh, well, I think as we've said, it's really is in the balance. I think Sussex bowlers done very well, and that's a great take from Molly Adams behind the stumps. Sussex bowlers done very well over the last 15 overs or so to reduce that run rate. And as you've mentioned, I think this next wicket is key. If we can get it fairly quickly, I think Sussex will start to favour themselves. But obviously, as Wasp is showing, Middlesex still in the ascendancy.
Yeah, interesting passage of play here, you'd say. Just one more wicket, this partnership, and you'd say Sussex are right in amongst it, wouldn't you? As that's driven to mid-off.
I think there was an update in the men's game. What was that, Producer Jack?
71 for 5.
So the Sussex men are 71 for 5.
Just hold that wicket. 18.2 overs.
That's been run down to deep third man.
And Doherty finishes her over. It's good return from Kellyanne Doherty. Just 2 runs from it, and again a restart of building up some pressure. She saved Arabella Johnson then for her 3 overs for a bit later on. You'd imagine it could be a double change.
Morning, Jason. The Gosling come out of all the Sussex captain, wearing number 14, Kiara Green.
So Kiara Green back. Just got 6 overs to bowl. If she can break this partnership, she'll be thrilled. As Routledge plays it into the leg side. They take 1. Saskia Hawley now on strike, skipper to skipper. That's bowled into the pitch, played into mid-wicket again. So 150 up for Middlesex.
Producer Jack is chiming away in the background.
Check the comment.
Yeah, we've just seen Kiara Green hit for 4. Kind of through third there.
The previous ball brought up to 150 for Middlesex.
There was a bit of width on offer, just slid off by Izzy Routledge, so she moves on to 9 off 15. Hawley 27 off 38. As Green now goes for a dot ball, so good response from her.
Bit of turn still on offer here.
Yeah, and interesting now they've got the 8 overs left from the off spinners, so I imagine they'll be quite vital in terms of the chase. And if they can get the breakthrough, even better from a Sussex perspective. Partnership between these two, 18 off 29, they'll want to see a significant return in this partnership. You feel it's a key one. As Green finishes their over, so that's 154 for 4, 32 overs gone. 95 runs to win from 18 overs. The required rate 5.3. As pointed out earlier, run rate's 4.8, so it looks like it could go decent distance this game. You can see the comparison there. It's just being dragged back towards the Sussex Worm, but Kellyanne Doherty to continue.
And it has raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, full toss from Kellyanne Doherty. Pulled for 4. I wonder if they thought about a no ball there, but put away nonetheless. Nothing said by the batters, so must have felt it was fine. As she beats Hawley's cut, so responds with a player miss.
Another good take from Adams behind the stumps.
She's had a good day up to the stumps, hasn't she? Obviously got that catch for the first wicket, but has built pressure in terms of her positioning behind the stumps. That single now brings Routledge onto strike. Maybe a bit surprised to see Kellyanne come back instead of Anna Buckle, but obviously saving Anna Buckle for kind of the later overs. Get through some of Kellyanne's overs now. She obviously got the wicket as well.
Interesting question in the chat there from, I assume, Taylor. Yeah. What's the best innings you've seen at this corner rec? There must be some memorable ones. Well, mine yesterday was pretty good, so I can't really think of any others that would have been better than that, especially people that are in the chat. Can you, Dennis?
No, I can't. Yesterday's innings was pretty special, and then you bowled pretty well as well. So
yeah, maybe we won't talk about the bowling side of things, but
yeah, it's a good game by all accounts.
It was a good game. Yeah. Fortunately, we lost on the final ball.
Were you bowling the final over?
I was not bowling the final over, no.
We need to get producer Jack back on the mic because he just chirped in. I don't know how much you can pick up of what he's saying. I'd say it's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation where he's very pleasant on comm and he's heckling us from the back. And now he's just broken his setup. He's just broken his setup as well. So you'd say Karma's come back round as Kiara Green goes for a dot on her first ball. Well, slight misfield from Phoebe Wilkinson there allowed the batter to come for 2. She got there, just didn't get her hands there. Balls ricocheted off her and they ran 2. So 88 needed from 100 balls. And again, just like some pressure to be built. 4 from the first ball, the last over, just in 3 runs since then. And that's bowled at. That is a massive wicket for Sussex. Saskia Hawley's played that on. She's looked to play that into the leg side, and that's bowled her. That is a huge wicket with 88 runs still to get. It looked like she's played it into her pad and it's gone to the stumps. It's a bit of a chop on, but that is a huge wicket for Sussex in terms of building pressure now.
There's a slightly shorter delivery from Kiara. It's actually turned quite a bit, which is still good to see. And unfortunately for Hawley, she has played it onto her stumps. So that'll be the end of her innings. 34 runs, 44 balls and 4 fours.
Yeah. Due in next would be Abby Wybrow.
Shirt number 13 on the Middlesex card and wearing number 50, Abby Wybrow.
So Abby Wybrow, and she's had an okay return. I think again similar to Sussex where you had a batter at 7. I think she is more than handy with the bat, but getting Saskia Hawley with 88 runs still to get, you say unfortunately for her, but massive fortune for Sussex, and you would say they deserve that bit of luck, the way they've tried to build pressure in the last couple of overs. But you could tell by this kind of the noise they made from the wicket. I don't know if you picked that up on the stream, but there was a lot of noise around that wicket. I get the sense it was a massive wicket in the terms of the game. Abby Wybrow to face her first ball. Then we're into the bowlers. She plays that back to Kiara Green. What Middlesex can't afford now is for this rate to get towards 6 and above, because once it gets above 6, then you have to take more risks. But what they've done quite well is manage the run rate up to this point. They found boundaries when they've needed to.
And just like Dunners was doing in the first innings, he seemed to have the commentator's curse. The Seafordian commented a wicket would be nice. I think it must have been the next ball, a couple of balls later. Kiara takes the wicket.
Seafordian, he's been brilliant through the day, hasn't he? He's been present in the
great
chat.
Input.
W's in the chat for Seafordian. It's Callian to continue. Sussex will look to be obviously building pressure on the new partnership. As I say, you can't let that pressure to build with your Middlesex. As Callian Doherty beats Abby Wybrow's bat. Maybe when some people were thinking, myself included, Anna Buckle could come back. Callian Doherty's actually done a decent job in tandem with her captain. She's built pressure. Just bowled a decent area for the most part, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Not a lot of pace, but a lot of good skill on show and accuracy.
And beaten the bat quite a few times as well, hasn't she? This one's cut away straight to point and well fielded.
Yeah, the ball has peppered point fielders for both teams, hasn't it? Like, haven't quite seemed to beat point on either side. They've hit a lot of balls straight at point. But yeah, the rate is becoming tighter and tighter. Wasp down to 58% now. I'd say that's the lowest it's been in the innings, actually.
It's cut straight into the floor. They'll take a single.
Molly Adams gathered. She's been very good behind the stumps today, hasn't she, Molly Adams? Aware of the ball, taken some brilliant takes behind the stumps, and you have to say she's been pretty impressive standing up for the majority of the innings.
Yeah, obviously not just the quality, but her attention span and her ability to stay up to the stumps for this long duration. Obviously, it's not easy as a wicket-keeper standing up.
Yeah. Just continuing on her impressive season, both with the Sharks and in the other various teams she's played for. She's been brilliant overall. As Kellyanne Doherty looks to finish her over, 1 for 29 off 6.5. And she will stay on 1 for 29 as Nancy Harmon comes around at mid-on, and there's a dot ball. So 15 overs to go, 86 runs needed. Sussex need 5 wickets. I think we're in for a close game at the back here. Another wicket, and you're into the kind of bowlers, even though Patel and Davies aren't mugs with the bat. You'd have to say...
Is that the technical term?
Yeah, they aren't mugs. Nanaviti and Judge are a little more unknown with the bat, but yeah, Kiara Green in again. So she'll be looking to break this partnership. Before it gets going, it's 2 off 9 balls so far. She's in the bowls. And Wybrow is down the wicket, and she gets 1. Routledge 9 off 23. Just played herself in. Both batters in previous balls have used their feet to Kiara Green, so
saw a lot of that in the Sussex innings. Batters having success moving around the wicket.
Green building up pressure now. The run rate getting tighter and tighter. And that's a dot ball. So just 1 off this over. Runnable needed. A bit shorter dot ball though. And that's the end of the 36th over. Score is 164 for 5. Middlesex require a further 85 runs. We haven't seen a boundary in the last, I think, the start of the 33rd over. So 32.1, I make it, was the last boundary.
Correct.
Just a nice bit of pressure. Obviously the wicket helped, but a nice bit of pressure building from a Sussex perspective. And now, over a runnable needed, if they can continue that, then they'll be thrilled. But Kellyanne Doherty to continue. Kiara Green just in discussion with the umpire, not sure what that was about.
I think it was just to check how many overs each bowler's got left.
Doherty again. Since I mentioned they're hitting point, they've hit cover a lot since I made that comment. Just hitting the offside ring, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Producer Jack's gone quiet, so the chat must have died down. Producer Jack just informed me that Sussex men are 89 for 6. Not looking good for them at Derby, but the women here at Arundel in a game that can go either way. Looking to wrestle momentum. Another wicket would really help them do that. Routledge 9 off 28. Facing Doherty, comes in and bowls. And that's pulled. And it's actually
Body on the line.
It's actually well fielded. She's got a body right behind it. It kind of ricocheted off one of the wickets. I think it bounced a lot more than she thought. Trying to see who it was.
Poppy?
Yeah, it looks like Poppy Tullett. There was a good bit of fielding there in the end. Didn't obviously pick it up cleanly, but stopped definitely a 4. And that is 4. Into the media tent next to us, so a bit of release of pressure from Abby Wybrow. So I think that probably would have been her role coming in, was to take as much of the pressure off Izzy Routledge. You kind of sense if Routledge is there at the end, it's good news for Middlesex. So probably the sensible option for Abby Wybrow to kind of take the aggressive option. Scallian comes in to finish her over. And that's a dot ball. So the over with the boundary's gone for 6. Still over a runnable needed just. It's impossible to call, isn't it, which way it's going to go. You either need someone to really take the initiative with either bat or ball to be able to call it. But very tight at the moment. As Kiara Green continues, and you'd say her 3 overs will be quite important that she's got left. Bella Johnson's got 3 overs left. She looked very threatening with the ball. 3 for 17 off her 7. Poppy Tulloch has 2 overs left, so you'd imagine they'd all bowl out, and you've still got 6 overs from Anna Buckle. And obviously Kellyanne Doherty's got 2 overs left, and she's bowled this second spell quite well.
So lots of options.
So lots of options that are bowled quite well. And we've obviously spoken about Tal Stanley at the death, almost as a death specialist. So she'd be confident if she got the ball to close that out at the death as well. That's a great hand from Izzy Collis. And close in the end. Not sure how close it needed to be. But they run 1. Good stop from Izzy Collis, making ground to her left. Stuck out the left hand, fielded it, got the ball in, and yeah, looked closer than I thought.
Just a little bit of hesitation in running between the wickets, but it does look like she's made it back fairly comfortably, despite the appeal from Adams.
Yeah, it was just the way Adams appealed and looked like she did make it convincing, didn't she? Screen comes in and bowls. And that's cut out to deep point. And it's another single.
Update from Isaac is that he actually went for Sunday lunch at Lewis.
The 4th single of this over. Middlesex 174 for 5. Just an update from the other media man, Isaac Leaf. He's not in the Bahamas. Apparently he's in Lewis for Sunday lunch, so a bit of a difference.
Good work again from Collis.
So a single of every ball is over. Be interesting how Green gets out or over here.
Oh, it's
Wow.
a faint edge. It will probably run the whole way to the boundary, and it does. 4 more.
Sussex have been very unfortunate with the edges, haven't they? They haven't, another day those could have been thin nicks. And Molly Adams could have had a lot more dismissals, but that one, absolutely no chance to the keeper.
Yeah.
Unless you got a slip in, which you probably wouldn't at this phase. Not getting the opportunity, but as the ball's been thrown in from kind of where the where the ball went for 4. It's gone through everyone, and now it's the other end of the ground. So Sussex just retrieving that, and Bella Johnson looks like she's getting ready to bowl.
Yeah, she's got 3 overs left. She's bowled very nicely, 3 for 17.
Returning to bowl at the Parker, wearing 33, Bella Johnson.
Wasp really fluctuating, isn't it? It's like going from mid 50s to high 60s. So you're thinking about where this game could go. Well, the Wasp doesn't even know where it's going to go. But a wicket here could change everything. As Bella Johnson comes in. And it's a dot ball.
Oh, it's a good effort. I think she may have just got a finger to it.
Well, that was a half chance, definitely. But I guess the good thing is it's only gone for 1. It was Nancy Harmon at mid wicket, and the ball's just to her right. She scrambled across, got a hand on it.
It was a great effort.
It was a great effort, and luckily there was a fielder behind her to cover it, so it only went for 1. As she beats the bat of Abby Wybrow. Still turning this wicket for the spinners. As Bella Johnson comes into bowl 4th ball of the over. As Wybrow rocks onto the back foot and pulls it to Nancy Harmon at mid wicket. 2 balls left in the over. Good return from Bella Johnson. Could have had the wicket. Only gone for 1 so far. She gives that a bit more air. And that beats the fielder at, well, she was at backward point, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And that's kind of gone to 3rd. Welcome boundary for Middlesex, who go below runnable now. So the comparison at this stage actually was 182 for 5. So
very, very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Oh, well, that was very close. It was played into the leg side. Nancy Harmon ran in, picked it up. And I think if she hit, it was very close, wasn't it? Oh, it's out.
Oh, wow.
It's out if she can hit. Or opportunity. Nancy Harmon probably one of the better fielders in this Sussex team. Changing, well, looks like a potential change. Looks like Tal Stanley's getting ready to bowl.
Captain Kiara just making sure her field is looking okay.
Yeah, so Tal Stanley onto bowl, replacing Kiara Green. .64 required off of 11 overs. As Tal Stanley gets ready to bowl, her figures 3 overs for 15. And she starts with a wide. So this partnership now 25 of 32. As Stanley comes in and bowls. And that is 1 run. So a wide and a 1 from, well, basically the first ball of the over, isn't it? There's only been one legal ball.
Slight change in field. Both fine and third go back.
As Tal Stanley comes in, past the umpire, bowls, and that's edged down to that fielder that's just been placed at third. Interesting what another wicket will do here. 61 runs needed. Slow ball. It's gone up. Looks 6. It looked like it was 6. Waiting for the umpire to confirm. 4. So the fielder must have come in, because the fielder is back at long on, and it looked like it went over her. So I wonder how far the fielder came in before it did go over her. Interesting that that's just a 4. Anyway, in comes Stanley again. Slower ball. It's sweep to short fine leg, who throws to the bowler's end. So Tal Stanley's showing her variations. But this over been very productive for Middlesex. 8 off it. And again, taking on the fielders in the ring. That was Poppy Tulloch at point. Didn't quite get a throw right, but a lot more aggression when running between the wickets. As Stanley comes in and bowls. So given a wide ball. Stanley for what could be a last ball of the over. Pace on, it's edged again. Edged again. And we said it before, they've been quite fortunate with those nicks down to third. That must be 5 or 6 now that have gone down there from the edge.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very profitable area, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Down at third man. And that is 10 overs to go with 49 runs required.
Well, 14 off that over really helps the Middlesex cause, doesn't it? When it was a tight, at one point even they needed over a runnable, but that over really has kind of brought Middlesex, I think, ahead of the game. 5 and over needed off the last 10 as Arabella Johnson comes in to bowl her 9th over. Sussex need a wicket, but these two have been positive. Runnable partnership, 39 off 39 as the 200 comes up.
And that single brings up the 200 runs for Middlesex.
But you'd have to say a wicket again. A wicket would be vital for Middlesex as Johnson comes in. And that's a dot ball played into extra cover. So just a couple of singles off the first 3 balls. Johnson looking to get the breakthrough for the Sussex, Middlesex. Just playing quietly now after that big over last over. and that's defended back to her.
It's a nice area from Bella.
Yeah, she's bowled pretty well for 9 overs here, hasn't she? As she comes in and bowls again.
A little bit fuller.
That's met on the full.
It's a good hand.
It's a good hand from Shistri Patel. And Poppy Tulloch comes round, and they run 2. And 1 to finish the over. 204 for 5. 5 off the over. 45 runs required. You'd probably say from here to win this, Sussex would need to bowl Middlesex out. Just as they did in their innings, of course. As Tao Stanley comes back for another over. Trusted by Kiara Green in these pressure moments. Izzy Collis called her nonchalant earlier on when she was on the commentary. She said that she's just so laid back that she makes you feel at ease in these pressure moments as she goes for 1 down to fine leg.
Yep, definitely sounds like she's a well-liked member of the dressing room.
And I guess it's just good having those people you can rely on in these moments, but you need them to deliver, and Sussex desperate for a wicket now.
Fine and third come back up, so expect pace off the ball. And there it is, driven into the offside. Fielder's chasing round. Gets good work again out there. I think that's Anna Buckle, who's had a great shift out on that offside boundary.
Stanley here, 2 balls in the over, gone for 3 runs. That's a dot. Wasp up to 91%, Middlesex. It doesn't feel like 91%, but as we know, we're Sussex fans, so probably feel there's a bit more in it for Sussex, but you just feel a wicket could change a lot. Dale Stanley will be trying to get that now. There's Wybrow, who's played a pretty good innings here, 33 off 28. Just when the game was in the kind of balance, she's come in and taken the pressure off Izzy Routledge, allowed her to go at her own pace while obviously maintaining her kind of above a runner ball pace. 41 off 50 balls from as that's played into the leg side. So 5 off the first 5 balls of this over. Dal Stanley will be looking to finish it off with at least a dot, you'd say. So 6 off the over. 39 needed off the last 8. Partnership up to 49. It's been a good partnership since the loss of the captain, Hawley.
It's Bella Johnson to bowl her last. 3 wickets for 28 runs, no maidens, 9 overs so far.
Yeah, she's bowled a great spell, hasn't she? Wicket would be perfect to finish that off. She comes in and bowls the first over of her spell. And that is 1 out to deep cover. I believe that's a 50-run partnership as well, but
yeah, 50 or 51 balls. Important partnership at this stage in the game.
yeah, as Wybrow and Routledge exchange the singles. Sussex, as I've said, desperate for a wicket. These two have played brilliantly. Wybrow especially, coming at 7, 35 of 30, just what they needed. Especially Izzy Routledge, because it's allowed her not to have a lot of pressure on her. She's been able to play the way she's playing. But yeah, hats off to Abby Wybrow. But still, wicket can change it. It's not over till it's over, is it? But they're getting closer and closer, Middlesex. As Johnson comes in and bowls. And that is a dot ball. Well, it's a dot ball. Nancy Harmon did misfield, but Shashi Patel was there backing her up, and they didn't run. So Johnson to finish off. And that is 1 run. So 5 runs off the over.
And that was Bella Johnson's final over. 10 overs, no maidens, 33 runs and 3 wickets.
And the PA's come on over the announcer and said Bella Johnson's figures, which are 10 overs, 3 for 33. So a good return. Her initial spell of initial 7 overs for 3 for 17. She wasn't able to add to that in this spell, but she really did break the back of the Middlesex innings in that spell. She got Downer, Pindoria and Hughes.
And returning at the castle, Kiara Green.
Kiara Green back on to bowl. She's got 2 overs left as well. 2 really important overs.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's been the Sussex Women's top wicket taker in this competition so far, is that correct?
That's correct.
So she'll be hoping to lead by example and take the wicket of this partnership.
Well, she got the big wicket of Saskia Hawley, didn't she? And that, at that point, it looked like it was swinging in Sussex's favour. But as we've mentioned, this partnership, 54 or 56 balls, just what they needed. Led by Abby Wybrow, 37 or 32. Izzy Routledge has played a measured knock, 24 or 45. But you'd have to say Wybrow really took the pressure off her. Because if she did start slowly, Wybrow, it would have put a lot of pressure on Routledge. It's been a great partnership. They've really complemented each other, haven't they? The 2 batters.
Yeah, just the 5 boundaries in this partnership of 55. They've ran the singles well. Just keep ticking over, keep changing the strike, moving the field around. As you can see, Kiara's changing her field slightly now. Takes out 3rd man.
Sussex at this stage were 212 for 5, so not the worst, but this is about the time Layla Judge came into bowl and took those 3 wickets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
broke the partnership of Harman and Johnson, and Sussex never really recovered from that in their batting innings, but they'll be hoping to do the same here. As Kiara Green now coming around the wicket. It's hit straight back to her, so it's a dot ball. Good tactic really to take away Wybrow's arms and like not give her the width. Looking to bowl that kind of middle and leg line. She flicks into the leg side, fields back, so it'll be 1 to deep mid wicket. And that's another one into the leg side. With producer Kieran again in the background. Producer Jack has been quiet for a few overs.
Yeah, he has gone quiet, hasn't he?
The men are 1, 2, 4 for 9 off 29. So.
As Wybrow plays it into the leg side. 220 for 5.
Hearing reports that the men are now 9 down, so unfortunately it looks like that might be a loss.
As Kiara Green finishes her over, 5 off it, 220 for 5. 29 runs needed, 6 overs left.
It looks like it might be Anna Buckle to come back on.
Number 2 on your card, wearing 26, Anna Buckle.
It's interesting, Anna Buckle hasn't bowled since the first power play. So it'll be interesting to see what she can produce here. Molly Adams looks like she's going to stay standing up to her. Probably the last roll of the dice for Sussex. If Anna Buckle can pick up, she'll have to pick up 2 or 3 wickets in this spell, you'd imagine, or contribute.
Yeah, well, you saw Judge come back on at this end.
Yep.
And took 3 wickets for only 5 runs in her last 3 overs, was it?
Yeah, that's right. And Wybrow would be a key wicket, 40 off 36. Been the real injection of energy into this Middlesex innings. Similar to how big the wicket was for Nancy Harman at this stage. She starts with a wide.
Come on then, Box.
Buckle. It was around this time as well. If we go back through the kind of Sussex innings, Harman went at the 45th over. So similar.
Go key. Yes, Box. Good dog, mate. Nice, Buckle.
And Sussex at this stage were 222 for 5. So it can happen that you can collapse.
Here we go then, Box. Come on then, girls.
Buckle comes in and bowls. She pulls up.
Come on then, Box.
Just lost her run up, but just adds to the tension, doesn't it?
Yep.
Come on here, Buckle.
All part of the cinema. You hear a lot of encouragement from her teammates. You can probably hear Nancy just in front of us. Such a key member of this Sussex side.
Buckle again pulls up.
Take time here, Buck. Back in your ear, Buck. Hot. No 2, yeah? I don't know where you need to be.
Buckle comes in again to bowl.
Lives her run up again, but does release it this time.
Buck gets hit for 4. She lost her run up. You could see a little stutter through. Offered width. Was it no ball as well? Was it no ball as well? So, 5 runs and a free hit. Interesting free hit sign from Mel Juniper. She kind of was like waving. It's usually a circular motion, isn't it? She's like waving a little bit. As in comes Buckle now. Smoother run up. That's hit as well. That's hit for 4. And this has been a great innings from Abby Wybrow. 48 off of 39. She just backed away, gave herself room. And you can probably say it's now big favour of Middlesex. But a wicket could change everything as Buckle runs in again. And that is up in the air. Tullock round prevents 2. Sussex still giving it a good go, but with 18 needed off 33. You have to say the ball's firmly in Middlesex's court, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
11 runs off the over so far. We've had a wide and a no ball, so still 2 balls to go. Sorry, 3 balls to go. And that's 1 run to Routledge. Routledge has actually been a real calm head. Really paired well with Abby Wybrow, but you have to say this innings probably been match winning, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Come in, she showed some real intent from ball 1, really. Nothing too crazy, but pushed the singles. It's up in the air here, it could be a catch, and it is. Buckle has the wicket of Wybrow on 49.
Wow.
Could that be the turning point?
Well, there's another twist. Sussex get their 6th wicket, and a Buckle who had a turbulent over, really, ends it with a wicket. Tal Stanley under that. Good catch under pressure. It went up high in the air, but she came round from point and took the catch. And now, interesting from Sussex now, because it's the aggressor. Does Sonali Patel come in and follow Wybrow's good work? Can they bring the rate back down? It's an interesting time to take a wicket. Sussex in comparison 2-2-7 for 5. So Middlesex just 5 runs ahead. They've lost the extra wicket.
And you saw how quickly the wickets fell near the end of the Sussex innings.
Yeah, well, Routledge is key now, isn't she? She's been out there she's been out there for over an hour. Hasn't faced many dot balls in the last, say, 20 odd balls she's faced. Just hitting 1s and 2s. She's hit 1-4. And we got 1 more ball of the over.
Just a complete collapse there.
Yeah, Buckle showed some real courage here to finish what was a tough over to start with. But she's plugged in and got herself a wicket.
Yeah, I think if Anna Buckle can finish off this over well, it'd be interesting to see who bowls the next one. You'd imagine it'd be Kiara Green. Buckle comes in and bowls. Interesting shot from Sonali Patel.
And it is going to race for 4.
4 right, backed away, almost ramped it over the keeper. So 1 for 40 off 5.
Quite a well-directed short ball from Buckle, really. I'm not sure Patel had much of an idea where it was going.
No.
you may not wish to hear this news, but regrettably, Sussex men.
So 236 for 6, 13 runs required. Poppy Tulloch looks like she's going to bowl the next over.
Derbyshire forwards winning by 188.
So 13 needed a 5.
5 overs left to go.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate start, wasn't it, in terms of Sussex perspective to Sonali Patel's innings. A great result for Patel herself. 16 runs off that over.
And returning to bowl at the Castle End, wearing 42, Poppy Tulloch.
So 5 overs to go now, 13 runs needed. As Poppy Tulloch comes in and bowls. And it's a dot ball, so "13 off 29 needed." And you'd have to say Sussex need to bowl Middlesex out to win this. So I can't see it going the whole length.
No,
as Poppy
agreed.
Tulloch comes in.
Just flicked away onto the leg side.
Patel to face Tulloch for the first time.
Yep, agreed, James. Very nice 49 from Wybrow. Batted really nicely and really put her team into, well, a great spot to win this game now.
Yeah, it was all in the balance when Saskia Hawley got out, and you'd say that's typically a big wicket, someone who's your second top run scorer in the comp. But with 80 runs to go, it was a great partnership from Routledge and Wybrow, led by Wybrow's 49 off 41. Routledge playing a more supporting role, 28 off 50, but you'd have to say it's put Middlesex in a great position here. But as we said, if Sussex can bowl Middlesex out, that's the way they're going to win the game.
Ooh, and it's
That's
out.
and that's a run out.
Great bit of fielding.
Interesting times. 12 runs to win. Run out, direct hit from not quite sure who it was, but Routledge wasn't interested at all, was she? She sent Patel back.
It's a great ball to start with. Tulloch's really executed her Yorker well there.
Tal Stanley again. So Tal Stanley taking the important catch last over, and then now getting the run out. So she's living up to her name as a big moment player, as Izzy Collis said on commentary earlier. And what more importantly it does is it gives Poppy Tulloch 3 balls at the new batter. 2 balls. The run out was obviously 4th ball of the over, so 2 balls at the new batter. And if they can sneak another wicket here, Sussex, you'd say it is then really twitchy for Middlesex, who seemed after that partnership from Routledge and Wybrow to be in total control. But it's been a game that's really ebbed and flowed, hasn't it, up until the end. It will look on the surface that Middlesex have kind of got there with overs to spare, but you never felt any team have been in full control.
Yes, correct. It really has been moments where Sussex have looked brighter and then moments where Middlesex have looked brighter, and that partnership, obviously between Wybrow and Routledge, looked like it could be game defining, but just like in the first innings, wickets towards the end of the innings.
Well, Hannah Davies in now. She'll be hoping to support Routledge. Sussex will be looking to remove her as quick as possible, and she blocks that. Looks like Poppy Tulloch's gone to Yorkers. And we could have a tight end on here. Tulloch. She's got an over left after this as well. You'd say you'd be surprised if it got that far if she didn't finish. Kiara Green obviously got 1 over left as well. Be interesting. Buckle obviously went for 16 off the last over, got the wicket, but I'd be surprised not to see Kiara Green. That's played quietly into the leg side, so the run out causing a bit of panic in the Middlesex camp. Izzy Routledge, the batter, is still there though. She's on 28 or 50, and she's vital now in these 12 runs they need, isn't she?
Yeah, massively.
4 overs to
Set
bowl.
batter, you
3 wickets in hand.
really hope, if you're a Middlesex fan, that she can get her team over the line. And it is Kiara to bowl.
As we've mentioned earlier, it's been a great week here at Arundel. Obviously, the Sussex men on Wednesday getting over the line. They chased down 316 against Essex in a fantastic game of cricket. We then had the 2 days of disability cricket where they had the 100-ball competition between Sussex, Hampshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire came away as winners on the day after 2 fantastic wins, but Sussex did get the bragging rights over Hampshire and finished in second place.
Really nice to see a young Sussex side enjoying themselves out there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And then we saw the first team turn up against the Disability Premier League 11, and great showing from Alfie Pole. He got 50 runs. It was a 9-wicket loss for the Sussex team, but Alfie, what a character he is, and he really batted well, didn't he?
Yeah.
As Kiara Green starts her over with a 2 dots now. And what would really top off this week at Arundel is if Sussex can win from this position. It would be sensational, wouldn't it? If Sussex can just get these 3 wickets and win the game. As Kiara Green comes in again. And again, we've seen it. We've seen that area so many times. This time it goes for 4 again, but the amount of times it's gone fine. And another day those edges would have gone straight into Molly Adams' heart. You see her there, obviously following the ball, and it's just evaded her a few times. So it's been a very productive area.
And that takes it into single figures, just 8 required.
So dot ball from Green. Interesting that 12 boundaries have been through that third region, so very productive area when you think about 12 out of the 30 boundaries that have been scored. As Patel gets round. So 7 needed, 3 overs to go. Almost say this is a bit of a free hit for Davis with Routledge off strike. 1 ball left in the over. Green comes in and bowls around the wicket, and that's blocked to cover. So 7 runs needed, 3 overs left. Izzy Routledge is the key. She took 5 off that over from Kiara Green. And will they go to Poppy Tulloch again? Looks like it. So Poppy Tulloch to finish. She's 9 overs for 42. Got a fair bit of experience in this position in terms of trying to finish games off for both Sussex and Hampshire this year, so she'll be relying on that experience. So Routledge facing Poppy Tulloch, looking for the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and that's played into the leg side. She has her hands over her head because if she misses that, it's pretty adjacent, isn't it? So just honing on in those stumps. Comparison 2-3-8 Sussex were at this point for 7, so still tight as Tulloch comes in and bowls, and that's played into the leg side.
I thought about 2, but it will just be 1.
gives Tulloch 4 balls at Hannah Davies, the new batter. Tulloch comes in past the umpire and bowls. And Davies has blocked that into extra cover. It was a bit of a fumble from Anna Buckle, but Tal Stanley was there. And it's a dot ball, so Davies' job, I imagine, will be to kind of just support, even if these 3 balls went for dots. Not sure Izzy Routledge will be too bat sad. She's just told Hannah Davies that about Poppy Tulloch's back of the hand or leg cutter. I think she'll be targeting the stumps here though. She comes in and bowls. It's a wide ball. Look close to the line. I think it was outside slightly. Minuscule. Molly Adams did her best to try and convince the umpire straight by getting her arms back in, and I think it was a great take. She's had some great takes up to the stumps, hasn't she? Yeah. Even at this late stage, the concentration, the amount of overs she's been up to the stumps, been really impressive. As Tulloch comes in, that's shovelled in the air. No 2 though. It's Callie-Anne Doherty get home round. So a run to Davis, her first run, 4 to win, 14 balls remaining. Still get a sense that something could happen. But Middlesex 1 hit away. Tulloch 2 balls left in the over. Comes in and bowls. Slower ball. And Buckle got her body behind it. They haven't gone down without a fight, have they, no. Sussex ladies? A game that's, as we said, hasn't really seemed like it's been dominated by either side. And a great end to this Arundel Festival, supported by Harvey's Brewery. As Tulloch comes in and bowls. And it's again a shy at stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's a dot ball, so 4 runs to win off 2 overs.
Davis on strike for the next over.
So she'll have to go to it'll have to be a double change. Who do you go to first? Does she go to Tal Stanley, which looks like it's going to happen?
It's Callie-Anne at this end.
Oh, so Callie-Anne coming on at the park end, which leaves final over specialist Tal Stanley, I imagine, for the last over.
Yeah, she bowled a very tight 4 over spell just sort of through the middle of the innings, Callie-Anne. And Kiara and Sussex will be hoping that she can do that again.
Yeah, it was 4 overs to 14, wasn't it? That spell from Callie-Anne Doherty in the middle. It kind of dovetailed with the 3 wickets that Bella Johnson took. They bowled really well in partnership. A big role here for Callie-Anne to play.
And
she bowled her, and that is brilliant. Hannah Davies has been bowled, and you've got to say now, Callie-Anne Doherty has got 5 balls at Middlesex's 10 and 11. Izzy Routledge potentially stranded at the non-striker's end, but that is just what you wanted from Callie-Anne. Her strength is her accuracy, and she's hit the stumps, and she's bowled Hannah Davies. 4 runs needed. I thought you'd obviously say, like, from our perspective, analysts, you'd say, you know, Middlesex should win this, but that's the great thing about cricket, isn't it? It's played on grass rather than paper.
Very true.
And it's been a thrilling end. Never, as I've said many times, never really felt like anyone's been in control of the game. It's just been a game that's ebbed and flowed. But Sussex, I think regardless of the result, Sussex can take heart in the last kind of two weeks. They've gone to Neath, they've beaten Glamorgan, who you'd say are the top side in tier 2 cricket, and they've taken the second best side. They've given them a scare, no doubt.
Yeah. And who knows what could still happen?
Yeah, who knows what could still happen? You go back to the Sussex innings, and that spell from Layla Judge, 3 for 5. If they could have kept some wickets intact there, one of Johnson or Harman, and you had those extra runs to play with now. But that's all hindsight, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're in the now, and 4 runs to win, and I think Nanavati. It's her second game for Middlesex. Big pressure as she plays that into the covers. What I don't think Middlesex can really afford is, if this is a maiden, really 4 runs off the last over is a lot of kind of pressure, isn't it? Especially when you look at Routledge, she's only hit 2 4s, and one of them was the nick kind of fine. So you found that they have taken their time, but Kalyan Doherty starting the over with 3 dots, including the wicket of Hannah Davies. Nanavati, as I said, on her second game, and then Layla Judge to come. So Kalyan Doherty in them bowls. It's wide of, it's cut away. It might be 4.
It's a great bit of fielding
It is a
Will
great bit of fielding. For a minute there, it was almost game over, but 2 runs left now to win for Middlesex. Is there another twist? Just the first delivery with a bit of width in this over, wasn't it? And Nanavati was onto it. It's a bit straighter now. Kalyan Doherty to finish off her over.
And they do take the single.
They do take the single. And that could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? That could have gone to the stumps. It was a great delivery from Kalyan Doherty. So 1 to win. Scores are level. It's been a great game of cricket, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Be interesting to see who's entrusted. It's usually Tal Stanley for the last over. Be between Buckle or Stanley.
Long discussion here. Captain, keeper, and senior members of the team all discussing what to do for this final over.
I think there might have been kind of a miscalculation, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Tal.
Because I could hear from the crowd, Kiara Green mentioned someone being bowled out. So whether she thought Poppy Tulloch had one left, I'm not sure. But the options were Stanley or Buckle. And it's Tal Stanley who will bowl the final over, 1 to win. Nanavati on strike. So in comes Stanley. Oh. Well, they snuck a run here, and Middlesex will get the win. Molly Adams hit the stumps, and we thought there might be a twist, but there's not. And Middlesex get over the line in the last over. So a great game of cricket going to the last over.
Really well contested.
Well contested. They stuck at it, and I think Sussex can be happy with their efforts. Middlesex obviously getting over the line, and they will go close to Glamorgan at the top of Tier 2. Sussex showing encouraging signs, and we'll just recap the innings here. Downer 57 of 57 balls, supported by Hawley, who got 34 of 45. Routledge in the end getting the team over the line 34 of 59, but you'd say the match-changing innings was Abby Wybrow, 49 of 41, a real positive innings, which in the end Sussex couldn't drag back. Bowling figures, Bella Johnson 3 for 33 off 10, supported by Kellyanne Doherty 2 for 38 off 9. And going back to the Sussex innings, they were led by Nancy Harmon's 91 off 82. Shishri Patel supported her with a 38 off 56, and earlier in the innings Molly Adams 33 off 41. Saskia Hawley and Layla Judge, the pick of the bowlers, both getting 3 for 39 as their figures. Thank you to everyone that's joined us today on the chat. W's in the chat. Finn, thanks for coming in and all your hard work. Producer Jack, thank you for your stint on commentary as well.
That was tired him out though.
Producer Kieran, thank you for your cameras, and Izzy Collis, who supported us through the first innings before she took the field. The next game is next week, Sunday at Cheltenham, so Saturday. Wow, Saturday game for the girls, so that's good. Next Saturday at Cheltenham. We'll be back on this. Well, I won't be back on the stream, but Sussex will be back on the stream on Friday night, where we play Worcester in a day-nighter at Hove, with the men looking to bounce back from their defeat today. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your support.